information. We can say that at least that kind of material, strong evidence suggests that this is something that has only been available in the late 20th century with sequencing of the human genome. Let's go through some of this material. Who are the Lemba? They are Bantu-speaking Africans. There are 70,000 of them. They're primarily living in South Africa and Zimbabwe. They have an oral tradition. They're descended from white men who came from a place called Sena by boat. And the Sena might somehow be, they don't know exactly where it is. It might be Judea. It might be Sana'a, which is a place in Yemen. Then they came onto the African continent and they built Sena again, possibly Tanzania or Kenya, and then again and built it a third time, possibly in Mozambique, before they were engaged in the massive project of building Great Zimbabwe, which is this huge archaeological ruin that really indicates a massive civilization in southern Africa. At some point in called the medieval period, they broke Jewish law by eating mice, not kosher, and then they were exiled throughout South Africa. You know, if it was me, and this was my one opportunity to break the laws of the country, I don't think mice would be my first choice, but at any rate, that's how it went. Now, what's about them? Well, they claim this Jewish descent, and in fact, they have lots of Jewish beliefs and practices. For example, they are monotheistic. They practice circumcision. Now, these two things are common also for Muslims in the region. But the Lemba also practice animal sacrifice, which seems to be more connected to a biblical past. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to ask a fascinating question, at least fascinating to me. Are the Lemba, who are a tribe of Africans living primarily in South Africa and Zimbabwe, are they genetically Jewish? They have a long oral tradition claiming descent from Judean migrants way, way back in the biblical period. And with modern genetic studies, there's some interesting evidence to suggest that what they're saying has a certain level of historic value. Now, before we get too deep in the subject, we have to first of all lay down the ground rules that genetics are not identity, right? The criteria to determine Jewish identity are far more complex and really depends on who you go to as your authority. The mainstream rabbinic view, which is embraced by Orthodox Jews to be sure, and from most of Jewish history over the last couple millennia, has been that Jews receive their identity in two ways, either through matrilineal descent, meaning they are born of a Jewish mother, or through conversion. And there's a whole bunch of discussion about what exactly that conversion means. In the late 20th century, the Reform movement adopted a patrilineal descent, claiming biblical precedent. And in fact, when you look at biblical texts, there are some really interesting things that suggest that it may have been patrilineal in the biblical period. But this is not a discussion for this point. You can see I have another video on it. It did definitely switch sometime in antiquity where Jews began to turn to the matrilineal model. For Orthodox Jews, it is the moment of Matan Torah. For others, historians look at different points. But at any rate, most Jews today regard it as matrilineal. I should say certainly Orthodox Jews. Jews from other denominations may have other definitions. What we don't have is the notion of bloodlines or of conformity to specific prophecies to say that a person is Jewish. I'm mentioning this because I got a lot of hate when I gave a couple of lectures on the history of the Jews of Africa. There's so many people who are upset about, you're not a real Jew, you're actually a Khazarian convert. We're not going to go into those things, but I will say that when we look at the Lemba and we look at genetic information, we can say that at least based on that kind of material, there's strong evidence to suggest that there is a Jewish to these people. This is something that is only available in the late 20th century with the sequencing of the human genome. Let's go through some of this material. So first of all, who are the Lemba? They are Bantu-speaking Africans. There are 70,000 of them. They're primarily living in South Africa and Zimbabwe. They have an oral tradition that they're descended from white men who came from a place called Sena by boat. And the Sena somehow they don't know exactly where it is. It might be Judah, it might be Sana'a, which is a place onto the African continent, and they built Sena again, possibly in Tanzania or Kenya, and then migrated and the third time, possibly in Mozambique, before they were engaged in the massive project of the Great Zimbabwe, which is this huge archaeological ruin that really indicates a massive civilization in southern Africa. At some point in what we would call the medieval period, they broke Jewish law by eating mice, not kosher, and then they were exiled throughout South Africa. If it was me and this was my one opportunity to break the laws of Kashrut, I don't think mice would be my first choice, but at any rate, that's how it went. Now, what's Jewish about them? Well, they claim this Jewish descent, and in fact, they have lots of Jewish beliefs and practices. For example, they are monotheistic. They practice circumcision. These two things are common also for Muslims in the region. But the Lemba also practice animal sacrifice, which seems to be more connected to a biblical past. They do not eat pork. Again, Muslims don't eat pork too. But they also don't eat milk and meat. Furthermore, they have other smaller practices that are very congruent with Jewish history, like they pay a lot of attention to the lunar calendar. So basically, their story is that they led by a particular clan called the Buba, and they made their way from somewhere in the Middle East into Africa and eventually ended up primarily in South Africa and Zimbabwe. Now, what does the science say? So to understand that, we have to go back a little bit to look at the so-called Cohen genome. This is something that was discovered at the turn of the 20th century. Geneticists who worked on this major project and wrote a book about it called Jacob's Legacy, a genetic view of Jewish history. Very fascinating and really a very pleasant read too. I was laughed out loud at some points because he has a real great sense of humor. At any rate, what Goldstein and his extensive team did is they swabbed self-identified Jews and self-identified Kohanim to look for genetic patterns. They swabbed Ashkenazim and Sephardim. They did a lot of these swabs, for example, on the beach at Tel Aviv, but in other places around the world as well. And the bottom line in their research was they found that well over half of Jews who claimed to be Kohanim had a similar genetic feature, which they ended up calling the Cohen modal haplotype. Let me just back up for a second. I realized that maybe I didn't say this. Jews are divided in a patrilineal system. While the entity, the status of being Jewish is matrilineal, it comes through the mother, as we mentioned earlier. Tribus, on the other hand, is derived from the father. Right? You know the 12 tribes that are described in the Bible and so on, but there's one tribe, the tribe of Levi, which was divided in two brothers. One of them was Moses, i.e. the Moses, and the other was Aaron, also the Aaron, who was the first high priest. All the male descendants of Aaron were called in Hebrew Kohanim or priest, and it goes through the male line exclusively. Now, think genetics, of course, you're that women have X chromosomes, men have an X and a Y chromosome. There's a lot more to say about differences between these two, but not for this video. But it's that all men receive exclusively from their father. Whatever their father's Y chromosome had is what they got on their Y chromosome. So this means that theoretically, every Kohen alive today has a Y chromosome that is like Aaron's chromosome a long, long time ago. Now, that's a fascinating kind of thing to measure because, you know, we know that a lot of people today who claim to be Kohanim probably aren't. Even in the 18th century, the great Vilna Gaon, who was a first child, and you have, if you're a firstborn, you have to be redeemed in a special ritual with a Kohen. He was famous for performing this ritual for himself with every Kohen he met, because you could be absolutely sure that the last Kohen was a real Kohen. Maybe this one's a real Kohen. So he would do it over and over again to make sure that he did it right. Most firstborns, like myself, for example, only had it done once, and that's enough already. But nevertheless, this represents the possibility that many people simply adopted the Kohen identity. It has a higher status, for example. So maybe like when they moved from Eastern Europe, America, and people didn't know them, they might say, I think I'd like to be a Kohen. There's a lot of great jokes about that. So we don't know really how many of those Kohan really are Kohanim and how many others really do descend from. So when we look at this chromosome, when Goldstein and his team looked at these Y chromosomes, they found out that amazingly, well over half of the people who claim to be Kohanim shared this single genetic footprint, Cohen modal haplotype. That's fascinating, which confirms that there is this long tradition of Y chromosome descent that was preserved among Kohanim. And even more fascinating, when you calculate how far back these people had a common male ancestor, just about 3,000 years ago, a little bit more than that, possibly a little less, depending on how long the generations are, which essentially is the same as a sensibility of Aaron the Kohen. So, like, wow, it was an earth-shattering discovery. Lots of people were really interested in it. There is fascinating material we discovered of others' descent, which is a little more difficult to measure because, of course, both the father and the mother contribute an X chromosome. But there is a thing called mitochondrial DNA, which is exclusively from the mother, and through the DNA in the mitochondria, it is possible to determine interesting things about women and their role in the genetic history of the Jewish people. We'll say more about that, God willing, in another lecture, but it is important to point out that we shouldn't be thinking exclusively men. One of the things that's really important about the Kohanim is that their wives maintain fidelity, meaning the of these women were in fact the sons of the husbands at the same time. Now let's go back to the lemba. Now that we have identified this Kohen, so-called Kohen gene, several scholars working with Goldstein, including the great Tudor Parfit, a historian who's worked extensively in Africa, retrace the migration patterns described in the lemba tradition. That into context with the oral tradition that they have of descent from Judea. So we can first of all push aside the whole question of mitochondrial DNA, as when the lemon were tested, there was no similarity to Jewish women or Middle Eastern women. Their DNA was primarily similar to the African Spanish-speaking peoples among whom they lived. Useful to note, the Lemba are very, very strict about their patrilineal descent. Men, in other words, cannot convert to become a Lemba, but a woman may. There's a lot of really rigorous, amazing kind of rituals that are associated with female conversion, including things like they have to crawl through an anthill, and they have to eat these horrible emetics that cause them to vomit, and that thus remove their impurities and really bizarre things like that. But in other words, the bottom line is that all Lemba men are the sons of prior Lemba men, but Lemba women can come from anywhere and can join the Lemba clan. And once again, that underlines the fact that by rabbinic status, the Lemba can't be Jewish because they don't have matrilineal descent. What about the men? And what about the Y chromosome on the Lemba men? And here we go. This is really the answer to our question. They have a very, very high content of Semitic DNA, which is unlike the populations among whom they live, consistent with the idea of a migration from the Middle East. And more than that, they also have a surprisingly high incidence of the Kohen mode haplotype, somewhere in the single digits for Lemba, but among the Buba clan, that was especially associated with leading the Lemba out of the Middle East, it's over 50%. Wow. Meaning that if we say people who have the Kohen model haplotype are in fact Kohanim, which we don't have to say that, but many Kohanim have that same genetic feature. If you say that, then the Lemba might not be Jewish, but they are certainly descendants of Kohanim. Wow. So this should demonstrate that genetics is certainly not the same as identity. They have no problem with participating to churches and mosques and things like that. But it does indicate that if you're one of those fans of bloodlines, the Lemba seem to have a paternal bloodline that connects them to the same people, the same man possibly, that provided the basis of many of today's Jewish Kohanim. Okay, I hope you found this fascinating. I know I did. And I look forward to speaking to you in further lectures. Thanks very much for listening.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be here in Mexico City. I'm right now with Dean Daniel Feinstein, who is the chief academic officer of the Universidad Ibérica. Really impressive organization here in the middle of the Jewish community. And I'd like to ask him to take this opportunity to say a few words about the nature of the community and Jewish studies here, Jewish history in particular. It's so nice to spend some time with you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that you visit us.
Okay. Yo estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con ustedes en Universidad Hebrea en México, en Conligo.
Excellent.
Thank you. What did I just say? Thank you so much. Tell us about this amazing community.
Well, Mexico City is a very good community. It's about 50,000 Jews, 95% or more in the city. In four neighborhoods, most of the people. This is a community which the first Jews came here as Crypto Jews with the Spaniards who came here and conquered Mexico. With them came the Jews and they could build some communities. Then came the Inquisition, and there were people who were killed in the center of Mexico City. They were burned here. So that is I call the prehistory. The real history came, let's say, 120 years ago, when invasion from the Ottoman Empire, from Eastern Europe, escaping pogroms and looking for new horizons for their families and everything, and they began to establish different communities. One of the peculiarities of Mexico is that it is a community of communities. The communities are organized not like in the state by the religious, let's say, streams, called conservative order, but by the communities of origin. You have the Haiti communities, which is called Mendeli, we came from Aleppo, then you have the Monte Sinai community, who came from Damascus, then you have the Sephardic community from the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire, then you have the Ashkenazi community, then you have Betel, which is a conservative community, Israel, which is so. This is framework, but on the today more than 75% of the marriages inside are mixing. Today is those barriers between different group of Jews are going for the younger generation.
Even Lithuanians.
Of course.
Shocking.
We accept everybody. Polish.
Tell me something about your school.
Well, this is the we were 30 years ago, of taking place of the older school for the training of teachers for the Jewish community. It was founded by people who came from Europe after the Shoah or before the Shoah, and they realized after the Shoah there was no place where teachers could come, so they established their own school, and this was called the Seminar for Teachers, and then they saw that things were changing, that the new generation wanted to have academic degrees and everything, so they established the Hebraic University. At the beginning, the Hebraic University has different degrees in the human sciences and humanities with a core in Jewish studies, Jewish education. Now we develop and we have 4 areas of knowledge. The first and the main, so the core is Jewish studies. We have a department of Jewish studies, academic Jewish studies, including history, philosophy, Jewish history from the Bible until cinema. Then we have Hebrew, teaching Hebrew for levels online and at our school. Then we have the Department of Jewish Education, in which we train teachers for Hebrew studies, for Jewish studies, so we can provide the personnel that our network of 14 Jewish days.
That's incredible. Amazing.
95% of all the kids in Mexico go K-12 to Jewish day schools. Something unique, and this helps many of the indicators of Jewish commitment that we have. Here, 9th grade Israel for a trip, and then they go to their family. So I say that when they complete high school, they go for 1 year before university. Many people will take 1 year, and that's called Shara, which is not necessarily the tradition of Shara, so they go to Israel. So here, this is a community where 95% visit Israel and is twice or 3 times their lifetime, very much committed with Jewish community. We have a very rich religious life, more than 40 actives every day. We have.
Wait a second. So we're saying 50,000 people and 40 active synagogues. That's roughly one synagogue for every 1,100, 1,200 people.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
And they are full. If you visit Shabbat, the area of Poland, because you are not in that area, but if you go there, you will think I am in Nebras or I'm in a Jewish place because you will see all the people with the stores and the kids going out to the synagogues and going to the synagogues. So we have most of the communities are formally at least Orthodox and some conservative synagogues too. That is, this is a very traditional community because today 60% of the Jews came from the community from Syria, Aleppo, Damascus, and the Sephardi. So today they are around 60% of the demographics of the Jews in Mexico. These are traditionalist communities. We have the private university, which is the only university, as I told in Latin America. We provide BA, MAs, degrees recognized by the state and worldwide. As I told you, we have Jewish studies, we have education, we have well-being, which have programs in which we train people for the prevention treatment of addictions. We have a program for intervention in social and natural catastrophes to train the leaders in these projects, together with Cadena, a very interesting Jewish organization. Then we have an additional area that we established. It's more in the innovation and organizations. That's our academic field. Very small college with about 250 students in the academic programs, and we have around 500 students in our continuous education programs.
That's amazing. I think I've heard it said that outside of Israel, this is the best Jewish university in the world.
I would say that's too much to say. We're a small college.
The first, just in case you missed it, the first.
Of course. Well, I will say that we are a small college. We do what we can with our limited resources. We have a nice number of these scholars that came all around, so we can have an instrument from other Latin American countries. Actually, we have an MA program in three studies. Very interesting because it's multidisciplinary, and I will show you the structure. And also we have, you can see here or online. One of the very interesting news about this program
in Spanish or in
Spanish. But we're thinking in one English.
Yeah. What's tough competition?
Okay, we cannot make a you know why? Because first the prices are much more any other program that you can have in the States.
I looked at the prices here. Everything is like 2,000, 3,000. I couldn't figure it out.
You have to take 3 zeros to you translate it into dollars.
Could you please tell us, fascinated about what you told me earlier, your emergency response training program?
Yes, there was a student of us at our MA program, which studies, Benny Lagnado, which he's from
Lagnado's very famous.
Well, he's from a community from Aleppo. He's very much committed to Judaism, to Zionism, he said, I want to do something to help general society, but since Jewish departure point of view, you have to love people, you have to help people, not just inside the Jewish community, but as Jews to do that. So they established an organization called Cadena, which are the main means a committee to assistance in situation of catastrophes.
What can you say the Spanish?
Cadena.
Yeah, but then how do you break it up?
Sí, comité de asistencia entre el entorno cadena en desastres naturales.
Okay.
Natural
disaster.
Yes. This organization was very active because it's trust. When you give money there, the things will go where they need to go. And they train themselves. They are professionals. They know how to look people when there are buildings, like in South Florida, etc. They are very active when there were earthquakes. They know how to organize the community. They have doctors, nurses, dentists. They have paramedics. They have they kind of supplies, water. So they were very much together with them. We established this MA program, which now it can have to come to Mexico to study. But we are working to have it online, so people will be able to study this program to train. We know for all the data that we have that in the next 10 years that we increase the number of natural catastrophes because of the global warming, change everything. So we need to know how to act to the resilience of the community we can deal with this situation. And we want to do as part of our commitment as choose, not just the general organization. We are committed to who want to help Tipunolam and help do work in the general way. This is a very nice program, and we are very proud of it.
So if we help your institution with some further university skills, maybe you'll help us with that kind of stuff.
We can, of course, we can explore collaborations. We like to have collaboration with different universities and organizations.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice. So this is what we are. This is an amazing community, very much community. We have wonderful infrastructure. We have one of the largest JCCs in the world, the Centro Deportivo Israelita, which joins all the communities because Mexico is organized as a community of communities by origins, but today the people interact, they marry, and then it's not like it used to be 20 or 40 years ago. It's a community with a strong number of lay leaders committed for the future of the organization. For instance, 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, there was a concert organized by Atzala, in the Bolsa Atzala here. 4,000 people participating in this concert. You can visually singer, and there is a strong philanthropic tradition of tzedakah, of helping. You have many organizations, amazing number of leaders, Jacob and Vivian, and
Off the camera.
yeah. And there is an amazing group of leaders, leaders committed to Judaism. You have, I would say, with us, you have at least, in Mexico City, 50 ranges, you have at least 2,000 leaders who meet at least once a week to their organizations. 2,000 at least.
people.
Just Magen David have 500. In all kinds of committees, from Aknasat Kala to people who have fertility problems, to community of Jewish education, formal education. It's a very organized, strong Jewish community. We have, when we use the term community, it's a kind of anachronism because it's not like the medieval Jewish community, but here it's similar.
Yeah.
The communities, for instance, something that I don't know if you would have this in the state of the same development. We have here a committee which is called Honor Justicia, which is a kind of mediation.
Honoring justice.
Honor and justice.
Honor and justice.
And each community has its own community, but there is one for all the communities. If you're from one community and another, and we were partners, and we have an economic problem, or we have family problems, going to the courts, you can first try this, and they are very strong, and they are very information because they have a very nice spirit to help people to resolve their problems. But the people who are there, they have a training. They are lay leaders. Some of the lawyers, some of them are architects, but they have a special training also in Jewish law, also in psychology, and it's very interesting. It's a very nice organization. You have stones like Kadisha here in and they perform every society is completely Jewish. Some of the parts are done by non-Jews. Here, completely by volunteers that have a strong sense of Irat Shamayim and commitment.
I've served many years on a Shepherd Kadisha as well.
So you know what?
And I know what it is. Typically, where I've served has always been all Jews involved from start to finish, but we often have
to use non-Jewish funeral homes for them.
Here, no, we are part of the community. No, this is, as I said, for instance, how many people in the States, not just in the Orthodox or Catholic, keep a strict 1 week Shiva as it must be? How many people outside?
It's a small percentage, maybe less than 10%.
Here, the most secular family, 95% of the people have is Shiva. They appear and they help, and many people. It's a kind of institution. This is a very strong traditional Jewish community.
That's beautiful. If I knew more than one sentence in Spanish, I would probably want to listen.
You can learn. You are a very wise person. So you will be able to adapt here. And this is like yours, which is quite traditional voice. We try to combine the scholarship work with the tradition in an interesting way that it may try to make justice both.
That's very kind of you. Glad that there are people here who enjoy the tradition.
I see them sometimes. I know that you are very clear about that, very well researched.
Thank you.
Approach.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. Okay, we should probably wrap it up because we have the other interview,
Yes.
right? Okay. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you. And shalom from Mexico.
Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to visit Mexico City, which has a really remarkable Jewish community and a really fascinating and unusual past. I was invited by Limud, which is this wonderful organization that provides all kinds of learning opportunities in a whole series of venues. We visited the old downtown of the city and found some beautiful 18th century architecture there, really fascinating. But it felt a lot like the Lower East Side must have been at the beginning of the 20th century. Lots of bustle and activity. It was really a fascinating place. It was just a few days past the Day of the Dead when we visited it, so there was some strange kind of like shrines still around, especially on the old Jewish street, Calle de Jesus Maria, the Jesus Mary Street, which was unusual for the central core of the old Jewish neighborhood, but in fact there was a synagogue of Jesus Maria on this street, which is kind of ironic. But it's the textile region where there were all kinds of businesses tucked away in little tiny corner stores, many of which are still owned and by Jews. You can see mezuzahs in of a lot of them.
So, and why does Harry decide to keep a mezuzah?
You know, it's really still quite an place for Jews to visit and to work.
And it has never stopped working because there are Jewish businesses in the area. So they live somewhere else, 1 hour from here, but when they work, at 2 o'clock they come, they eat a kosher meal, and they go back to work.
One of the downtown synagogues was renovated at the early part of the 21st century. And my favorite part of the renovation is that the upstairs women's gallery is perfectly fine and functional on one side, but in order to balance it out, they put an identical structure on the other side of the room, but there's no access to it. So it's purely for show. The second synagogue, just a few doors down, has, of course, you have to have two synagogues on the same street, right? One that you daven in, one head in. But the second synagogue has a kind of like a sleeve-like structure.
But they have this interior facade, this like patio, because every synagogue is also a social meeting place. And there are two buildings. The one that you saw, the office, and upstairs there was a kosher restaurant for some time that businessmen or they used to come here. No, this is very Eastern European. And it was a copy of a synagogue from.
I really thought these menorahs, the Aron Kodesh, had a distinctly Mexican feel to them. And afterwards, we spent some time looking at the modern synagogues, which are really quite gorgeous.
I'm Jack, de México, estado de Latvia. Se sigue tu papá en YouTube. Muchos saludos. Bienvenido a México cuando gustes tu pozo. Well, this is the Shara Shamayim Sephardic community of Mexico. It was built in the style and influence of the Sephardic communities and synagogues in Spain. It has beautiful, you will see, I don't know, it's from North Africa and other places, which is with oil, not with electricity.
Wow. Beautiful.
It's natural oil. Do you see?
Yeah, I see. That's beautiful. Oh, wow. Look at that. Gorgeous.
It's very active. This is a very active community. We're recovering from the pandemic, but it's a very active community.
Thank you. These are remarkable synagogue complexes with, sanctuaries. I had the privilege of meeting with Chief Rabbi Abraham Toval, who invited me to speak to several rabbinic colleagues of Mexico City, and that was a distinct pleasure. And then he led us personally on a tour of the Mount Sinai complex there, which really is so inspirational. There's so many spaces for learning, and I was especially amazed when he showed us what they have in the sanctuary, in the Kodesh, in the Holy Ark.
Wow, it is. They are very impressive.
Chagall windows,
These are Chagall windows.
Yes.
Wow.
But look this.
Okay, I'm coming.
You know,
Oh my!
so
This I've never seen.
Wow.
Wow.
To see
Oh my gosh! This is
look. Come here,
beautiful.
Look how many. These are all in one. In one
This is gorgeous.
place.
It was really interesting to see a Mexican flag where we would see an American one. And these synagogues have like beautiful restaurants inside them that are they're really more like community centers, but they're gorgeous and they're all over the city. We rounded out our visit by going to the archives, which is housed in a beautiful facility right next to a renovated synagogue. And the director of the archives gave us a personal tour, which is amazing. And they had actually curated a few objects for us to see.
First book of the Central Committee of the Jewish Community, as I told you, remember the date? Some of the last Jews that could go escape from Germany. You know the the big J, wasn't really established by the Germans. This was an ask of of Switzerland. Switzerland government trying incredible with supposedly neutral Switzerland.
Yeah.
Asked the Germans to.
The Ashkenazim are a minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing synagogues as well. And I was especially impressed with the stained glass window in one of the sanctuaries, which has the verse from Ezekiel 37:21. It really impressed me that despite the tremendous natural beauty of Mexico and the strength and vibrancy of this community, they still had that same yearning for Zion, that one day they would be taken out from their places of exile around the world and brought back to the land of Israel. Hello, most valued students. I'm delighted that you've decided to sign up for PHIN 233 Biomedical Ethics. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm proud to be your instructor over the course of this semester. My background is not from the medical field. I'm a historian. My first degree was in philosophy. So I'm especially interested in the history of ideas, in understanding how groups of ideas come together to create values that later inform decisions that medical personnel have to make. And the approach that I'm going to take to this course is primarily one of issue spotting, meaning we're going to look at the major issues that will most likely confront as a medical professional and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background to those situations might be, and hopefully that will help you understand how to approach professional duties with responsibility and with integrity. The emphasis of the course is therefore make sensitize you to the important issues rather than to provide definitive and final rulings on exactly how you're supposed to behave. Quite often, the technology so rapidly and societal rules change as well. So the specifics of how you're supposed to behave in your particular profession will really depend heavily on what the ethics custom.
Welcome, Percy. How you living?
Several broad area inquiry that will certainly give you the intellectual grounding to be able to make informed decisions together with the ethics of your institution. A few minutes to go over the syllabus. The main textbook is Legal
Welcome to the club
for Health, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, come to bear on any given question you may face, but we're also going to look at it specifically from the Jewish tradition. That is a required text, and I would rely on it very heavily. We also have a couple of recommended texts. Edward Reichman's The Anatomy of Jewish Law, which just appeared this year, actually. Very brilliant, really a history of medicine, again, from a Jewish medical ethics perspective. And then this classic 3-volume Encyclopedia of Jewish Medical Ethics, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's long out of print. So we'll be reading it from the library, coffee, and things like that. Now, the units, there are 6 of them. We're going to start with foundational principles like what are biomedical ethics and how do we decide what ethical system we're going to use when we make decisions like that. Unit 2 is going to be on issues of health and illness, which relate to things like, the ethics of smoking, the ethics of do people have priorities, things like that. Unit 3 is going to be a complex and very relevant section on reproductive. Look, for example, at the over abortion, and I think you may be surprised when you hear what the Jewish perspective historically on abortion is. Unit 4 will be on end-of-life issues. So these follow kind of a trajectory from birth to death, and we'll look at things like euthanasia or assisted suicide and so on. And finally, Unit 5, emerging technologies, things like pre-implantation, gestational screening, a lot of genetics, and I hope to look also at some of the issues surrounding vaccine dates, things like that. Finally, in Unit 6, we'll have a summary issue where we'll talk about ethics for health professionals today in a rapidly changing technological environment. Now, how do you get an A in this course? So, the first is attendance, and what that means is come to our sections prepared to discuss the material. I hope to much of the material for this course in recording, so you'll be able to watch lectures in advance and then come to the discussions, and we can dispense with simply going through material and just focus in on those areas where you might have questions, or I might bring case studies and we might analyze them and things like that. But attendance is crucial. You're expected to attend the class. Then there's another big chunk of assignment. That's worth, by the way, 20% of your grade. Now, the other 80% of your grade is made up of one big assignment that's divided into 3 parts. And this is an area where, well, here we go. The first part is a paper proposal in which you are going to write to me in 250 words about a topic that you would like to research for the rest of the semester. A list of suggested topics will be posted on Canvas, as will all kinds of other things about this course, but you will also have the opportunity to suggest something totally new as well. And that is due on December 8th, and I'll give you back some background. Oh yes, this is a great topic. Don't forget to look at this issue. You might want to look at this book or this article and that kind of thing. And then you're going to start working on that. And then at the end of January, you're going to present your research in progress to the class in an oral presentation. It's going to be accompanied with a PowerPoint or a Prezi. Let's say you want to write, for example, about public health issues, such as the controversies that are over vaccination mandates. And so you'll do a lot of your research. You'll write to me in the paper proposal saying you want to talk about this. In your research, you're going to do all kinds of materials and looking at how they responded, how doctors responded, and how public responded. And then you'll put together a PowerPoint, and then you're going to present a 15-minute presentation to the class of where you are at in your research. It's not a final product. It's not a finished product. It's just designed to let the class know what you're writing about and back. And in our discussion, you'll get some ideas about, hey, maybe you should concentrate on this, or here's another question. Hey, maybe you should consider that question. And you'll get all kinds of ideas from your peers. And then finally, 30% of your grade, you will submit a research paper, which is 1,500 words and essentially puts your research and proposal presentation into prose, incorporating the kind of ideas you received from your peers, and that's the horse. So there's no exam in this course. It's just those 4 elements: the attendance, the paper proposal, the research and progress presentation, and finally the research paper. I think it's a really great course. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and in the next video we'll talk about some of the philosophical underpinnings of medical ethics as a whole. Thank you for watching, and thank you very much for Hello, most valued. In this first video, we should take a few moments to think about what exactly are ethics, where do they come from, and determine them. And most, how do we use them and make decisions when it really counts? Now, this is not something we're going to bottom up in a very short lecture like this, but nevertheless, let's just explore some of the philosophical underpinnings of the very concept of ethics before we get into much more detailed specific examples. First of all, what is the term ethics? What does it mean? It comes from 2 related Greek roots. The first is ethikos, which means like character or quality of morality, speaking to a person's essence. A person is ethical. It says something about who they are, but what exactly does that mean? And then perhaps more relevant for our purposes, the ethos, which means custom or habitude, meaning the way people regularly behave. Not necessarily as a kind of philosophical conscious decision as to why one might choose one course of action over the other, but rather, that's just the way it is our regular behavior. So ethics, in a certain sense, really speaks to derech eretz, the way of the world in which people conduct themselves without necessarily having a firm philosophical foundation. The implications of these 2 related roots are that there's something about ethics that is deeply personal, that every person has some kind of system of ethics, hopefully something they've thought about in that, and that's why you're taking this course, hopefully to get you working through some of the ideas and to develop your own position on many of these elements, but are nevertheless constrained by the cultural value of the society in which you live. Ethics very much colored by the history and religion and the philosophical orientation of the world. Regardless of where you personally may come from, affected from the outside, And when you are placed in a situation you will regularly have to make this life or death ethical decisions, it's really important to sort out these things and get a solid foundation for your own peace of mind. This image, by the way, which the original exists here in New York City in Lamette, it's the Apology of Socrates by Jacques Louis David, very important realistic painter from the 18th century. Shown in the center is Socrates, who is the great early Greek philosopher who was condemned to death by the Greek ruling powers because he was corrupting the youth by getting them to ask questions, essentially. That's the Socratic method. And the method in which the death was to be carried out, the sentence, was he was to drink a cup of poison, of hemlock. So here he is having one of his students handing him, clearly the student on the left and the right is very depressed. And Plato is shown, that's his primary disciple, sitting at his feet with his hand on his knee. And Socrates is saying his famous lines, I'm not afraid to drink this because it will either represent a dreamless sleep or a just reward. Meaning he had a very well thought out ethical system, so much so that he was not even afraid to drink the hemlock. But maybe we'll get back to this a little later on the course. What do we mean when we say medical ethics? What are medical ethics? What are bioethics? So these are basically a sort of subset of general ethics that specifically relate to medical procedures. Meaning, if you have an ethical system and then you find yourself in a medical environment where you have to apply those ethics, the application of those ethics to those medical settings are medical ethics. The kinds of issues really very fundamental, and we'll get into them throughout this course, are priorities in medicine, for example. If you have scarce resources and you have to portion them according to an ethically consistent system, how do you decide which person gets the medical treatment first? Or how do you decide which person gets it at all? This is a very, that continues to affect societies, including the United States of America. Secondly, what about types of treatments? There are certain treatments which might be effective on a medical level, but would be highly ethical on another level. Like, let's say, for example, stealing an internal organ from a living person to another person. That would clearly be a violation of most basic ethical norms, but nevertheless might be a very effective medical technique. So choosing your medical ethics, working them out, is so crucial to functioning in the medical field. And there's one system of medical ethics. There are some basic principles which are widely accepted, and we're going to go over, but it's subject to cultural, historical adjudication. Let's look at one example, the Hippocratic, which was an oath that was first outlined in the 4th century before the Common Era, not too long after Socrates. That was an attempt to kind of, in a paragraph, say what doctors believe when it comes to ethics. But it is so deeply steeped in the cultural environment in which it was written. For example, it invokes the divine authority of ancient Greek gods that are certainly not accepted by Jews or any theistic faiths today. It says, I swear by Apollo, physician, Asclepius, Igea, kind of saying all the gods and goddesses. Like, invoking that as your is clearly a violation of the beliefs of many people. How can we base our ethical system if it's fundamentally founded on a polytheistic faith system that we do not adhere to? There's all kinds of other interesting things in there about debt to teachers, deference to surgeons, a particularly huge distinction between various types of medical workers, and a massive opposition to abortions, which would also be quite problematic for medical procedures, as we know in later class. So even though we have something that everyone seems to sort of generally agree on, the Hippocratic Oath, that's really an important thing. When you actually look at the text of the Hippocratic Oath, it has a lot of difficult modern medical ethics. So we have to go a little bit deeper, and we have to say, what are ethics based on? So they're based essentially on values, meaning what are the things that we important? We can rank the things that we consider important and structure our ethical system based on that ranking. Once again, values are culturally determined. A couple of examples. Not too long ago, it was considered absolutely appropriate to pay women less for identical work, especially in the Industrial Revolution. Men were considered the ones who were responsible to the prime breadwinner, and therefore salaries given to men had to be larger because they were expected to support a wife and children. Women, on the other hand, were basically just getting money on the side, that sort of thing. It was a side hustle, as they say. They didn't have to be paid as much. This would be highly problematic and illegal in contemporary values, especially in the Western world. Other things, for example, Jews would consider very valuable, meaning very full of value, to preserve the diet of truth, to observe Bat, to preserve tzniut, right, the laws of modesty. All these kinds of things are extremely important to Jews, but not necessarily shared by the broader society. So what you value is something that is clearly, and you live in a society in which you may have patients who have a very different set of values, which you have to deal with, and hopefully respect them whenever possible, or and medically. These values, they clash. One person may have one set of values, another might have a very sincere belief in a different set of values, and those two things will come to clash with each other, and you have to make a decision. The Gemara, the Talmud, the Bava Metzia, says a fascinating discussion that we will come to again later when we talk about the allocation of scarce resources. Two people are traveling in a desert, scenario set up, or it's kind of a lifeboat morality situation, and they have a flask of water. Two people, one flask of water. The distance between where they are and the next point of civilization is sufficiently far. If they try to share the water, it would be thirst. There's not enough for both of them to make the next town. On the other hand, could the person who has that flask of water say it's all mine and refuse to share it with the other person? So it goes into a tremendous discussion over what does it mean, what are the values? Is it more important to share and risk your life with others, or is it more important to say, hey, my life comes first? And these are the kinds of examples where there's no clear-cut answer. Ultimately, you need to make a decision, a cut answer right away. And structuring a valuable system, a values-based system, is the issues you will face. There are several different systems. I'm going to look at two ones which are based on the concept of intrinsic good. Intrinsic means something which is good in itself, for itself, just because it exists. Such as, for example, art, one might say, is intrinsically good. It's true that it may have some extrinsic value, like, for example, if you have a big stain on your wall, you might get a piece of art to cover that stain, so it's good for something else, but it's art simply because it is good in itself. It makes us happy to look at it. Puppies are also intrinsically good. Life is intrinsically good. They're all kind of love. These are all the kinds of things that people would say they are good in themselves. But even there's lots of debate over what is an intrinsic good. It may be a religiously determined value. Like, who gets to decide much is intrinsically good? Does it have to be intrinsically good for everybody? What if I like Rembrandt and you like Michelangelo? What will happen? I mean, I consider Rembrandt intrinsically good, and you say fat, right? How do we decide that? So Immanuel Kant, who's shown here in this illustration, came up with a brilliant idea called the categorical imperative that essentially worked out a formula to determine when something was intrinsically good. According to the categorical imperative, if you can act in such a way that your action is logically consistent with the way in which all rational beings should similarly act, that's considered an intrinsic good, and it is something which is consistent with duty, which is a very important value for Immanuel Kant. And it actually was an extremely useful way of looking at things. I would love to go into more detail, but I think I would burden you if I actually walked you through. Maybe when we meet on Zoom, we'll speak about the categorical imperative and test it out in a few different ways. But it conflicted with other rival systems. We see, for example, Immanuel Kant has no interest in protecting the observance of Shabbat. There is no intrinsic good, which means I feel really sorry, Immanuel Kant, because Shabbat is just so amazingly, obviously intrinsically good, but you only know that when you actually try it out. Catholicism on abortion, the idea for to oppose abortion on pretty extreme grounds, that would be considered based on an assertion of intrinsic value to the developing fetus, groups or secular groups. So intrinsic good has its own limitations as systems of ethics go. The other one, which is going to be extremely important for us, and we will return to this time and time again, is systems of ethics which are based on various types of extrinsic goods. Intrinsic means something good in itself. Extrinsic means good for something else. Like, for example, a piece of art that you put on the wall in order to cover up a hole or a stain on the wall. The most important exponent, John Stuart Mill, here, who developed something called utilitarianism. This term basically means usefulness. Since we can't all agree on basic values, because we come from different places and different, types of philosophical orientation like that, we can all agree on, what's going to be the greatest good for the greatest number of people. It's simply kind of like mathematically tally up how much it would be caused by a given action and how much good would be caused by a different action, and whichever one is the greater good, that's the one that we're going to choose. Even though we recognize that sometimes the greater good may harm some people, as long as it harms less people, essentially, then we should still go with the greater good. Right? That's the basic idea of utilitarianism. The huge influence on secular ethics and very important for American ethics as well. Give you one example. Let's say we have three friends, Shimon and Levi, and they all want to go out to eat dinner together. Shimon and Levi say they want to go to restaurant X. Reuben says, let's go to Y. Then you have three friends. Two of them vote for a restaurant, and the third for a different one. Obviously, you go with the majority, and you go to restaurant X. Or do you? We'll see in just 1 second. So, what's wrong with utilitarian? Right? Sounds pretty good, I think. So, first of all, we have to go back to the beginning. Most good for most people. What do you mean by good? What is good? Do we define good simply in terms of physical pleasure, of hedonism? That seems like a very, very shallow definition of what is good, and precludes all kinds of far more profound self-fulfillment. But if we want to go with self-fulfillment or even happiness, what makes one person happy might make another person miserable. How do we find common denominators that everyone agree with? This is unfortunately impossible. So, one good example of it, if we go to a restaurant situation, let's say Shimon and Levi are hugely huge fans of a given restaurant X, but Reuben is allergic to peanuts. And restaurant X is a Thai restaurant, which is famous for using peanuts. So therefore, Reuben can choose to go along with the majority and go to the Thai restaurant, but then he'll die. And so the amount of not good that Reuben would inherit by to the Thai restaurant is overwhelms the small amount of good that Shimon and Levi would have by enjoying a dish of pad Thai or whatever. So with utilitarianism, there's no universally applicable standards. We're just trying to figure out very rough terms what makes something useful and what makes something less useful. So where we are, 21st century America, essentially a postmodern society. We may come back to discuss what this term postmodernism a little later means. But we basically have a kind of relativistic ethics or a situational ethics where, for the most part, we decide these things as we're going along, kind of flailing about, just making decisions on the fly. And it's very, very difficult to have firm ground under us when we hit those really, really difficult situations. That's why studying biomedical ethics is so important, because when you actually get into the field, you won't have time to contemplate all the options. You'll have to rehearse these scenarios and invent and to have engaged so that you'll be able to be ready to the right decision when it happens. Most people, it's all about just basically being a good person. Examination, but we really don't know. Now, I don't want to paint too dire a picture. Some areas in which there is blame about the direction of modern medical ethics. One of those issues, for example, is the concept of autonomy, meaning the patient's right to choose what they want for their treatment.
Frosty,
This is balanced by
how you living, pimp?
emphasis on paternalism. The term autonomy comes from the word
What's good, son? What's good, son?
You make your own self-law, your own self-rule. You can choose
What is good?
to your own body. And paternalism comes from the term pater, meaning father. The father knows best. The father doesn't have to tell you what's happening.
Pimp, are you slanging dick like Pimp? Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Evident from time to time in modern medical ethics, of course, but in general, there's a lot of emphasis on patient autonomy. Sometimes that gets pretty weird. Like, for example, here in the United States, it's de rigueur to have advertisements for medicine on television. When I grew up in Canada, in most states, most industrialized nations, it's actually illegal. You can't advertise
Dogs
on television. The reason is because what do I, as a historian, not as a medical doctor, know about this medicine versus that medicine versus a third medicine, right? I trust my doctor to figure out which medicine is right for me. But in the American corporate world, they can make really
Yo, Pimp, how you living, baby?
The right kind of mood, and things like that. And I'll look at that and say, if I took that medicine, my life would be much better. I will go back to my doctor and I'll pressure my doctor in order to have him or her prescribe to me that particular medicine. And it's great.
I get that. But you warned me. But I really have a big question for you. And this is a question I need you to sit and ponder with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul, everything that you can do. Here we go. You ready? Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style, pimp?
Yes, I am.
There you go. That's what I like to hear, big dog. You want to play a game, Frosty?
First of all, do that.
I gotta go meet people on
doctors should strive at least not to make things worse. Sounds like a pretty low threshold. It's a foundation. At least don't make things worse. Make things better. But at least don't make.
Do you want to play a game?
Go around like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
You want me to send you an invite?
Do that, right? At least don't make it worse. And that is obviously medical ethics.
Okay, Pimp.
There is
Will do, big dog.
accountability for doctors.
Do you know who Tim Dillon is?
Why the next is so important, because there are lots of really important information on
Tim Dillon, he's a comedian.
In the medical environment. But to take it from a larger,
you know who he is?
As opposed to the narrow experience here.
Okay.
Which definition of justice
No, he's
for the development of medical ethics, and there are certain basic principles that we will see in that. Now, the kinds of reasons why why do I just learn my narrative? My narrative. Why do I have to think about this? The reality is because the nature of medical is that people are over-specialized. And we focus, let's say, so carefully on the left foot, that everything there is to know about the left foot, but they don't think about what the implications are for the person who opens that particular foot. And we have spent so much of our time training and experts to be highly specialized in never actually explore the history, right, which is so crucial developing that technical sensibility. Secondly, our technology has advanced way past our ability to understand what we can do all kinds of mind-bending alterations to basic ideas of human identity that we've never been able to do before. And sometimes we know how to do things before we understand whether or not we should do things. We also live in a highly litigious environment where doctors and medical personnel are sued all the time. And this is part of the downside of the lack of paternalism as a value. Commonly means that when people are dissatisfied with their treatment, they need to be make sure that corresponding. And also, one of the key questions is who else can make the medical decisions today. In the American environment in particular, with the nature of health insurance and how that functions, a lot of these decisions are not made by doctors, but really made by the commercial enterprises that support the entire medical infrastructure. And I have to be primarily insurance. So these are a whole swirling group of difficult issues that you're going to have to make your way through and find a firm philosophical foundation for your own approach to medical ethics. We're going to go into some more details in the next videos, but I want to say thank you very much for watching this.
Well, what does it matter? She's just an attractive Nazi woman. There are pretty Nazis. Are there, of every group of people,
Hello, most valued students. We've had just a moment now.
Obviously, and Sydney Sweeney is one of them. So instead of
To look at the general idea of where ethics come from, let's take a little bit of a closer look at where Jewish medical ethics come from. As we shall see, there are a lot of different ways that we can use to derive consistent and well thought out ethical decisions. But we are going to be spending a lot of time at the Jewish medical tradition. So let's understand the basics. Now, if you are totally new to this can be quite confusing, but I assure you that as we go through specific issues later on in this course, we will place all relevant pieces of information into the historical boxes, which are quite crucial. But if you are not new to this will be a very quick review on our at least moderately. So, first of all, one of the most important differences in Jewish medical ethics and other systems, particularly systems based on utilitarianism, are that ethics are basic system values that are derived from a revealed source. In other words, it's Torah. That is, Jews rely, and I want to say Jews, I'm talking about the Jewish, particularly in modern age, individual decisions that may not conform to Torah priorities. But historically, Jews have relied on the Torah as their basis for a definition of what has value. And on those values, Jews involved in creating their medical ethical system. This is quite different from, let's say, utilitarianism, where there is no fixed given set of values revealed, right? Meaning, God says, don't worry about figuring this out. I'm going to tell you in writing these are the things that are most of the music of priority. So not only do you start with a fixed, revealed source of already defined values, also rely on a narrative tradition, how to interpret those values, hermeneutic rules to determine when an apparent contradiction exists, how it can be resolved. The books, the texts that ultimately define these things and record these things for later generations are what we're going to focus on today. They include things like the Mishnah and the Talmud, the Codes, and so on. But we should also bear in mind that while Jewish medical ethics is fundamentally rooted in that revealed sixth tradition, there's this also very important concept of the Yoga Samayim. It is not in heaven. In other words, God, as Jews understand the system, gave us the basic principles, but human Jews are supposed to engage in those principles and derive medical ethics from them, along with secular ethics of a whole variety of concerns, everything from civil law to criminal law and so on, because we derive from the given principles a fixed series of narrative steps that we will go through. It's sort of like an interesting divine authority and human intervention. Okay, let's look at it. So bear in mind, this system, there is a difference between what we call interpersonal, determines ben adam kamelo, determined behavior between one person and another, and what one might call ritual ethics, meaning things that are between a person and God. Adam the Makom in Hebrew. In other words, we tend not to consider things like how does a Jew honor the Sabbath as being fundamentally different from how a Jew respects her neighbor's personal property. All part of the same system, and although we may see that there are different levels of stringency based on human interpretations, but it all fits within one big body of commandments. And this would be extremely when it comes to medical ethics, where multiple priorities often clash. Decisions have to be made, and some certain ethics have to be sacrificed for other ethics. We'll get lots of examples of this. But let's go through now and try to understand how are these values. First of all, let us begin with something that may be surprising to those of you who are new to this material, the concept that there are actually two Torahs, right? The first is written Torah, known in Hebrew as Torah Sav, and that refers to the 5 books of Moses. The first 5 books of the Bible, which according to Jewish tradition, are given by God in the form that we have them today. This is obviously at variance with ideas of modern biblical criticism. That doesn't matter because we're working within the ecosystem of Jewish medical ethics, which understands these first 5 books totally authentic and inviolate. Now, along with the written Torah, Jewish theology holds that there is a complementary Torah, Torah Shabbat, which is a body of teaching, as the term implies, that was delivered orally from God to Moses and then handed down subsequently through generations of scholars all the way up until the present day. And that oral tradition, explore in a little more detail just is then how divided into various areas. Mishnah is going to be extremely important. That's essentially a body of law. But there's also the Midrash, which is a kind of a poetic appreciation of Torah that do not necessarily do specifically with ethics, but may say something about, the universe, the nature of life, philosophical ideas, things like that. And then esoteric or mystical tradition known as the Kabbalah. All of these 3 types of information, which are codified in different types of books, as we shall see, are forms of the oral Torah. Oral Torah, crucially, which is still in today, it is still requires the active input of students in order to find out what does the word really mean. Only found out through this exchange of ideas. So what is the nature of the written Torah? The traditional understanding that Jews have held dear for centuries, that those first 5 books of Moses are of divine origin, they are infallible, even when it appears that there are spelling inconsistencies or grammatical infelicities. All of those things are intentional, including things like, for example, which must be written upside down in the scribal form of the written Torah, all kinds of things like that. And that it is fundamentally inscrutable, meaning we can't plumb it to its very depths. We can understand it on a certain level, but we always come up against things which are fundamentally secrets of the Torah, and those are only by the greatest scholars who have delved and plumbed the depths of the mystical tradition and so on. But that's basically the level of awe and respect that Jews come to the Torah, the written Torah in particular. It is understood as the blueprint of the universe. That's sort of a paraphrase of the description of the Torah. That God looks into the Torah and then creates the rest of the universe. That it is the model for the universe, that it has, no limitations in its applicability. It's eternally relevant, as a passage in the Mishnah says. You can turn it, of course, scroll, right? So when you turn, you're going through it. All is within it. The written Torah, as Jews understand it, includes all the answers you could question. The problem is you have to know how to ask the Torah the question you want solved. The oral is fascinating. Of course, this is a major separation between the Jewish intellectual tradition and the Christian. The Christians not have the oral at all. The Christian tradition does accept the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, as authentic, and then they attach at the end the New Testament, which are Christian scriptures that, that's not our area of discussion today, but the oral Torah is a totally Jewish thing. Jews have believed for time immemorial that the oral Torah has equal authenticity to the written Torah, but it's open to debate. Not open to debate in the sense that you can say yes or no, but in the sense of what does it really mean? And the oral Torah, because it is, enshrined within the living voice of students that ring throughout yeshiva halls to the day, there are so many ambiguities and complexities that arise from the fact that it is, when compared to a written fixed text, quite ephemeral. You wonder about the broken telephone phenomenon, where things get changed over time, or more significantly, the intentionally deceptive nature of some teachers meant to disguise the final answer from students who may be unworthy. There's a lot of questions about how to get to the bottom line when you're working with oral Torah ideas. I'll give you a few examples. The important ideas in oral Torah is the notion that every student is capable of defining something new, a chidush, something new. But this discovery of something new is actually the rediscovery of something that is actually already buried in the text of the written Torah. But through the exercise of the oral Torah, it becomes real. So something that previously existed, then found again. I know this is complex. We're not going to this in a lot of detail, because we're going to get to metallurgical ethics per se in the very next lecture. But let's just get our sense of picture text. Okay, so here are of texts. The one is, as I mentioned earlier, midrash, which are kind of like a poetic riffs on passages in the written Torah. Sometimes the midrash has a implication. The word for law in Hebrew, which means the way, and sometimes they are hamad. The Aramaic term is agadata, or the Hebrew is agada, and that refers to like kind of like things which are not necessarily teachings that imply that you should behave differently as a result. This chicken is kosher, that chicken is kosher. They illuminate ideas of Jewish thought processes. The Midrash were collected primarily in the Middle Ages, some of them in the ancient period, and we have them in many different books, including things like the Midrash Rabbah, the Great Midrash. The second major body of teachings, and here we will be very active for the rest of this course, is Mishnah. The Mishnah is almost exclusively legal in orientation. It is a body of teachings that was codified somewhere in the early 3rd century, and it is the foundation of a much larger body of work called the Talmud. Right? The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. The Mishnah is not a commentary on the Torah, the written Torah. I'll explain that in the next slide. And then finally, the Kabbalah, which are the mystical teachings. And in terms of medical ethics, the Mishnah is hugely important, the Midrash somewhat important, and the Kabbalah least important. In other words, if these principles, if these three major into conflict with one another, that has relevance to a specific medical question, like for example, we see this happen in IVF, vitro fertilization, where there are certain ideas in the Kabbalah that are not discussed in and in fact, a particular choice of action might be totally appropriate vis-a-vis the Mishnah, but in terms of the Kabbalah, it would be discouraged. Well, the Kabbalah and its teachings may be sacrificed because the halacha has primacy over the mystical teachings. Although obviously it would be ideal if a person could choose to follow each of them, the Mishnah has pride of place when it comes to actually determining halachic or legal activities. Confusing for you, so just hold on, and it will become clear as we get to those specific issues. So those are the three basic kind of groupings of works. What exactly does it do? So, for example, Torah clarifies ambiguities in the. I'm recording this right around the holiday of Sukkot, where one of the things that they do is they go to synagogue with 4 species that are connected with the harvest season, the palm, the willow, and a particular fruit, which is called in the written Torah the fruit of a goodly tree. The written Torah does not tell us which fruit to use. So theoretically, what is the fruit of a goodly tree? Is it an apple? Is it grapefruit? I mean, if I showed up to synagogue carrying a grapefruit, I would be laughed out of the building. We all correct fruit to Britain is an etrog, or an esrog in the Ashkenazi pronunciation. But it doesn't say so in the written Torah. There is oral Torah that goes alongside it that clarifies the ambiguity that the correct fruit is an etrog. So, you see in the picture here, the phylacteries, who has tefillin, these prayer boxes worn on the arm and head. What are they supposed to look like? Right? The Torah doesn't think about what these prayer boxes are supposed to look like. The business wraps, square, and how they're shaped, and all kinds of. These are all things which are discussed in the oral Torah. Secondly, the oral Torah applies what are apparent emissions, right? Like the laws of how animals are slaughtered to be kosher is not discussed in the oral. In the written Torah, you need the oral Torah to get that whole really important for the Jewish diet. And finally, the oral Torah sometimes even contradicts simple readings of the text. Like, for example, the written Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, which sounds very Hammurabian, meaning that if Reuven knocks out Shimon's tooth, then Shimon should be able to go back and knock out Reuven's tooth, which serves him right for forcing him to come to a Thai restaurant anyways. But the idea is, actually I got that word. It was Reuven tried to go to a Thai restaurant, right? Anyways, maybe that's the first lecture, so that's okay. But the oral Torah, no, it doesn't mean literally an eye. You take out an eye for another eye. What it means is you calculate the monetary value of one eye, and the first who is harmed by having his eye poked out, God forbid, has to receive from the person who harmed him the value of that eye in some kind of campaign, along with other things, lawsuits and medical bills and all things like that. So the simple reading of the written text often gives a very blunt version of what has to be done. The Torah refines it, sometimes even appears to contradict it. So that's what the oral Torah actually does. Okay, so go on now to these and responsive. Recall that all of these works are evolving historically as well. Theologically, the oral Torah was given Moses at Sinai and handed down, but the texts that we have before us today are the product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing. Not only rabbis, non-rabbis, women as well, but there's like hundreds of people discussing these things, and their opinions are recorded in books like the Mishnah. And the Mishnah is a very unusual document because it often does not present a bottom line. It doesn't represent the conclusion of the debate. It just says, Rabbi Meir says X, Rabbi Yehuda says Y. Next. So, how are we supposed to behave? Do we follow Rabbi Meir or follow Rabbi Yehuda? That's when the code comes in. Code, which developed in the medieval period, is starting from the 10th century and onwards. That's the most important, like the code written by Moses Maimonides, called the Mishnah Torah, not to be confused with, and not to be confused also with Mishnah Torah, which is something later. But the Mishnah Torah, a code saying, I'm going to go through all this material, which is scattered throughout many different books, basically a big list of rules that are categorized by all the laws that should be posted will be here, all the laws of monetary damages to your over here, and all of them are organized and easy in codes. Another very important we'll be looking at frequently, the Shulchan Aruch, the set table by Rabbi Yosef Kab. And so these are like rule books that help figure out what in the end is the written oral Torah want us to do. That's codes. The second document, which is extremely important for our church, is something called responsa, singular zam. In Hebrew, shelah, which literally means answers, where a specific question in an individual will be sent to a rabbi. Rabbi will read that question and then, research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the codes, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later response and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. I know this is overwhelming, there's lots of information here, but as we go through the individual cases, you'll see how these things show up. So let's say, for example, when we get to a discussion of abortion, very important discussion, especially relevant for our time here, a very famous question was asked of a particular rabbi in Israel regarding the permissibility of an abortion, and that particular rabbi, in Eliezer, responded that under those circumstances the abortion was permitted. Another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, later wrote, by the way, that rabbi who answered incorrectly, abortion should not be permitted under those circumstances. And those two positions, the first one was a classic response that was delivered to a particular woman in her particular question. The other one was really a follow-up response or a reaction to that response, but both of them constitute legal precedents that had a lot to say about what to do about abortions in the future, as we shall see. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'd like to point out a few really important principles that we will be referring to most of them. The first is the question of this rule come from the Torah, or is it something that was invented by the rabbi? The Hebrew terms here are deraisa, from the Torah, or derabana, from the rabbi. The reason is like this: the Torah gives certain rules And the rabbis, looking at those rules, sometimes say, you know what, we better build a fence around the Torah to make sure that people don't transgress the Torah. That's another rule, which is human origin. It's a rule that was made up in order to protect people transgressing the law. So let's say, for example, take a pen and actually write words. So the rabbi said, you know what? To make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make a new rule called muksa, which means that you're not allowed to touch, you can't like pick up a pen. It's true that the Torah doesn't say picking up a pen, but the rabbis say because writing is a serious thing and you express it with the first two letters, let's therefore make a rule, no touching pen. Now, if a person does pick up a pen on Shabbat, they have not violated the Torah, they only violated the rabbinic, which is very serious, but nevertheless, it's designed to keep people from going all the way actually writing on Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, a rule has to be set aside in order to save human life. It is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments of the Torah, with the exception of 3, as we will see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah by saving a life, but you have to transgress the rabbinic commandment, under what circumstances is permissible. Something that would be very important as we go through the issue. But when there is a doubt whether or not a person is forbidden by the Torah, the general rule is be stringent. Do not transgress the Torah. This particular rule is of human origin, and it is a reason where one may be lenient. I would like to add one other really important principle. It's very well illustrated by Abraham Steinberg. And this is this idea that, the Torah do not forbid something, meaning a new technology that has never been defined before. The presumption is it is permissible. We start from the idea that new technologies, new medical procedures, say no, it's a law we already have. We assume that it is yes before it is no. That would become extremely important as we explore the emerging technology for education. So here's a map just to give you one graphic overview of all of these things, specifically the oral Torah and its relationship to law, the halakha. You see on the top there, we've got the box oral Torah, which can be divided into three basic sort of boxes: Midrash, Mishnah, and Kabbalah. And most of our discussions are going to be deriving from Mishnah because that's the box that deals primarily with halakha. The Mishnah is later expanded upon to the Talmud Yerushalmi, which is the first edition of the Talmud, which comments on the Mishnah. And a little bit later, you have Talmud Bavli, Babylonian Talmud, which also led the Yerushalmi Talmud, so therefore it's kind of considered authoritative because it enveloped also the Talmud, just to go into the discussion of why they differ, why we have both things. But for the time being, the Bavli generally has more authority than the Yerushalmi in most areas. Then you have codes and responses. The codes are written because the Talmud structure is quite diffuse. There's very few areas where all the information on a given topic is concentrated. In order to really understand anything important, you have to study the entire Talmud in order to not miss anything. So the codes go back and organize it in like the Mishnah Torah, They have responsa, which really date from the Talmud Bavli shortly afterwards, and right up to the present day, 20th century, there's definitely lots of responsa still being written today, where individuals will ask rabbis specific questions. Those questions will then be answered in writing, and they can be case law treats of halacha. Okay, that's a quick overview of the areas of text that will inform our discussion. Let's get into the actual examples of Jewish methodologics, beginning with very, very difficult issues like the allocation of scarce resources. Thank you very much for listening.
How much equity is in this guy before we throw him away? Before he doesn't matter anymore? He's already deflating. The poll numbers are collecting.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to begin.
All these people, Zuckerberg, Palantir, they're all lining up going, give me
In a brief series of lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of King Herod, but I'd like to with the very first encounter with Rome, which actually takes us back to the days of a beautiful reputation of Jewish Maccabeus, or Yehuda Maccabi, one of the great military heroes of the revolt that about the year 167 before the Common Era. Place role in the encounter with Rome within its historical context. First, we've got to jack just a little bit further to the reign of Alexander the Great, who, as you can see in this map, extended the empire he created from Macedonia, which is near depth, all the way through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way through Eastern Mediterranean, including, and then all the way out northern India, Afghanistan. And after he died, this area was divided among four of his generals. The yellow color is the Seleucid Empire, and the sort of bluish purple that is dominant in Egypt, that would be the Ptolemaic. Of course, Israel itself, right in the middle of those territories, and one of the reasons why you can see in this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and purple is because it went back and forth between those two rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion, and I'm not going to go into it in great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many Jews living in the land of Israel who actively supported the Seleucids in their program to Hellenize the population. That is, to get the Jewish population in the land of Israel to absorb more and more Greek values, including everything from philosophy and science to athletics and aesthetics. And there was a feeling that this was like a modernizing thing that would bring Jews into the larger world of the Eastern Mediterranean in particular. And traditionalists argued against it, beginning with Matisyahu, who was Judah's father. And this created a kind of a traditionalist revolt against those Hellenizing Jews and against the Seleucid Greeks. Please feel free to have a look at some of my other lectures to get a better sense of how that conflict progressed. At any rate, the point where I'd like to pick it up here is where Yehuda Maccabi, who has taken over the command of the rebel forces, has effectively fought the Greeks to a stalemate. And the Seleucid general Lysias, now after the death of the previous king Antiochus Epiphanes, he proposes an armistice with the Maccabees, saying, okay, you know what? Sorry we pushed you too hard. How about we find a compromise? We'll let you, for example, choose your own high priest, which was a major concern for a lot of the moderate population in Israel. So it turned out that the Hellenized population in Israel and the moderates, they liked the idea. They wanted to end the war, not achieve full independence from the Seleucid kingdom, because they felt they're going to have to pay taxes anyways. As long as they were left alone, they had enough autonomy, especially religious autonomy, that was enough. But Yehuda Maccabi and his shrinking band of followers said that was not enough and insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued. A good portion of the Jewish population in Israel sought subsidies to try and end the fighting, whereas Judah Maccabee sends a delegation and says, "Hey, maybe Rome, you can help us out in our conflict with the Seleucids and in our ambition to achieve full independence." If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian Bibles in the Apocrypha section, there's this is, by the way, a beautiful reproduction of a 17th century English translation, the King's. And if we zoom in, we see this interesting passage. There's kind of like this header at the beginning. It says, Judas is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and maketh a league with them. And the articles of that league are described here. So the text talks about how Yehuda had heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that he can enlist them into his aid against the Seleucids. At the end of the chapter, it says here, verse 24, if there come any war upon the Romans or any threats throughout all the dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them. Right? This is like a mutual assistance, as the time shall be appointed with all their. Neither shall they give anything unto them. They will not help the enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or chips. And I wondered about, why are they not giving them chips? What's so important about the chips? It must be they have these great chips. Not by the way, a product announcement. I actually like these chips a lot. So that was a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put these things in. But at any rate, let's go back. As it has seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenant, anything therefore. So they signed a mutual assistance pact. The Jews would help the Romans if anyone attacks Rome, and theoretically, the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked Israel. Now, it turned out that it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and we don't. Well, you see how it turns out. If you look at the Greek original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the kingdom lost control of Israel, and the Maccabees were able to actually achieve Yehuda Maccabee's dream of independence. He himself killed in battle, but as you can see from not only were the Maccabees able to establish a new dynasty of the Hasmonean kingdom or Kanaim, but they were actually able to expand it significantly throughout the region on the other side of the Jordan as well. And that's essentially the history of the Maccabean kingdom from the revolt in about the year 167 until the arrival of Roman generals, what we're going to turn to next. But to understand the nature of the Maccabean kingdoms, even though the Jews had a significant amount of influence against Greek values, the Hashmonaim gradually absorbed Medias as well, and it kind of slid back into that Hellenizing frame over the next 100-odd years. Here you see, for example, a coin from Alexander Yanai, one of the most brutal of the kings of the era, a huge enemy to the rabbis. And as you can see from the right-hand side, the coin has an image of looks like a sun that's actually, in bas relief. It's actually extruded from the coin itself, which according to some rabbinic opinions would be directly forbidden as a kind of idolatrous image. At any rate, when he died in 76, there was a period of a rapprochement between the Maccabean leaders who had, claimed for themselves both the title of king and that of high priest. His widow, Salome Alexandra, known affectionately as Shlom Tzion Hamalka in Hebrew, during her reign, there was actually a period of great rapprochement between the rabbis and the rulers, and it was a period of tremendous prosperity, which unfortunately ended under her son. When she passed away, the region was thrown into a civil conflict once again. And that's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel proper. The civil war that erupted between the sons of Alexander Yanai and Salome Alexandra, who were named Hyrcanus II, he was the elder, and he was the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And his younger brother was Yehuda Aristobulus II, and both of them claimed rule. Hyrcanus II was the elder, but he was widely regarded as an ineffective leader. Yehuda Aristobulus was much more ambitious and apparently capable, and wished to challenge his brother for the rule. Other things, the idea that the role of Kohen Gadol and Melech, that is, high priest and king, should be separated. Both of the brothers ended up appealing to the Roman general Pompey, who was in the north of time for aid. Pompey looked at both of them and technically favored the Hyrcanus. In reality, he just wanted to subjugate Judea to Rome. And when he came into the area, he nominally supported Hyrcanus. In reality, he took it over. And in fact, defiled the temple in Nevada. This was in the year 63 before the Common Era. About 20 years later, Hyrcanus would ultimately be deposed by his nephew, Antigonus, who was actually Aristobulus' son, according to Josephus. Antigonus actually bit off his uncle's ears, which mutilated him in such a way that he was no longer fit to serve as the Kohen Gadol, because they're rather nasty kind of event. But this means that from 63 before the Common Era, a little bit later in time, to the rise of one of the great in this era, King Herod. And when I say great, I'm not necessarily saying it's of like wonderful leaven, but great in the sense of being extremely powerful and leaving a huge mark on history. Perhaps he's best known in the Western tradition as being the author of the so-called Massacre of the Innocents, which is a passage that occurs in Christian scriptures in which he decrees the murder of all of these in an attempt to stave off the event of the figure that would be recognized by Christians as the Messiah. There's a lot of historical discussion about what that event might have been. We shall see shortly that it may actually be referring to Herod's murder of his own children, which was something he did with alarming frequency. At any rate, Herod was an Idumean. You can see the region of Idumea here is in the south of Judea. This is forcibly conquered by the Maccabean kings, and in a rare moment in Jewish history, the population was forcibly converted to Judaism. This is one of those moments that reverberates throughout history. Of course, Judaism has forsworn that particular practice, partially as a result of the horrible experience that they had under King Herod following this forced conversion. But at any rate, the Idumeans were a population that ultimately identified with the Jewish people, but they also felt somewhat separate and occasionally resentful of that. When we get a little further in the series, I'd like to discuss the role of the Idumeans in the First Roman-Jewish War, which was quite significant. Herod's father was Antipater, who was an ambassador to Hyrcanus. Herod was one of his multiple sons. He was born in the year 73, and his father, as a result of his attachment to Hyrcanus, court of Rome, was able to give his sons political rule in various parts of the land of Israel. Herod was given the Galilee, the north, and he immediately charged in and used rather brutal means to put down an incipient rebellion that was happening there. He actually imposed the death sentence without the authorization of the Sanhedrin, which got him into trouble with the great Jewish court. And we have parallel descriptions of a rather unusual. It's mentioned in Josephus, who is, of course, one of the great historians of this era. Once again, I hope to discuss his complicated backstory a little later in the series, but he put an unusual glimpse into the moment when Herod was brought before the Sanhedrin to answer for his precipitous brutality in the Galilee. And we also have the same story with some significant differences in the Talmud as well. According to the version that Josephus offers, Herod appears before the Sanhedrin fully armed, which was considered a great act of nerve, to use the Hebrew term chutzpah. It was a great insolence to appear before the great court wearing armor, and he effectively cowed all of the judges into submission, and essentially they let him go without any kind of reprimand. In the Talmudic version, which you can see here, appears as the great rabbi who stands up against Alexander Yanai, the king, and challenges his colleagues. In the Josephine version, it is none other than Shammai, the interlocutor to Hillel, who is the only rabbi who had courage to stand up to Herod, but unfortunately he is not supported by the rest of the Sanhedrin and Herod. Why these two versions, Josephus and the Talmud, differ in the important details of which figures are speaking is beyond the scope of this discussion. Herod brought three particular skills to his rule in the land of Israel, and we'll see them play out over his long career. The first is that he was capable of bold, brutal repression, that he had very little qualms about using violence to support his rule. Secondly, this was combined with a remarkable level of public generosity, that he was certainly capable of recognizing the needs of a larger population and to provide for their tax relief and grain whenever possible, and especially, we'll see shortly, in a massive series of public building works that were designed quite often for public benefit. So this combination of being very brutal and bold and at the same time very generous is rather unusual and certainly helped to promote his rule. And the fact that he possessed was he was an extremely shrewd cultivator of relationships and alliances, particularly early in his life. He was very, very full and able to choose between various Roman factions and to find supporters and patrons and know when to deflect and when to fight back. He was able to cure his realm primarily because of these three cells. Bold, brutal repression, generosity, and his cultivation of relationship.
Whatever it was. But currently the brand equity, and by brand out Palestinian toddlers in a base. Brand that's the brand equity of 250 sticks. Give me 400 sticks. Ready? Here I go. The thing about the work, the thing that people are struggling to understand.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In
the
previous lecture in the series, we looked at the first encounter of the Jews with the Romans in the period of the Maccabees, and then brought it up to look a little more closely at the beginnings of the reign of King Herod. I'd like to continue with the discussion of King Herod, specifically looking at his remarkable achievements in public works and in great fantastic displays of architectural skill. So perhaps the most significant and certainly the longest lasting of Herod's great architectural contributions to the land of Israel and the Jewish people, huge renovation of the temple. The rabbis are in the Talmud are somewhat ambivalent about it because himself, even though he did a fantastic job beautifying the temple and expanding it, he was a really brutal, awful ruler, as we shall actually see. If you look at this ground, which I purchased from Witzmeyer, a great site that has all kinds of amazing architecture. The Temple Mount, as it exists, King Hezekiah. You can see the Temple Mount under King Tizkiyahu at the top. Of course, the temple was distributed to Shlomo HaMelech, but the mount as a whole here. And then you have a few additions during the Maccabean era. And then the fourth picture from the top is it was vastly expanded area. You can see the green area represents the dramatic expansion of the Temple Mount area as a whole. There's a beautification of the structures. It tells us that only Kohanim, only priests, were allowed to work on the construction, and that it never rained in the daytime, only at night, of course, during the rainy season and so on. And then on the bottom, by the way, you see that obviously it's changed dramatically because the temple structures were all destroyed during the first Roman Jewish war in the year 70. The Muslims later built the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque you can see on the right, but nevertheless the Temple Mount as a whole is still preserved. The area where we have the western wall, the Wailing Wall, is the wall that's facing us is the western wall, so it looks something like this. And you can see the Dome on the Rock in the background, the later Muslim addition to the temple, and of course the Jews gathering to pray at the site of the last retaining wall of the temple. Note that it is a retaining wall at the end of the Temple Mount, not the wall of the temple itself. And if we also look to the southeast, you can see that there is actually a remnant of the Herodian construction. This is an area that's all the seam, because more clearly than many other places shows where the actual wall under the Hasmonean ended, and then you can see how Herod extended it significantly to the south. Anyway, that was one of his greatest public contributions, because the temple was the central ritual site. By beautifying it and expanding it like this, he made it much more accessible to the larger population as a whole. And I should also mention, by the way, that public generosity in terms of temples extended throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not shy about offering sacrifices at non-Jewish temples as well, something which the rabbi would not approve of, to be sure, but he often generously gave donations to other temples elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, and he was known as a very, philanthropic king from a significant territory in Caesarea is one of my favorite places. This is one of the most beautiful locations in Israel, and Herod had designated it as the primary location of the Roman Jewish nexus in Israel. That is, unlike Jerusalem, to be sure, and unlike much of Judea and the Galilee, Caesarea was to be essentially a Roman city, and he put a tremendous amount of money into renovating this city to make it acceptable to the Roman aesthetic. Here you can see an aerial view that shows you the port, which of course on the Mediterranean, pretty much in the center of the land of Israel, and he significantly expanded the port to make it much more viable commercially. The whole region was destroyed, or the whole port was destroyed in a major earthquake in the year 117. But you can have a look at what it must have been like here in this artist's rendition, that he actually built this artificial reef that curved out, and you can see there's kind of an entrance to the bottom left of this picture where the boats would come in, and they would have a safe harbor to be able to dock and unload their wares and so on. The building of this artificial harbor, which was the largest of its day, used volcanic ash from the Italian peninsula in a rather unique architectural manner, where they would float out to the places where they wanted to sink the stones for the reef. They would mix up this concrete, would actually dry underwater using this volcanic ash, and then they would allow the forms to drop into the water and harden there. It's remarkable engineering, and must have been one of the wonders of the world at the time. You can see he built hippodromes, right, which are like racing stadiums for horses and things like that. Tremendous number of things like aqueducts, classic Roman architecture, bringing water from far away in order to meet the needs of the growing population of this region. Really fantastic public works that made a huge mark in the country as a whole. I'm going to show you a few images images from this remarkable article, The Landscape Palaces of Herod the Great, published in Near Eastern Archaeology. The author is Professor Catherine Gleason. She has some amazing pictures. Let's have a look at them. Here in Caesarea, you can see an aerial view, one of the promontories that's related to the reef that I just showed you, and this is what it would have looked like in terms of the palaces, the pools, the Hippo Stadium on the right there, and it really must have been such a glorious palace. And Herod, in particular, was fond of gardens, so you're sure that there were gardens planted everywhere in his palaces. If you look at Jericho, there's a remarkable series of gardens that appear, kind of suddenly in this region, which is surrounded by desert, but has the Jordan River flowing through it. Here you can see in this a series of drawings from Professor Gleason's article that he has several palaces that are all surrounding, including sunken gardens. And here you can see what it looks like today, with just a suggestion of one of the artificial hills that he built to try and give contour to the region. And this is a cross section that just gives you a sense of what it would have been like to walk through Herod's palaces, which he scattered throughout the land of Israel. Here's Professor Gleason's own drawing that his love for the Roman colonnades and the gardens, of course, and the landscape Jordan, the landscape of Jericho in the background must have looked like some phenomenal kind of countries. Perhaps one of the most dramatic settings for Herod's palace was the one that he built on the top of Massa, huge massif, not too far from Jericho, just south of the Dead Sea region, where this was actually a place that Herod had deposited his family during a conflict early on in his rise to power, and he probably conceived of it as a kind of bolt hole where he could hide again in the future if he needed to. But he certainly wanted to, hide there in comfort. So, they had all kinds of strings dug in there, all kinds of baths were set up, and he planted numerous gardens to beautify. You can look at this map here. You can see some of the various structures that were placed at the top there in this very defensible area, and on the right is a model that just gives you a sense of the grandeur of this architectural vision that has the palaces literally top down the rock faces. If you ever had the opportunity to climb to the top of Massa, it is truly glorious to watch the sunrise or set in the region. And of course, all of this material was of great help to the rebels later, who had their last stand, according to the story in Joseph's Romans in the year 74. To a broad sense of his phenomenal architectural activity, much of which was for public, one of the much more positive elements of his reign.
I live in a white country, and I'd like to continue to live in a white country. I love white people. Protect Europe. American Eagle, all right? I understand why people are mad. I understand why people are mad. I get it a little bit. It's the initial part of the ad where she goes, I'm a Nazi. She's like, I'm not even a
In the last lecture, we spoke about Herod's remarkable architectural achievements, but that is not the feature of his rule for which he is remembered. He is most likely remembered for his incredible brutality, directed not only at the general population, but specifically to members of his own family. And that's what I'd like to turn to first. In the image here from John William Watershouse, you see a beautiful depiction of Marianne, or also known as Miriam or Mariamne. That was one of Herod's 9 wives. She was the one who gave him the most status because she herself was of Maccabean descent. She was a Hasmonean princess, in other words. And as we mentioned in a previous lecture, Herod himself was of Idumean descent, and therefore had less of an ethnic claim on the throne. By marrying a Hasmonean princess, he was able to attach himself to the bloodline of Jewish royalty, however, but that was not to last. Because a fit of rage, he executed in the year 29 before the Common Era. According to the talk, he immediately felt tremendous regret over this, and so he had her body not interred, but rather submerged in a vat of honey, so that he could preserve her body and look upon her when he so desired. Rather bizarre story. But anyway, have a look at this of Herod. You can see that he's towards the left in the middle. It says here Herod reigned from the year 37 to the year 4 BCE. And what I'd like to do is to outline the family members who were killed by Herod and give you a sense of the broadening scope of his familial madness. His first act against his family is the murder of his brother-in-law, Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife, Mariamne. He was 17 years old at the time, appointed him to be the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Much to his displeasure, Aristobulus proved to be quite apparently both Mariamne and very good looking, and the population as a whole were quite enamored of this young high priest. So, fearing the possible rebellion of his brother-in-law, he had him drowned at Jericho, and then some funeral to commemorate or perhaps a nasty act against his family. Obviously, relations with his wife Mariamne, the sister of Aristobulus, went downhill for there, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery, and so he had her well. She was 25 years old. Then he goes on, and you see towards the bottom left, his sister Salome was married to a man named Costobar, and Herod began to suspect Costobar of fomenting a recurring theme. He's going to fear others trying to take power away from him, and so therefore he either murders them or exiles them and so on. So he has his brother-in-law Costobar executed for suspicion, but Herod goes on to killing even his own sons. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamne, and once again, Herod learned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the Immaculate Innocence that teachers in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a tremendous amount of records. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, he decided to expel his own Boras, that is something in this, rather than killing him. Again, for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him. His first wife, Doris of Jerusalem, he actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that were in and then eating pigs, but obviously had no problem slaughtering his own. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At one point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. But Herod was determined that people should not celebrate when he dies. So one of the things that he did, get a sense of how far gone he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the Hippodrome. Local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has done it. It seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood, make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt at life, he was enraged and he decided to order the murder of his son Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater, Herod changes his will. This is the seventh time he's so not surprising him. He keeps on killing off his beneficiary. He has to keep juggling his will. The meaning of that will was in the next lecture in the series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel, she convinces the guards that the brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so, perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards the prisoners and then made themselves scarce right away as well. And then, shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was entombed at this great last architectural site, Herodion, also pronounced Herodium. It is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual a great palace, but also his final rest place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early rise to power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the prominence of gardens in the area gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. This is a view from the top, or rather, gloomy view with the gray skies, but nevertheless, you must sense the majesty of this particular location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzev, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb, believing it was somewhere at Herodion. Here he is in a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself. The tomb was racked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War. So we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have his great architectural legacy. And of course, we have the historical record of his bloody yet long reign in the first century before the Common Era. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing in the next video with the discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century.
And there's going to be a backlash. And there is a backlash against trans people, whatever. Because people are going, wait a minute, who is part of this agenda? Why are my kids learning these ideas at 7, 4, 5? There's always a backlash. Tell people questioning.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, where we left off the discussion.
Control the weather. It's inevitable. You make people crazy.
Was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to continue in the next series of lectures with the Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only history, but of world history. Today, we're going to be working primarily at the social and economic, religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. See that the green area here is outlined belonging to Archelaus. The sort of orally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod had the marriage, but they are. It's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also noted here is the regions that were given to his sisters, which primarily consisted of a few cities. Anyway, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up and in this way, and not in a as a kingdom, as Herod owned it, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty and in fact even violent, repressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept pumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger ownership of Syria, which would be important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities, under Roman pressure, tried to enact a census. This was in the year 6. And this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable. But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the Hebrew scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. This means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count, tokens of individuals. Like, for example, giving the half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we can count up the shekels and we know exactly how many people there are and so on. And even in contemporary period, when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say that has 10 words in it, such as, for example, the Hamosi blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which should only be said when you're actually reciting the blessing over bread, or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hosea, that's sometimes counted. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material here. There was a tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census. A lot of actually brigandry going around the land of Israel. Something which was in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the men that would erupt in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in a couple of weeks. The unrest significant, and because the local official in charge was a man named Sabinus, who was placed in charge by Governor Barrett, Syria. As I mentioned, governor responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect
the census. Sabinus essentially did his own thing. He even raided the temple. And so Governor Varus had to down and actually quell an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him. Then, which is on the Rhone in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France is not so bad, but we should understand that in the year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere out of France, and so it must have been very hard. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurants. I don't know how Jews could live like that. Anyway, in place of the kings that we had earlier, and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, these 4 individual rulers, the Romans put in first, called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example of one of them, perhaps certainly the most famous of them, other than Pontius Pilate. We will again return to talk about the birth of Christianity series of lectures. It's actually a stone discovered, of course, in Caesarea and Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. You see in the second line there, you just see the U and then Pilatus, which is for Pilate. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa the First, and then following him, Agrippa the Second would be the last king of Judea, but we'll leave that for another chapter. I'd also like to point out that in the context of the massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to rise up and open revolt only with external forces brought in from Syria, could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. There are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, I'm just going to touch on it, is issues of pests and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, 2 really big different types of populations. You have aristocracy, the tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people, because the temple is there. And so the aristocracy, the high priesthood is going to be in Jerusalem per se, and that will attract the wealthier classes. Tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes much more concerned with preserving their wealth and with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Rome and larger Hellenistic. So you have kind of an unusual situation in the cities, and in particular Jerusalem, where you have an aristocracy that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time very dedicated and close to the temple. The city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the 3 pilgrimages. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these tend to be flashpoints for uprisings and violence, especially around Passover, well, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily for much of this period on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts. I want to belabor that point. But repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic.
Ever.
Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modes of spirituality. He seems to have had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we shall discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was in the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's this, or the town of Yotaphat, the village of Yotaphat in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary, in this strange kind of environment where he is the number one world expert on things Jewish. At the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And he, although we know of his history of the Jewish war in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. The Romans were his friends and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience. And the emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, named Flavius, he knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. He edit his words. And how does he edit his words? In order to meet the favor of that very important audience. So everything we know this first century, not everything, but quite a bit that we know about the first century, comes from Josephus, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very full kind of way. And so it's good to unpack everything he says. We will, from time to time, cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this trip. Let us continue then with the discussion in ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and then I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this lecture. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms of their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple cult, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim, the word derives most likely from the followers of Tzadok, and let's explore that in just a minute. They were the group that was especially known for its production of the various high priests of the era. And as we shall see, this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed, and then all kinds of things happened to this. They went through very, very of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Juan Masi, and it is the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aaron, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron, and it descends through the roles of the families, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of these are modern day Jews who claim last name or caste, but different names as well. That in fact they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor, which is really fascinating, but not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes it, nevertheless very cool. And he's rushing to carry this Greek-style vase of, looks like some kind of, maybe he is doing Trumat Hadesh, the removal of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this image. At any rate, so the name Tzedukim is one that appears in the Talmud to describe the Sadducees, and there are two possible tzaddoks from whom they could derive this. One tzaddik, of course, is a figure who was from the era of King David. He had a high priest named. The rabbis, however, derive the term Tzeduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus, the man of Sodom, who's quoted in the great collection Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi who lived early 2nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Tzad Boetus. Now, Antigonus Ish Soho is famous, a particular passage that's in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving reward. Right? In other words, serve God without any anticipation or demand for a payment in return. Payment is in fact even a better term for the word pras than reward. But like kind of like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor, and now you pay me back, right? So Antigonus Isoko said, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asks you to do it, and you should do it simply because God is the one asking you. According to the rabbinic tradition, his two students, Tzadok and Boetus, misunderstood him and said, well, that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And should do it, following teacher, we should do it without thought because there is no reward. And so the Tzedukim, especially associated with the notion of denying the world to come, the notion that there was, a heaven and things like that. This is one of the prime, kind of delineation between the Pharisees, we'll see in a second, and the Tzedukim is particularly with regards their notion of life after death. It would be fantastic if we could actually read what the Sadducees had to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals. Once the temple rituals were done away in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, no more kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, would resurface in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have, God willing, opportunity to explore those in the future. But for the time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees. Not only the rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian tradition has a fair amount to say about them as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Sado and Boetus, and in the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts. But it's really hard to parse out, well, what exactly is the difference between that Tzeduke
Welcome, Miss
and
Aquarius.
Boetians? What exactly, how do you parse out this between these Tzedukim and Baitusim? Now, by the way, that it's also difficult to figure
Are
out
you ready for
what
him?
the Sadducees stood for, because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud, from the 13th century on, especially with printing in the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text.
Is today your day?
To avoid, not only of the Talmud, but even prohibiting its print. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, or let's say the dialogue in the Talmud presents a rabbi,
today's your day. That was it.
And they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to scrap the entire print run.
That's good.
The printers would having the rabbi arguing, say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee. And the oral tradition would continue in the sense that the Talmud hopefully would know exactly a replacement. It should actually read Sadducee, but quite often we don't know what that means anymore. And so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for good descriptions of what the Sadducees held for. But one reasonable argument that may appear for analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with the Hashmonayim, with the earlier Jewishans going back to the period of the Maccabees. And the Boetians may have been a sect of, again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. Herod had such a long reign of many decades that you could easily have rivalries develop among the aristocracy vying for the position of Kohen Gadol, and so that would be an actual kind of, not ideological, but kind of organizational difference between the Tzedukim and the Baitusim. We otherwise don't know ideologically how. Okay, so those are the Sadducees in a very brief treatment. Let us now turn to look at the Pharisees.
Oh no, my finger slipped.
No, that's me. My finger slipped.
It all comes down to this. Get it?
Hello, fellow students
you
of Jewish
won.
History. So in this mini set of lectures, we look at the political environment of the early first century in Judea. Then we look at the Sadducees, followed by the Pharisees. And now I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active, but whom we do not know very much, but are nevertheless quite.
Miss Aquarius has her 100th win.
The term Josephus's fourth philosophy. Not that I really know exactly.
She did it. Good job.
It's never stopped.
Leave it at that. We'll play tonight. Bask in your 100th win.
Josephus is to try and make Judaism understandable to his
we'll see tonight, God willing.
Gentile audience. He uses this term that probably refers to Senes, or the Essene, a group of Jews who was separated from society quite radically, and are most likely associated with the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea. And those are the people that we're going to talk about right now. So the Dead Sea Scrolls are a series of manuscripts, hundreds of manuscripts and fragments of manuscripts, most of them written in Aramaic, but also Hebrew and Greek, Nabatean and other languages, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea in the late 1940s. One of the most important scholars to work on them at the time, Professor Eliezer Sukenik, who was an archaeologist who was one of the first to discover the value of these manuscripts, which were floating around the black market. And he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that he could, but including those that were on sale and advertised even in the New York Times. This created a bit of a rush for these documents as people began to hear about them, which was interrupted by the first Arab-Israeli war, the War of Independence, as the Israelis call it, that took place between 1948 and 1949. As soon as things began to calm down, of course, there was an armistice line that divided the territories. Some were not accessible to Israeli researchers anymore, but a frenzy of archaeological studies began as people began to, comb all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the Dead Sea, looking for these documents. And they found hundreds of them. Some of them collected in what appear to be scriptoriums, where they would be used as kind of reading rooms with like tables and chairs, or benches at any rate, and others that appear to be storage rooms where they were probably hastily abandoned, most likely in the context of the First Roman-Jewish War, and they sat there for the next 2,000 years until they could be discovered. And the discoveries were absolutely phenomenal. First of all, we have every single book of the Hebrew Bible is represented there, with the exception of the book of, this is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in a remarkable structure in Jerusalem today, but there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many antique texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, even apocalyptic nature, and scholars rushed to study these. Now, the controversy surrounding the Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the documents were dated from 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity, and scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, find a lot of material that give us a sense of what the intellectual milieu was of the ministry of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable, sometimes written on copper. One section of this copper scroll deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have kind of end days feeling, and there's these mysterious discussions of the the son of light and the sons of dark. Reads a lot like the book of Galatians, for example, kind of like end of all time, massive conflagrations. It's very spooky kind of reading. There's also some fascinating discussions, in a particular text called the Manual Discipline, that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essene, or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that this is even a Sadducee break-off community that was upset with the way things were going in the temple, and they established this particular community here. We don't know exactly who was living in this region. They're often referred to simply as the Qumran community, and a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact, they found many of the settlements of these people. It appears that they lived, especially if you connect the archaeological finds with the texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved, things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of, or a rigorous kind of type of initiation where people had to go through several different, exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that Josephus writes about these people, like they were only they had a lot of ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests, and to maintain a very high level of purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are made, interpreted by the Pharisees. So that was part of the interrelationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which sounds like a good idea. Everyone was given their own shovel and had care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine actually did that. I mean, how do you do that? But that adds to the confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. I mean, he does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment, maybe with the Qumran community itself, but we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus's writings and take them with a grain of salt, but we do have some of these archaeological digs that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvaot for ritual immersions, for ritual purification. Mikvaot are like ritual baths, and communal dining areas that correspond with the Manual of Discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the first century, possibly in the context of the Great Roman Jewish War, 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit later with the Bar Kokhba 2 to 135. But they, we lose track of who these people were, and all basically the Dead Sea Scroll lie on. I have not had in this quick overview of many of the ideological groups discuss two major groups. One which will have impact in the late first century. Those are the Zealots, and I'm going to observe those when we start talking about the uprising against Rome. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. Christians are very small at this time, but they would be huge and influential in the future, so we will return to that later. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the first of this series of lectures, we discussed the reconfiguration of the land of Israel after the death of Herod, and the growing communal upset with the way in which Rome was handling affairs in the land of Israel that would provide grounds for incipient revolt. And then we looked at the Sadducees, who were a group that was much more closely connected to both Rome and the temple ritual, and those two factors are intrinsically related. Now let's turn our attention to the so-called Pharisees. The Pharisees is a term that we see in Josephus, and we also see in the Christian scriptures. It is not, however, a term that we have in rabbinic literature. And so that's led to kind of a confusing amount of scholarship on, well, who exactly are the Pharisees? It seems very reasonable that the Pharisees are essentially what we would call today rabbis or the sages, and they are sort of like the foundation for Judaism as we understand it for the next 2,000 years. They are inheritors of the oral tradition, the defenders of the oral tradition. Ultimately, the text known as the Mishnah and the Talmud would be produced by their intellectual descendants. We can understand them basically using modern terminology. So, if you lived in the first century, you might have difficulty figuring out which one actually is mainstream. Actually, living in the 21st century, sometimes that's difficult. Do you define mainstream Judaism based on the amount of adherence that a particular movement has? Do you define it the wealth of a particular movement or the political power of a movement, or do you determine it in terms of its antiquity? So certainly today's, let's call them Orthodox Jews, lay claim to the greatest antiquity. It's, Orthodox Jews today can read the texts and basically identify their own lives in the text of Maimonides with the observance of the Sabbath and all kinds of things like that, and much further back than that as well. And many of those things would be totally foreign to non-Orthodox Jews. But when you get to the first century, the version of the perceived from the Pharisees is actually the same, that they are inheritors goes back to Moses. Although other groups, such as the Sadducees in particular, they would dispute aspects of that particular argument. And so, as my father of blessed memory would often say, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose." The truths that we have in the 21st century are in many ways we had in the first century. But let us return to our identification. Who exactly are the Pharisees? So one very long-standing scholarly argument is that the Pharisees refer to a group called the Perushim. And if you watch some of my older lectures, I really push on this point hard. But since I'm doing a lot more reading lately, I'm not quite so sure that that is a hard and fast application. One of the reasons for it is because we only find it in a handful of places, and it tends to be in very specific contexts. The term Perushim means those who separate, and so the argument is that the rabbis, seeing that the temple cult was essentially defiled by Sadducees who disrespected the oral tradition, they separated from them, and their power base, they're linked to the larger population. And there seems to be very little doubt that the Pharisees were, in fact, the most popular of the ideological movements of that day. That their separation from the center of power is really what caused them to take on the name Berushim, or those who separate. This is a hard argument, not only because it's only used a handful of times in rabbinic literature, and again within specific contexts, but it could be defended perhaps by saying that quite often groups only really derive terms to describe themselves when they have to distinguish themselves from the other, right? Like, for example, if you look at 18th century Eastern Europe, Misnagdim, or opponents, didn't have that term, which is basically what we call Lithuanian Jews today. They didn't have that terminology until the Hasidic movement arose. And so the traditionalists said, we oppose the Hasidim, therefore we are the opponents, we are the Misnagdim. They existed long before, centuries before the Hasidic movement, but they didn't have a word for themselves because there was nothing to define themselves against. So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see this term floating through the Talmud and the Mishnah and so on. You tend to see like Chazal, which means the sages of blessed memory, but you don't really see the term pollution. Never looking at how Josephus describes them, looking at how they're described in the Christian scriptures, albeit tends to be a little bit of a negative, very negative slant. Primarily because, as we shall see, the founder of Christianity is depicted in the Gospels as having intense debates with Pharisees, sometimes quite heated debates, but they were really quite close in ideology. See kind of really more controversial sections of this. You have the most heated arguments with your own family members, right? Your spouse, your siblings in particular, your parents, maybe your children, God forbid. That's really how most heated arguments. The arguments on the street, you don't have that intense because you don't really care about them nearly as much. But let's leave that to the side. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to come to the idea that the Pharisees are in fact the early rabbis. So what these rabbis believe in? They definitely care very much about temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees from time to time are forced to consider the opinion of the Pharisees regards the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules, the halakha, of how the temple should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules. They're apparently from, as we read in the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement, because it's very clear from Josephus in particular that the fair significant base, the larger population, Jews tended to look to the Pharisees being legitimate bearers of spiritual authority, and they constitute essentially the heroes of the first century and prior. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai. We mentioned earlier Antigonus Ish Socho, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were only recorded later, but based on very strong traditions. The Pharisees essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to God and the world and the metaphysical universe that we would understand today as Judaism. Obviously, in the modern era, when we get to the 18th century and beyond, there are new questions raised as to how to interpret these doctrines. But in the ancient world, the Pharisees were generally considered to have the greatest level of authority. Okay, so that's basically the Pharisees in a nutshell. Let us continue with the discussion of Qumran community in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue with our discussion of the Jewish encounter with Rome by looking at the diaspora in Italy itself. So when we look at the pre-war period, that is the period before the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 through 74, you've got Jewish communities set out themselves in Italy. Jews circulating around Rome, Jews circulating the Boot area of the Italian peninsula, and in the football in Sicily. So you already got Jewish settlements already happening. Rome is certainly the most significant of them. And let's recall, Rome is the center of this massive empire that expands the entire Mediterranean basin. You can see on the right east seaboard, there's Judea, of course, and there's Romans all across. They're well into Spain, the Iberian Peninsula. There's Romans penetrating into Europe, beginning to make inroads into Northern Europe as well as England. The only place they haven't conquered is, of course, way out east, where there is at least Chabad, which, of course, celebrates lots of Jews. That's a joke. I'm just joking. Let's go on. So there's Jews already connected with the Roman Empire even before and the massive displacement of slaves after that conflict. Just to recap where we are in terms of these relationships, the Maccabees under Judah Maccabees shown here in this remarkable Reuben
illiterate, they already signed a decree with Rome in the year 161 before the Common Era. And when the dynasty of Maccabean kings, the Hashmonaim, began to decline, took advantage of this by advancing into Jerusalem in the year 63 before the Common Era. So we are absorbed within the Roman Empire well over a century before the Roman Jewish War. There were Jewish clients who were kept in place under Roman authority. Agrippa I, Agrippa II are the last of them, but before that, of course, Herod, who we discussed at length earlier. There are two major rebellions that stress, I think, past its breaking point. The one of 66 to 74, which is considered the first Roman Jewish War, the Great War, that resulted in the destruction of the temple, which occurred in 70, 74, perhaps 73 is when Masada fell. And then, of course, the major Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. So there's already quite extensive foreign relations with Rome that are happening from Judea well before the wars occurred. Now, what about those Jews living actually in Rome? There's a certain degree of Roman xenophobia that is occurring at this time. Xenophobia is a type of antipathy which is related to the fear of the strange. That's really what it means. Xenos in Greek means stranger or foreigner, and phobia, of course, means fear. So the Jews were behaving in ways that the Romans really did not fully understand. And we can see this in the scattered references to Jews that we have in Roman literature from the first century before the Common Era right up through the next few centuries. Many of them were brought as slaves by, and they're looked down upon lower social status. Of course, the majority of the population of Rome were slaves at this time, but the Jews were especially strange slaves in this regard. Cicero has a fascinating passage in something that was recorded in the year 70 for the Common Era, where he's involved in a trial of a man named Verres, who was apparently Jewish influenced. Judaism was really quite a competitive ideology at the time, and actually attracted a lot of Roman converts as well. There's some estimates that say that among citizens, Jews constitute as much as 10% of the Roman population, which is but at any rate, what does Cicero say in the context? Well, he makes a pun that says, what has a Jew do with a Verres? Verres, of course, being one of the plaintiffs or defendants in this case, and Verres in Latin slang means pig. So the fact that Cicero could make a pun about who is influenced by Jews, adopts Jewish practices, Jewish leaning, he would stay far from a pig, and yet his name itself means pig. And that's a kind of a convoluted pun, but the fact that Cicero could make this pun, and that the pun would be well received theoretically in his audience, well, he wouldn't have said it, just indicates some sense of the consciousness of Jews that Romans had at the time. There was some awareness of Jewish practices, and they were regarded with some suspicion. For example, the fact that Jews took off an unheard of one day in seven to rest, the Sabbath. This was far greater frequency than Romans would normally, and so Jews were considered. The fact that Jews, had certain initiation rites, especially men, circumcision, made them seem misanthropic or clutch to Romans who were not necessarily willing to go through this process in order to, be part of this society. And the dietary rules and things like that all seem kind of clannish behavior. There's certainly a degree of mistrust and misunderstanding that goes with Roman environment, but I think it's not especially we'll speak more about that when we really Christian period. There are, however, some very regarded very favorably by the Jews, and they mourn his death quite conspicuously as well. So this is the kind of environment that Jews are living in Italy. They're coming originally, it was a diaspora community, then they're coming in and they're quite a few slaves, and eventually those slaves are manumitted and become freedmen as well. There's even evidence of a very old synagogue in Ostia as early as the 1st century, before the war erupted, with some rather remarkable and very strong evidence of Jewish settlement. Now, what about that massive wave of
war refugees that come after the first war between Romans and Jews. Of course, we know that the Romans, and we talked about this several lectures before, made a tremendous amount of political hay out of the Judea. That's partially for the reasons of supporting the new Flavian dynasty that was formed by Vespasian and his sons Titus and Domitian after them. The Flavians, unlike previous emperors, did not come from high nobility. They had much more humble origins, and therefore, in order to impress upon the Roman public that they were deserving of imperial rule, then they emphasized their military exploits. And you see this with the great archers, you see it with the numerous Judea-Capta coins that reference this huge military victory, which is really, viewed within the context of other Roman military victories. Although it was very hard fought and required tremendous resources, it was not like a new swath of European landmass. It was just the putting down of a provincial revolt. But nevertheless, the Romans, especially under the Flavians, used a huge amount of energy in promoting this victory because it had political purposes. Such that doesn't happen anymore today in modern society. So I can't help but say this. But we see some really fascinating things about the Jews coming in. Have a look at this remarkable gravestone, which dates from the first century. And when we decipher the Latin, it reads as follows: Claudia Astor, Claudia, a prisoner from Jerusalem. So this is a great marker of a young woman, Astor, Latinization of the term Astor, who was a captive from Jerusalem. And then she married Tiberius Claudius Proculus. I wonder if the Claudius are somehow intentional. Who was an imperial citizen. And when she died, he, as the stone says, took care of his for life. I ask you, make sure through the law that you take there that no one cast down my inscription. She was 25 years. So this is a fascinating document. It's a gravestone. If she was a prisoner from Jerusalem during the First War, that's been taken off to Rome no earlier than the 70s, if she lived years, maybe this is at 15 years beyond that. So this would be roughly 85. And taken, let's say, as a 10-year-old girl, older, there's no real way to know. It's very clear that husband, who was a woman, who married her, not a Jewish man, that he was deeply in love with her because he produced this stone to her grave. And I think especially poignant that he asks that this stone remain, and in fact it has remained. In fact, it has been preserved because basically to see this stone itself. But it gives you just a little bit of a hint as to the kind of process of acculturation and assimilation that must have been taking place in the immediate post-war era as these slaves began to make their way in society. Apparently they were not socially relegated always to the slave class, at least the ones that began to reach their status as freedmen. Really got to learn more about how that process works. But we definitely have lots and lots of Jews who are flourishing at this time. Another indication of the strength of the Jewish community in the following century or so is the creation of several catacombs for secondary burial. This is something that was typical of Jewish practice at the time. It's described in the Talmud. There's an entire chapter devoted to this, and there are similar necropolises in Israel, particularly in Beit Shai. So basically, what Jews would do is they would bring their dead to a location, and they would be left there to decompose. And then afterwards, usually a year afterwards, there would be kind of like a family celebration where the family would go collect the bones. This was something called weekly, that sounds right, gathering the bones. And then they would bring them back to the family crypt where they would be preserved. Several of these family crypts and public necropolises all across the city of Rome. Here you can see a map where they are located. The crosses, of course, are Christian catacombs, and the ones with menorahs, you can see there's some in the north, the Via Torlonia, and then on the left, Monteverde, and in the south, there's quite a few of them, Via and so on, where there's clear evidence of Jewish burials. All kinds of Jewish symbols. The menorah is perhaps the most significant of them. Surprisingly, very little Hebrew is used, sometimes a word or two, like shalom, but lots of Jewish symbols, like the menorah, the lulav, all kinds of stuff like that. And some of them are really lavishly decorated. As you see this one here with the two cocks in the background, painted ceiling. So these are upwardly mobile people who are on graves. I find here's a beautiful wall painting of a Boston time and daytime that is obviously very in Israel. And I find things like this especially remarkable. This is a sarcophagus lid showing what must have been a very expensive sculpture of a young child patting his pet puppy. And this must have been something that would be dedicated by very devoted parents, obviously very who suffered this loss, and sought to remember their child with this gorgeous piece of art to cover his tomb. It is also interesting to note, of course, that this particular presentation would have presented many problems in the period for the prevailing customs with regards three-dimensional sculptures, representations of people, which typically not do very much cultural allergy to these kinds of representations. So perhaps that is a suggestion as to the lower level of education, of Jewish education. It's hard to say exactly. We also have evidence of another Jewish community growing in Rome, of course, is the Christians, which is still a very strong Jewish movement. And I talked in another lecture, there's still doubt a question of the Christian, the another religion. Are Christians supposed to be celebrating Jewish calendar events? Are they supposed to be keeping kosher? What exactly are they supposed to be doing? And it is over the course of the first 2 centuries of the Christian movement that you to see the gradual de-Judaization of the community as more ethnic non-Jews are attracted to them. So, and that also represents a shift in the relationship of the early Christian community with the Jewish community as well, which has a turning point in the early 4th century with the conversion of Constantine, as shown here in this sculpture. By that time, in the early 4th century, you still have a very strong Jewish community, and by one estimate, the Christian and Jewish populations are more or less the same size, more or less the same proportion in the overall Roman Empire. After Constantine's conversion and the conversion of the state, recognizing Christianity as a legitimate religion, then of course the battle towards Christianity and Judaism begins to lose a high degree of its democratic position. What happens after this is we begin to see Jews now as freedmen following the legions to various parts of Europe. We see them in the south of France. We've always seen actually in the year 6, Herod's son Archelaus was exiled to the south of France. Not such a bad place to be exiled to, although here there was no Asian restaurants anywhere in the neighborhood of the US. I don't know. But you find all kinds of interesting scattered evidence of Jewish life in both Roman outposts at this time. Here's one that I'll share with you right now. And there are like dozens of these kinds of artifacts. This is a small hammer that was discovered in the Austrian town of Halbton, called the Halbton amulet. It's a piece of gold foil. It's a flat piece of gold about 2.5, 1.5 centimeters in size, and it has some letters. It was originally folded into a tiny silver box, and it looks like it was worn on a leather thong, probably around the neck or something like that, as a type of amulet to ward away the untoward development. And what exactly does this amulet say? It was found, by the way, on the skeleton of a small child who was buried in a Roman graveyard, so presumably with Roman soldiers, Roman aides to the camp and followers of the camp and so on, and there were families there as well. And the child was laid to rest, this particular amulet. What the amulet say? You look at here at transliteration and transcription. It is the Shema, Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one, from Deuteronomy 6:4. A central prayer in Judaism. But it still is kind of weird. If you look on the left, you see here, this is how it's transliterated in letters. Not precisely the Shema. It appears that there is what looks like a spelling error in the word Yisrael. Strangely inserted there. Line that absence of spaces between the letters is pretty common in writing of this particular word. But I think the word Sod, which means one, is also spelled funny. If you look in the I have to Hebrew, it has the actual number one. In Greek, it's the letter A, number one. That little four beside it is just the footnote that goes from the article that I took this shot from. So there's two really results. Here's that change to Yisrael, and the second is the use of the number one for the word Hafah. And many scholars have reasons why this is so. And I showed this to my wife. She said, well, obviously, the reason why the scribe wrote the number one, or the word one, is because he ran out of room. And I said, no, that's kind of silly. It's an expensive thing. It's written on gold and so on. But I read a lot of scholars say that's probably. But note that number one is actually it designates a theologically consistent notion with this. The fact that God is unitary, singular, unique, as opposed to God is, let's say, first. God is the only one. And so the number one here, when it comes to us, is intentional. That it was used that way specifically to say something that adhered to Jewish theology. As for the T in Israel, that was not all that common. There are other ancient encryptions which also preserve this. So, to sum up, what does this amulet mean? I mean, it opens up so many questions, maybe more than it answers. But it appears there were Jews who were living on the fringes of Jewish society, and yet so deeply attached to their Jewish identity that they would invest in this expensive item. It's a gold amulet put inside a silver box and then buried with a child, which must have been an act not only of, on a simple level financial sacrifice, but of great devotion and sadness at the loss of the child, not unlike the sarcophagus cover that we saw in the Roman Jewish catacombs. So this is a very distant Jewish community, perhaps far from total awareness of Jewish practices. I mean, this child is buried with non-Jews, but also not typical Jewish practice. And yet, nevertheless, there is a rare amulet around the house. I think it's all quite fun. So, we're going to stop here. We're going to come back in our next lecture and look at the growth of the Christian community and what that means to the Jews. Thank you very much for that.
That I retweeted something from Rosen, which is a good one. Okay, it's a good one. I like this one. Corgis are like the Peter Dinklage of the dog world. They're short. I can see that. I can see that.
Fantastic. So then let us begin. Tonight's task is
Tweets. Fire tweets.
want to take us past the Roman Empire. Last week we looked primarily at the Byzantine Empire, and this week I want to take us to the north, to the Gallic regions, to really look at the Roman roots of Ashkenaz. This is, of course, a region where many of us on this call actually trace our roots to. About 70% of American Jews trace their roots back to Central and Eastern Europe, which is associated with the Rhineland of Germany. That's what we're going to look at today, the relationship between that specific. So here, let's have a quick look at the population distribution of Jews around the year 700. And this is going to be a little bit rough. I don't have the right kind of map to give you a real map, but so don't pay too much attention to the relative size of the circles. But clearly, the largest and most important site for Jews in the late 7th and early 8th century was in the region of Mesopotamia. That is the great Talmudic center, and specifically moving a little bit further upriver to the region of Baghdad, which was a major center that kind of went to the land. So that's where most Jews are concentrated. That's where the geographic intellectual center, the gravitational center of the Jewish world really is. There's still a significant population in Israel itself, and in fact, the story of the 7th and 8th and 9th centuries is the tension between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia and the growing ascendance of Mesopotamia. You have also, as we discussed last week, a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. A lot of them are there as a result of the disastrous Roman Jewish coup in the 2nd century. And although I'm not sure here, because again, my map making skills are not great, there are significant pockets of Jews living in Asia Minor, Greece, all across the coast of North Africa. Lots of Jews established across the coast. But the Spain is beginning to become a powerhouse, and even eclipse Babylonia by the time you get to 10th, 11th, 12th century. Specifically, there's a growth from Spain to what is southern France. And this story really begins at in the region of Provence, which is one of the first Roman centers we know Jews live. In fact, we even know the name of the very first Jew who lived in the south of France. His name is Archelaus. He may not have been actually, he may not have been the actual first Jew in this city called Vienne, which was the Roman outpost on the river Rodanus, or Rodon. But he was exiled there in the year 6 of the Common Era, largely because he was an extremely good ruler. You recall we discussed his situation. He was the son of Herod and was unable to placate the various factions that were competing for power and authority in Israel. And so the Roman emperor simply said, okay, that's it for you, Archelaus. We're shipping you off to the south of France. Not an especially bad place to be exiled to. You have to go somewhere. But of course, it was entirely bereft of any kind of kosher age. So it must have been very hard. The city of Vienne is on this very important river, the Rhone River, which runs from the north to the south and empties into the Mediterranean. And that is the home of the Aradanites, also known as the Aradania. These are these remarkable travelers who left no record their own, but they are recorded in the Arab geographers who describe their far-flung travels, and it is absolutely amazing. He goes a few paragraphs to the Radanites in his works. You have other works that confirm it. These Jews whose base was most likely in the Rhone River. The term Radanite probably derives from Rodanus. And from there, they were able to have this massive worldwide trading network. He describes how they're multilingual, speaking everything from Slavic languages to Asian languages, African languages, and although we don't know a lot about who these Radanites really were they specific Jewish guild of merchants? Were they a family? What exactly they were, we don't know, but we
do know that this is one of the most remarkable examples of an international trading network that was largely run by Jews from the south of France. So we've got a very advanced kind of mercantile environment happening in the 9th century, and Jews are at the heart. So there's certainly a lot of Jews who are centered in Provence at this time, being involved with the Rabbinites, and we have some records of those that speak to their presence. So let's try to understand now, what does this have to do specifically with Ashkenaz? Let's begin from the Ashkenaz example. So first we have this strange word in the chapter 10 verses, B'nai Gomer Ashkenaz, the Rifas, the Sorga. And the three descendants of sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz first, and Rifas and Sorga. When you put it into the larger context, Ashkenaz is the great grandson of Noah, through the line of Japheth, normally associated with Greek national culture. However, in this context, what we're seeing is referring specifically to a people of Ashkenaz who are associated with later a land, and then when they're associated with land, the Jews who live there are ultimately the ones who are identified as Ashkenazi. In other words, there's no such thing as an Ashkenazi Jew from the biblical period. There are Jews identified as Ashkenazi because they lived, that later on was identified as homeland of this people, not Jewish, called Ashkenaz. Complicated, I know. But what it means for Irving Agus, very important to store here in New York City, that around the year 900, there were about maybe 5,000 or 10,000 people who were actually living in this region of Ashkenaz. And before the Holocaust, they had grown to about 12 million people, about 80% of all the Jews in the world. Where exactly is this place Ashkenaz? If you look at another reference to it in the book of Jeremiah, and you associate the places that are listed alongside it, including Ararat, for example, which would be in Turkey. Many biblical historians have tried to figure out where that might have been. Some associated with Mesopotamia, others, like this particular map here, put it in Asia Minor, right there in Turkey and so on. But in reality, and it's possible it goes further north, the Scythians and so on. But in reality, Ashkenaz is just a people. We use this term now to refer specifically to the Jews who come from this region. From the literary records, we have scattered evidence of Jews trading what would be today Germany and France as early as the reign of Charlemagne. There's even some fascinating scattered tiny fragments that put it further, but definitely, and really there are things like, a particular house was leased out to Moses the Jew, or there was Isaac the moneylender showed up in a particular town. And we don't know anything about the size of these communities, where these Jews were like, individuals, how organized were they, nothing like that. We begin to get a much stronger picture after Charlemagne. By the way, this particular amazing gold replica of his death mask is said to contain his skull cap, which I don't know if that means he's actually Jewish, like his skull cap on that, but it is kind of interesting. We have more details when we look at the reign of his son Louis the Pious, and especially his later successor Charles the Bald, shown here, especially bald, but this guy over here. We definitely have some monetary on here. We see more and more Jews here. They are, when the records start fleshing out, you see that they are actually invited into these territories. The charters are these documents that essentially lay out what are the rights and privileges of the Jews living in these regions. And Jews would move like as a community, not individual Jews showing up and then they make an idea, but like whole groups of Jews would settle in it and would create a charter with the local noblemen, and then they would get their privileges and data. Some of the leaders are of doubtful provenance, meaning they may have been written long after the Jews were already well asleep, and they were written with backdated but nevertheless, we do have a much better sense of why the Jews were there, what was the motive allowing them to be there, and their principal activities were heavily economic because they're literate, they're numerate, they're very well versed in commerce, as we saw with the Radhanites. We even have specific names of some family. The Romanus family that comes from southern Italy in the late 9th century, and they produced generations of leaders for many communities, including founding a movement called the Hasidic Ashkenaz, or the highest ones of Ashkenaz in the 12th century. Some of the things that are going on there, which we really, I'm not going to go into detail tonight, but the Hasidic communities were pioneers in creating specific sets of rules for themselves that govern how they would establish and develop their frontier societies in these places far from Jewish centers. They're really quite fascinating, and they tell us a lot about how Jews sort of like thought in a forward-looking manner about how are we going to definitely establish ourselves and remain, keep our integral strength as a minority in this kind of situation. Included among the takanos, the things like the Federal Hayishu, or the ban on settlement, which would actually restrict who could live in a particular territory based on the needs of the community. And we also have other takanos which are very social in nature, such as we discussed last week, not in this class, but in the Monday night class, the ban on polygamy that was issued under Gershon Yehuda, known as Neo Hagolah. So lots of really creative, interesting things happened by the time you get to the 10th century. Now, moving from here, we're trying to understand where these how we connect specifically with Rome. One of the most fascinating frontier areas of history, the use of DNA evidence, which I did not study at all when I was a graduate student. We spent so much time studying Eastern European and national history. We spent so much time various, Marxist ideologues, and there's different takes on Marxism, Leninism, and so on. Wasted a lot of time with that, I got to tell you. I wish I had learned more about genetics. Fascinating tool that we'll be able to use. I'm going to share with you two recent studies that just came out that do something at a genetic level to Ashkenazim to this part of Europe. And what they say about Ashkenazim today as well. This is this remarkable article, which has only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 authors. Many of these articles have like 30 authors on them. And the headline basically says, one of the things that they found was that the DNA analysis of Ashkenazic remains in the 12th century clearly indicate that a lot of the genetically inherited diseases that plague Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer, cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs, and so on, really predate the 12th century. And that's kind of like an interesting headline in itself, but I think from a historical point of view, we can learn a lot more. This study is based on is something that was discovered in the city of Norwich. You can see in southeastern England. And when they were digging up the area for to construct a look at that Castle Point shopping center they built on the site, came across this well. They're like digging sideways through the ground, and they hit this medieval well that had been. So they stopped. The well, they found that there were some 17 odd bodies thrown in the well in Norwich. Really has to be adults and children, men, women, and children. And they began to study the DNA of these bones. And they discovered, by looking at the DNA, that they had strong correlations with Ashkenazi roots and Ashkenazi Jews today. And in fact, with computer technology, they're even able to model what some of them actually look like, even down to the color of their eyes and the color of their hair. Kids have red hair, blue eyes, which is also a stereotypical thing. So this radiocarbon dating placed these remains back in the 12th century And in historical records that we have here, it seems clear that these Jews were the victim of a riot associated probably with the Second Crusade. We know of a civil disturbance that occurred at that time, and obviously these Jews were thrown in frisbee belts and and left in this wait there for another 800 years. Once they were discovered to be Jewish, their remains were turned over to the Jewish community and they were given a proper burial in the local Jewish cemetery. But it shows us on a genetic level that there was definitely Ashkenazi living in England in 12th century. Not a surprise to the historical world because we had known this from other data, but it is definitely a very strong and arresting image to see. Is I want to go to another genetic study, the origins of the Jews that connects specifically to Rome. And this is something that just appeared very recently in the journal, very prestigious journal called Cell. And November 30th, the New York Times actually had a write up on this. So another discovery was made in the city of Erfurt. And this is basically, this is actually taken from the article by S. Waldman. Genome-wide data from medieval Jews show that Ashkenazi founder of dated the 14th century. This is a great from the middle of the 14th century. There are some 33 odd individuals there that were discovered when they were digging up the Jews. You can see the top picture on the right is the city wall, and this was a Jewish cemetery. With initial DNA results indicating that yes, these were definitely Ashkenazi Jews. The authors of the study got permission from halachic authorities to work not with the bones, which presents a lot of difficulties in Jewish law. They have to be treated with a high level of dignity, they have to be reinterred as soon as possible. So I'm allowed to work with the that had been dislodged from the skulls. It's no longer allowed to consider bones or part of the person the last remains. So we do some factual studies of the teeth. We were able to not only identify the genetic makeup of these people, but also by looking at the nature of the enamel, we can actually get some sense of the different water supply that they drank, because they see different communities that come together in this particular region. Only one of the bones that there were the destined result of violence, one head trauma. Appears to have died just as far as we can tell. And by the way, my son-in-law pointed out to me when we read this a while ago that I really have to make a joke here. The tooth enamel showed they were truly very heavily reliant on So what was really striking about this particular study, especially leads us to our central question of the relationship between Roman Jews and Ashkenazis, is what it had to say about the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck. The founder event refers to basically when did Jews first come to this area? Who were those first pioneering Jews? And secondly, the genetic bottleneck refers to when all of a sudden the population stops receiving genetic data from outside the community. And when did that? So here, have a look at this. I'll walk you through it as I understand. First of all, at the bottom of this map of this diagram, you have the ancient period of Jews in ancient, right, primarily Middle Eastern genetic stock. Hard to say to really differ from other Asians, Syrians, Iraqis, Egyptians, and so on. And then at the top of this map, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews in the 21st century. So in the ancient period, you have lots of people are marrying to the Jewish people. The Bible speaks about, of course, she was Moabites and neighboring people. That and eventually she would, of course, be the grandmother of King David. You have Tipater from Pidinet, south of Israel. You have Helena of Adiabeh.
which would be up in Syria. Just a few famous names that I chose about from history, the vast majority. Who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people this encompasses? There's no way to really tell. They just lost this. But there's no question that there's lots of people. We have lots of records. Then, in the first and second century, you disrupted a major proportion. That's the Roman-Jewish wars. The first one ending in the year 70, primarily when Sodom fell in 73 or 74. Later, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and a massive number of Jews from the Middle East are taken off into Roman servitude. There's already a Roman Jewish community, ready from antiquity, as we've discussed in this series, but this suddenly brings a massive number of Jews with Middle Eastern name into the Atlantic. From the first and second century, over a few hundred years, you have Jews marrying South Italians, you have Jews marrying North Italians. There's a genetic difference between them that is protected by the state. And then somewhere around the year 800, you have this time where we don't have the specific names of these small group of Jews that migrated from northern Italy to make their way up to the region of Erfurt, Germany. But we definitely can trace through the DNA profile of the remains just how many back that went, and it places us right within the same period of time that historians have been assuming all along. Meaning, this lecture that I'm giving you right now, I could easily have given this 20 years ago, and we have the same conclusions, but now DNA evidence really drives it home as being, that's the correct way to understand how Jews come here. So the Erfurt remains are something like 700 years later, and one of the things that is really interesting about the research is that the remains not only show a very strong rate of endogamy, meaning unlike the ancient period where Jews are marrying with lots of other people outside their narrow ethnic, in Ashkenaz, largely marrying among themselves, which is of course going to accelerate the incidence, God forbid, of genetic accidents, but it also indicates cohesion. And this also indicated that, in fact, when we look at modern Ashkenazi Jews today, they are remarkably similar to the Erfurt remains. They even are a little bit more narrow in scope of Erfurt, which is absolutely fascinating. But it shows you just how many centuries of endogamy created the Ashkenazi Jews to the Jewish community that we know of today. Also revealed in the study, although it's mainly by default, is that the thesis, i.e., that Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of central converts to Judaism, supported by the data. There is no remarkable incidence of Central Asian DNA in these remains, and so, as we have argued on several occasions, it appears like that is largely a bogus theory that does not have data. Okay, so what does this all mean? Let's look at this map here, which gives you a better picture of how the Jews got there, and we did once they got there. So you see the purple line is diagonally in the middle of the street. That's really the picture we're talking about. Jews from the 1st century leaving the land of Israel, many of them on slave ships, and making their way into Italy. That's the bulk of the origin population that later produced the Jews of Ashkenaz and in particular. Definitely other Jews that made their cross the coast of North Africa, as we discussed at the beginning of tonight's lecture, are Jews that settled in Spain and then made their cross the Pyrenees into Provence, and then later mixed with the local Ashkenazi populations as well. But that bulk really comes from the village. Those Ashkenazi Jews later spread to the east, so that's where you have the majority of Polish,
Czech, Slovenian, Ukrainians are descendants of those Central Ashkenazim, and then there you have a massive movement to America in the 1880s. If you look at the DNA numbers, they look like, again, taking DNA of those Jews in Erfurt, they have about 15 to 45% of their DNA is Middle Eastern, and a large chunk, 45 to 70%, is Italian. Especially in a call like this, I don't have to remind you that Judaism is not defined by genetics. Judaism is an identity that is principally religious in nature, although it does recognize matrilineal descent, at least in most of the medieval and modern period. That has been the only way to become Jewish is either to be born of a Jewish mother or to convert to Judaism. So a person could have absolutely no Middle Eastern DNA and still be perfectly Jewish. But this helps us understand why the Ashkenazi Jews tend to be lighter skin tones, like Italians, especially North Italians, and helps us understand a little bit of our affection for things like that. No, it's probably cut that out of the exercise. I think I need to practice it. Anyways, I hope you found this lecture useful. Thank you all.
He's like, I definitely came to exercise and I definitely increased my boost. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, nothing has changed, guys. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is for now. Maybe we can talk about it. But I will say this. I was just joking earlier, but so I don't drink anymore. Really? Yeah. Wow, dope. That quick? I don't drink any less either. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this guy's got it. That was good and also a little.
Hello and welcome to the lecture in the series of the Jewish encounter with Rome. I'd like to spend some time right now speaking about Rome in the context of the Roman Church in particular, which of course is going to be the major religious inheritor of the Roman Empire, and its relationship with its mother religion, Judaism. It's kind of a difficult lecture, but let's see what we can do with it. Have a look at this rugged landscape, which is the region of Qumran, very close to the Dead Sea and the Judean desert. The opening at the bottom there is Qumran Cave 4, where these scrolls were discovered. And it was in this region that the great Talmudic Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, really Mishnah rabbi, made a famous statement that has been preserved in the Jewish tradition. You have a look at this statement here. It occurs in 33rd chapter of Genesis, where, as you said, the highlighted passage, Esau turns and greets his brother Jacob. Have been estranged since Jacob managed to be blessing of their father Isaac from him. And so they have an arrangement and they come together, and it says that Esau was reconciled to Jacob, and he falls on his neck and he kisses him and he cries. And you see the word on the left in the light blue shading, little dots over the top, is kind of a Masoretic indication that you have to read this particular word, and he kissed him differently. Look on the right, you see the commentary of Translate, and basically Rashi says that this kissing was not, with enthusiasm, as Esau had a tremendous resentment for Jacob for the incident of the sin of their father, and Rashi brings down the commentary of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who says, "Halacha hi biyadua she'esav sonam Yaakov." It is a well-known law, halacha, that Esau hates Jacob. This particular phrase has become sort of proverbial in Jewish culture to mean that the outside world hates Jews, right? Esau represented certainly the Roman Empire, because in Talmudic literature, often a shorthand for Rome itself, has a tremendous distaste for Jacob, has a hatred for Jacob, and this will never change. Now, that
may be true on a theological level. It's not really my place to discuss those kinds of things. But viewed in the context of when it was said, we can certainly see that it was sharply pointed at Rome. That rugged landscape that I showed you a few minutes ago was according to the tradition where Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai had to hide out in a cave for 2 years because he was being pursued by the Roman soldiers after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's master was the great Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva was caught and horribly murdered with fled from his bones with iron rakes and a really horrific type of martyrdom. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai spent 12 years hiding in a cave, and his statement was halacha b'yadua. It's a well-known law that Esau hates Jacob. You certainly understand it within the parameters of his specific life, and possibly we can expand it much further. But when we come to the history of anti-Semitism, we can certainly see that there are change theology over the course of time. There are basically, scholars identify 4 specific periods of anti-Jewish ideology. Like when you actually ask these Semites, why do you hate Jews? They will give a very different set of reasons depending on when and where they live. It's also important to know, by the way, that I may use the term anti-Semitism anachronistically. This is a term that was invented in the 80s by Wilhelm Marr to try and provide a much more polite term as an alternative to the Judenhass, which were very vulgar, couldn't be in popular society or polite society. So using the term anti-Semitism, know that I'm not a Jew hater. I am simply one who is an anti-Semite. I am against the fictitious philosophy of Semitism that argues that there's a real conspiracy and things like that. So, what exactly are these 4 basic stages? The first one is ancient phobia, which we see primarily in the Greek, where there is a fear of that which is different or strange. Right? From sex means stranger or foreigner. Phobia, of course, means fear. And so there's kind of like there's a massive of Roman and Greek writings in which they express empathy, often misunderstanding of Jewish customs, keeping kosher, Sabbath, and things like that. But that kind of cultural friction common to all cultures. It's whether or not it's perfectly normal for culture A to express some hesitation, fear, trust of culture B, especially if there are also more obvious outward sign differences. That's just the human condition. If you get to the second level, really Christian anti-Judaism, when anti-Semitism to be qualitative, because as we showed in this lecture, there is the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism that is more than just 2 cultures bumping up against each other. It is one culture seek out in opposition to a parent culture. And just like a family metaphor can be fraught with all kinds of really deep psychological tensions, so too is this early Christian Judaism represents a lot of those tensions as well. Then, and we're not going to discuss these too much today, but basically, the medieval period really goes off this and becomes quite pathological. It loses a lot of its religious character and becomes much more associated with strange things like blood libel, the Jewish conspiracy with lepers, with the Black Death, really much, much more violent. Finally, when you get to the modern period, basically from the middle of the 19th century onward, that's when it basically abandons all of its religious motivation and is more characterized by a fear, an irrational, some kind of global conceit to control the banks, control the media, to control governments, and things like that, all on dominating society or global society. So these are the 4 basic phases of
anti-Semitic thought as we experience them up until today. We're going to focus now on period 2 because that's that we have come up to. So I recently was very fortunate to spend a weekend in Mexico City with James Carroll and his wife Alexa. We were both invited by an organization called Mood, which is like it's an international society that around the globe organize these Shabbatonim, Sabbath gatherings, just to explore Jewish texts and cultures and ideas. It's really quite fascinating. James Carroll is a fascinating individual, a very articulate person, extremely talented writer, won the National Book Award, all kinds of things like that, called Constantine's Sword, the Church and the Jews. And the reason we were invited together is that we were to give a talk together about how Christians see Jews. And I think it was a very enlightening experience, specifically, but more generally, I really appreciated the time to get to know him and his wife. Now, James Carroll, of course, comes to the story with a very personal background as well. He was actually a Catholic priest. In the context of his growing consciousness of the challenge that the church had with Catholicism and other issues, like he became a strong anti-war activist. He ultimately left the church. He left the priesthood. He still remains a member of the church, but kind of like a reformist flank, as it were. And Constantine's Sword is a remarkable book, very worth reading, that essentially takes you through both the history of the church and the Jews, but also James Carroll and his own voyage, which is fascinating. Now, let's return to his specific thought and how he understands the early period of Jesus and after the destruction of the temple as well. He invokes a fascinating metaphor of an experience he had with the loss of a close family friend. And in the weeks and months and even years after that friend passed away, he was part of a group of friends who would come together for a wake sort of environment, discuss the life and legacy of the loved one that they had lost. He came to call that a healing circle, where getting together with friends who'd known the person who passed away, they would tell stories, they would share memories, and together they would support each other in their grieving. But at the same time, they would kind of like create a collective memory of that person. The sum of which was certainly greater than its individual parts of the shared pieces that informed each other's memories and so on. And James Carroll argues that that's essentially what was happening for decades after the death of Jesus. That his early followers, all of whom were Jewish, were getting together and trying to understand what could this cataclysm mean, what could it mean that their leader, whom they revered so highly, was no longer among them. What would they do with this new type of metaphysical situation, especially so after the destruction of the temple in the year 70? Because with the destruction of the temple, everything was turned upside down. I mean, Jews had invested for 500 years all of their spiritual one structure into the rituals that happened there. And although there were already functioning synagogues, local houses of worship, and so on, they were clearly far subordinate to the temple. Meaning, now that the temple is gone, why would God have abandoned the Jewish people and allowed the temple to be destroyed by the cruel Romans? What is the future of Judaism? So James Carroll argued that essentially this is when you begin to have intellectual bifurcation of Jews who follow Jesus and a much larger group of Jews who were not a part of the Jesus circle. The Jews who were not part of the Jesus circle, which let's say were Jews at the time, they began to invest in the rabbis and their vision of a post-temple Judaism. We will still see in a few minutes. The rabbis were very busy at this point, instructing a model of Judaism that could survive the loss of the temple, finding alternate ways for Jews to express their religious learnings to God, and ultimately that would become the Judaism Jews have enjoyed for the last 2,000 years. On the other hand, the followers of Jesus said, no, the destruction of the temple means all of that is over, and we have to create a total that is centered on the figure of Jesus, into Jesus' soul. And this was all happening with a Jewish framework, with Jews discussing these ideas with other Jews, only after the first three Gospels were written. Let us recall that the Gospels, as we have them today, the first four books of the Christian Bible, the first three were written probably within the first 20 years or so after the temple, between 70, maybe 90, perhaps a little bit. Those three books to be the most Jewish of all of them, the most close to a Jewish individual. And in those three books, which are called the Synoptic Gospels, because they read kind of like a synopsis of each other, you can more or less lay them out in columns and compare events. There are places where they diverge from each other and so on, but basically you can lay them out that way. The gospel is quite different. So in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you have the phrase in Greek, because these are only recorded in Greek, hoi Judeoi, the Jews, occurring 16 times. In all three books together, only 16 references. The fourth book, the fourth gospel, written by St. John, written much later and with different mindsets, has the phrase "Hukodei" 71 times. And I think it's very clear to see just from this one statistic how things have changed from the gap between the Synoptic Gospels and the Gospel according to John. That the Synoptic Gospels are still representing, a debate within Jewish circles. Hoi Judeoi are, after all, us. They're, after all, same people who are worshiping Jesus. But by the time you get to John, and the increasing number of non-ethnic Jews, that's when the Jews become the other. Hoi Judeoi is so much more useful a term because the non-ethnic Jewish Christians are looking at the Jewish mother religion. I was saying, well, that's different than what we're doing. And one of the most important figures to advance this is, of course, St. Paul. Never himself asked Jesus, other than in a kind of supernatural vision on the road to Damascus, where he has, kind of a conversionist experience, and then he becomes a dedicated follower. He actually turns away from his earlier origins as a self-described Pharisee, a Christian. And then if you look at this map, I mean, my gosh, he's just all over the Middle East. The Eastern Mediterranean is covered by his travels as he is going from town to town, basically showing up in Jews, speaking at synagogues to Jews about Christianity, but increasingly speaking of hangers on of the Jewish community, non-Jews who are listening in and saying, wow, there's a lot of useful stuff here. And in fact, quite a bit of the message was very appealing in that it acquired a lot of the very powerful ideas that were to Judaism, such as, a caring God to whom one could pray, that one could have a relationship with, that being in history, that specifically to individuals, the idea of life after death, the idea of responsibility for choices, all of these kinds of ideas are very appealing. And the only challenge to traditional Judaism for non-Jewish would-be converts is, of course, the high threshold required for conversion. From men's circumcision, radical changes to diet, the Sabbath would have been observed anyways because it's so much fun. Shabbos every one day off a week to detox, no electronics and everything. It's great. I don't know why anyone would want to do it. But at any rate, so Christianity represents a more accessible form of the key ideas of Judaism, a kind of Judaism light that the non-ethnic Jewish populace could find meaning in. So that's really one of the reasons why Christianity really rapidly began to increase after Paul, in particular, began to spread gospel, literally spread the gospel. Now, what about the church fathers? That is, those early thinkers, those early theologians that lived and wrote in the centuries after the death of Jesus. Some of them some very strong views about what to do about the parent religion. One of them that's most important is Marcion, also pronounced Marcion. Here he is, his face kind of obscured, talking to John, not insignificant as John is portrayed here. And Marcion essentially argued that, okay, how do we relate to our parent religion, to Judaism? He said that basically in terms of the post-temple period, that means that Judaism is over and irrelevant, and that we should abandon everything associated with Judaism, including the Bible, with the exception of the new set of scriptures which are being written, which eventually will be collected and called the New Testament, which distinguishes from the Old Testament, which is the Christian way of describing the Hebrew Bible. And he said that we have to simply move on and forget about all that old stuff. Now, his point of view was ultimately rejected, was opposed by many other church fathers, including Justin Martyr, who we're going to discuss in a second. But nevertheless, it represents a strong step towards supersessionism, the notion that Christianity supersedes Judaism and makes Judaism irrelevant. Now, if we turn to Justin Martyr, who was himself martyred by the Romans, and see the name Justin Martyr, he also lived around the same time, and he recorded his thoughts on Christianity and Judaism in a document called Dialogue with Trypho. There are some scholars, including the great 19th century Jewish historian Heinrich Betz, who argue that this may be the remarkable Rabbi Tarfon, very important rabbi in the Jewish tradition, but it's unlikely. The dates are kind of like not exact. Other reasons why it's probably some other person named Trypho. At any rate, Justin Martyr articulated without doubt Christianity supersedes Judaism, and Judaism maintained in order to provide context for the way in which Judaism is superseded. How so? Let me give you one example, which is also taken from James Carroll's work and is very, very careful and personal description. So here's a famous movie, the first movie that came out in CinemaScope, right, which I think is color. I don't exactly know what this means. A modern miracle you can see without glasses. What if you? I wonder about these things. The robe basically refers to a relic. The church would become deeply invested in holy relics. That is kind of like religious souvenirs. And I don't need to be demeaning it, but souvenirs of famous church figures and events, such as wood from the true cross, or in some places actually bones of St. Augustine or John the Baptist, and bizarre things that made part of medieval Christian culture. But the robe was the robe of Jesus, the seamless robe that he wore, that taken from him when he was crucified. Now, if you look at the book of John, not at all incident, the book of John has an explicit supersessionist message. Here's the passage from chapter 9. They said, this is with the Roman soldiers who were crucifying Jesus, therefore, let us not rend it. Let's not destroy this robe. It's a really nice robe, but cast lots. Let's have a lottery for it. And then he adds here that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment them, and for my bed they did cast lots. In other words, the soldiers, or perhaps more likely it's actually John, that the soldiers are doing this as to fulfill a much earlier statement in the Jewish scripture that affirms the divinity of Jesus, that affirms that Jesus is the person about whom prior texts in the Hebrew scriptures refer. This is a phenomenon called prefigurement, in which Christians largely read the Hebrew scriptures as ways of seeing patterns that they can later apply to Jesus' life. The fact that this gospel was written, decades after Jesus' death, maybe even as long as a century after his death, doesn't change the fact that Christians still look at this as an important theological statement. I should say Christians in general, some Christians. So what is the prefigurement? If you Psalm 22, which came out really small here, but maybe make it a little big, it says, Lama Shachar Mizmor LeDavid. This is a song written by David, right? King David. And the second verse says, and this is actually placed in the mouth of Jesus as well as another prefigurement, famous passage, Keli, Keli, Lama Azabtai. My God, why have you abandoned me? Right? Like by placing that by the narrator, the author of the gospel from Jesus' mouth, that specifically puts him in line with this earlier song. But the key passage that relates to John here is a little further down. My garments among them, and for my vesture do rise. Right, so this is really the reason, according to Jester, for maintaining the Hebrew scriptures, and by large extension to some degree the Jews, because their present can be used later to confirm Christian reading of history. And that's basically what happens among the church fathers until St. Augustine, which we'll discuss in a later lecture, who offered a very, very important corrective. Now, what are the Jews doing during this time? I mean, this is all happening among Christians who are increasingly becoming more ethnically non-Jewish in origin and like working out their own spiritual history. The Jews are being very busy at this point, like putting in place those life preservers that allow Judaism to succeed after the destruction of the temple. The creation, or I should say the codification of the Mishnah, is important device which allowed Jews to essentially take the temple on the road, to be able to have that could be contained within teachings of the Torah and the rabbis. They also create a liturgical method of drawing a line in the sand between Jews who are, mainstream and Jews who are part of this Jesus movement. They insert another text in the central prayer known as the standing prayer, and it's a blessing on the heretics. The term blessing is euphemistic. It's really a curse on heretics. And it was used as a sort of to determine if a person were in these kinds of beliefs. If a person did have, Christian theological views that were deemed inappropriate for Jews, and many of them are, like, for example, the idea of God taking physical form is anathema to Judaism. In fact, it's kind of wrong here, but if a Jew had those ideas, then he would be added to the prayers. And this particular passage would represent, does he bring down a curse on himself for his beliefs? He refused to say it, in which case he would be physically removed from the synagogue. And this is the sort of thing that's happening around the generation of John and the writing of his book, which also has muted language against the Jews. Not only are Jews referred to more times, the Jews, also, the inflammatory language of the Jews of these times like that, are beyond the pale of a normal kind of family dispute. Last thing here that I think is especially fascinating, and this is also an insight that's brought forward by James Carroll, that there's kind of an asymmetric rivalry going on here. Jews in the late first and early second century vastly outnumber the burgeoning Christian. Even though it's growing fast, Jews are very much the establishment faith. And Christians, because they are defining themselves against Judaism, spend a lot of time thinking about Judaism. And in fact, this will be something of an obsession that's going to be lasting until the 21st century to beyond, because Christians always have to look to their relationship with the mother religion in very different ways than the mother religion looks at its offspring. So when the early Christians are, debating at great length how do we relate to Judaism, Judaism is basically not talking about it at all. If you look at the massive corpus of the Talmud, which is like 2,711 folds. I know that number because that's the Daf Yomi. That's the size of one folio. There's 2 pages, 2 sides of a page every day. 2,711 folio, which is like relative 5,400 pages. There are only maybe a dozen references to Christianity, maybe 2 dozen. I mean, it's tiny. It's mentioned, but it's really not a major phenomenon at all. Ironically, it is the symmetric rivalry in the 2nd century that adds so much more steam to the Christian side of it. It's kind of like, as James Carroll references, if you have 2 siblings locked in a rivalry, and one of the siblings doesn't really care about the rivalry, it makes the rivalrous sibling all the more intense and all the focus on that rivalry. This begins to come to a close when you get to the 4th century in particular. There is a period where Christians are persecuted by the Roman Empire, primarily because of a transition from being a kind of a Jewish subgroup to being an individual and recognized religion. We should understand that in the Roman Empire, there's a huge number of sort of symbolic acts of idolatry that one would be expected to participate in. The bowing for statues, providing sacrifices like that, especially when the emperors began to promote the cult of themselves as deities. If you refused to participate in that, they were punitive. It would be something, a small game, and they play the national anthem, and you refuse to stand up. Right? Everybody is standing. Why are you sitting like this? Now, ironically, because the Jews were a known entity as an ancient religion, already from the Julius Caesar and earlier, Jews were granted an exemption from many of these outward displays, which were considered idolatrous to Jews, recognizing that Jews have nothing against Rome, nothing against Roman empires, things like that. They just refuse to worship statues. The Jews say, "Hey, come look at our temple." You see, there's not a single statue anywhere in our temple. We just
how'd you find out about me?
Statue thing. So the Jews had an exemption. So as long as
we did.
Basically Jews,
what's good? Too many puppies.
They also had that exemption. But as soon as they started saying, "Wait a second, no, we are different from Jews,"
kicking ass, taking names, my friend. What's good in your neck?
Before, but we're a new religion. Then all of a sudden, the Romans saying, "Well, sorry, you aren't on our list."
What's on your agenda today?
Religions. And so that's a period that very, very important in the formation of Christian cultural memory. That Christians were.
Wow, that's a big job. Why do you have to do that?
To fight in the gladiatorial games against animals.
And not good. And I gotta paint them in this type of blue to reduce bugs.
Okay, why do you have to paint them blue?
It reduces bugs going to my windows.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's a certain type of blue paint that reduces bugs going on.
That's fascinating.
Soldiers and things like that.
Why the
edict of
bugs don't like blue?
I don't remember. I just heard and I can trust it. I like the color anyway. So
the Roman Empire
works. I didn't look up the science.
Okay, why didn't you look up? Why didn't you look it up? Why not?
I was like, okay, I'll just pay for it, paint it, and if it works, it works.
What color blue is it?
I don't know. It's like a light dark blue.
A light dark blue and an oxymoron. A light dark blue. Okay, I've got you. Like
a baby blue, but if you tone it down.
Okay. And you like that color?
I guess so. My neighbor, he painted this whole house of this. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just copy it.
Do you think?
That was a nice guy. He painted his whole house. He was just he grabbed the big ass ladder and he took off his shirt. All the bricks black and it looked pretty nice.
He painted the bricks?
Yeah.
And it looks good?
Yeah.
All right.
His lawn and everything is nice, high quality. You know, I just copy.
All right. You don't think he gets pissed off that you copied him?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think he would care.
All right. What color's your house?
Red.
So it's going to be red with baby blue windows?
Yep.
And you think that's going to look good?
Yeah. You might have to paint it black or something, but like a dark gray to look good.
Okay. Did you ask anybody what they thought about this idea?
Nope.
So you're just doing your own thing?
Kind of.
That's bothered. Do you have to rebuild the windows or just paint them?
No, I'm just gonna replace them with new ones.
Oh, okay. And then are you doing the replacing?
I don't know. I can get it for free. But it's like I have to deal with a lot of people knowing, and then it's going to be like I have to be out of the house instead of it, and you're going to do like they're probably going to start from upstairs. I don't want them to start from upstairs. I'd rather go from downstairs.
You'd
So
rather?
I don't want bugs. I'd rather, you know what I mean?
You'd rather have them go?
Yeah.
You'd rather have them go from the downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
I don't know. Just like about it.
You like?
I'm bothered.
You like it better if they start from the downstairs?
Well, typically people start from upstairs, then go down.
Right.
But they're not going to care about how much bugs are going to come in, so they're going to like take off both upstairs and downstairs and work on down, and then go up. I mean, work up from up and then go down. And that's, I don't know how to describe it. I didn't pay attention. All I know is just that.
Okay, how long do you think this project's going to take you?
Maybe 2 days.
Oh, how many windows do you have?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 big ones.
6 big windows. Wow, dog. Well, that sounds like quite a project.
No. I should, I gotta think about this one. But I don't need to think about it. There's no reason to.
You do have to think about it or you don't?
I don't think I'm going to care.
You don't think you're going to care?
No, not yet. I have to decide if I want to care about it. Whenever it becomes a problem, I'm gonna be forced to care about it. You know what I mean?
Think so.
Fortunate. I could probably prevent a lot of stuff right now, but it's okay. There's no reason to. Well, there is a reason to. It makes things easier, but you don't need to make things easier.
Okay, what do you like? Do you have a construction background? So you're just doing this all on your own?
Yeah.
And you think it's going to go okay?
Of course.
Have you ever checked this big before?
No.
Doesn't that you at all?
No.
Why not?
There's no reason to.
There's no reason for it to bother you.
I'm going to remove it out of my mind. There's no reason to.
Okay.
I'm not going to think about it. It's too much things. I want to think. There's no reason to.
Okay, why don't you want to?
It's not that entertaining.
Yeah, but it's a big project.
But that's not entertaining.
No, it's not entertaining, but like you could make a really big mistake.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What's new?
What's new?
No, what's new? You keep going new.
I just like making a sound effect that just kind of means whatever.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like you're gonna notice it, but then like question it. But it's like, should I be questioning it? And if you're curious, you're gonna question or you want to correct me. It's just like, it's just, you know what I mean. Maybe if I do it enough, it's like maybe you want to drop it or you want to go into it. It's up to you.
Okay, I mean, whatever makes you happy, my man.
I'm pretty happy.
Excellent. So you're going to do that all day today?
Maybe. I want to start it on maybe August 8th.
It's August.
August 8th.
Oh, okay. Why August 8th, if I may ask?
That's when my other neighbors want to do other stuff, and I'm like, what? Let me just match. Okay. Then I'm like, you know what? Let me just match it, and then we can have like a group project. I know I need people in like real life that could do stuff for me. So I'm like, you know, if they need something, I can help them, and then it'll be more entertaining.
Okay.
I'm just gonna match it, and then because these are old houses, and then this one lady wants to replace her doors. She's been trying to replace her doors for a while, but I'm like, how much is a door? And I'm like, you want me to buy you a door? And she's like, nah. Yeah, but like, I don't know, doors don't cost that much. This is a financial, or need help, or I was sitting there, I'm like, yes, but like, she's been trying to replace the door for 10 years.
Why so long?
I cannot tell. I sit there and I'm like, are you making less sense than me right now? And I'm like, this is not me right now. Okay, that's not good. That's just a problem for your frame. It's too big of a cake. And then I'm like, okay, but you're crooked. I went there. I dropped a small ball. And I'm like, let me see how crooked your house is. Her whole house is crooked. I'm like, okay, you pick your problems. Your house is like getting more and more crooked. Because I remember my house would actually be crooked too. We're so close. My house is because I actually get more crooked and hurts. And I'm like, okay, so your house is probably there's more problems in your house than your fucking. I can do it for you. You can add a little piece of wood. Just like like okay.
So she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to do it.
And she does.
Okay, so are you?
I don't know if it's financial. I don't know what it is. I can't understand.
Okay, what are your? I mean, you said you would do it for her, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
She doesn't want me to.
Okay. Well, then you kind of do your own thing, and if she needs your help, you'll help her with it, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's a big project you've got. What else you got going on, big dog?
I don't know yet. Probably nothing.
Have you been watching any streamers recently?
Yeah, my friend Sasha, she got like kind of semi-famous. So she was making music, and then Ricky Bruick put her on the stream, I think he wanted to use her as like a sex appeal thing, or just like go out of her. But then she does like a thing where she pretends she's really dumb,
Okay.
and then guys just flock to her because she's like, you know,
Is she super hot?
pretty hungry. Quite.
All right. Well, yeah, that seems
She's
like.
Russian.
What'd you say?
1 second. She's a Russian girl. She's not like her.
Cool. Well, that's really neat. What kind of content did she make?
It kind of depends. I don't think she knows. She is quite entertaining. She's like good at holding multiple conversations. So she's like talking on VR chat, people in Discord. She's trolling another person. She was trying to use worlds.com, but she didn't know how to quite do it because like it's hard to do actually because such a experiment. Worlds.com.
What is that? What's worlds.com?
Like a 1999 VR chat original one where it's like your own Sims and you're like a person simulation, like original one.
Oh, very, very cool. And that's what she likes to do?
Yeah, no, she does VR chat because that to get into. That's just kind of game's been used as like a laundry money. A laundry one really uses it. Some people want to scare people on that, pretend it's like a cult or whatever. There might be a small cult because there is money laundering, but like it's just kind of no reason to use it. So she just went on.
Is she popular?
VR chat, yeah.
Do you think it just has to do with how attractive she is?
No, very entertaining.
Oh, very cool. Does she speak English?
Yeah, she can speak Russian, French, English, a couple others.
Wow, quite the lingophile. So is she? Does she do YouTube and TikTok and stuff?
Yeah, I think TikTok and Twitch, not really YouTube at all. Maybe she'll stream on YouTube. I don't know about YouTube. I just know her for TikTok and Twitch.
How did you meet her?
And then she's like friends with it. And then she basically is like, the girl I'm dating is kind of, everyone uses her as like kind of like a therapist. But they're like a million problems. And people just kind of come up to her and be like, I have this problem. Be like,
So people come to her and they're like, I have a problem, and she's able to solve their problems?
kind of. Emotional, very good moral. She has a very high NQ and EQ, I think.
Okay. Well, very cool.
Which is like moral quotients and then, emotional quotients. But it sounds nerdy because it is, but
That's okay.
it is okay. It's just sillier if I say it like this.
I understand what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying? That's a good one.
Word. All right, very cool. How did you meet your girlfriend?
She worked for a cafe, this and that. You know how it is.
What do you mean? You worked at a cafe, this and that. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, cafe work.
So you just saw her at a cafe one day and you just asked her out?
Kind of it.
Big dog.
Kind of. It's like she worked there. I see her more and more. And she liked me. Then she had a situation with other guy. that she picked me, and then I'm like, okay. But the thing is, it's like this is when it was in. I can't tell you, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I understand if you can't. Why can't you tell me?
Something happened. I want her to. I can't say.
Okay. I mean, what do you mean?
There's like a problem that has to happen there in that cafe. I'm not gonna tell you anymore.
Well, now you have me intrigued. There's a problem that happened in the cafe.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna tell you anymore. So it's PG.
It's PG. I mean, I'm an adult. So what do you mean?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm leaving it a cliffhanger.
I mean, that's fair. You don't have to share. All right.
Maybe one day.
Okay.
I'm gonna flip a coin.
Sounds like a plan, man. Float your boat.
I'm gonna flip a $2 bill.
Is that
actually it's a $2? Huh?
Is that the way to do it?
It doesn't really work because it's paper, but I pretend it works. I just have to like twirl around slowly. So.
And how does that work? I mean, does that work well for you?
Turns out how like what? Turns out like results. I guess so.
Yeah.
It removes toys. That's what matters to me.
Okay. Well, very cool.
Or I can gaslight. It's like a situation. It's like a tool where you can gaslight yourself. You can do the opposite if you know if it's wrong. It just kind of depends. Like you can flip a coin if you want to do something right or wrong. If it lands on something wrong, you just gaslight yourself and do the opposite of that coin, and then that's about it.
Okay. Is that how it works?
Not particularly, no, but that's how I make it work.
Okay. And does it work for you?
Yeah.
All right. And why a $2 bill?
So I had a bunch. I used to write $2 bills. I used to have a bunch of $2 bills, specifically $2 Canadian bills.
Aren't those called like loonies or something?
Well, this is probably loonies and toonies, but they're paper bills.
So yeah.
A different name, but yeah, you're right.
No, you're right. It's toonie.
Yeah, toonies for $2, loonies a $1. Paper, it just doesn't matter. Yep.
Okay. And that's for you?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, it kind of just works. Right? Just you just kind of pretend, and then you just pick whatever. And that's about it. It just kind of depends, right? If it's a really situation, you're gonna gaslight yourself. If it's a situation, you're just gonna do it. If it doesn't matter, you're gonna do it. Yeah.
Is that that's how it works?
Kind of. It's like imagine you ever go numb. No. Like in a situation, if you make a decision and you're gonna go numb.
What do you mean?
Like numbness you get when you make a decision.
Okay, I mean, I can imagine. So,
Like a stressful one.
okay, so when that happens,
Like you go numb. I will do something silly. So I want to make it silly in like a weird way that's like it's silly but serious, right? So I'll be right back. Okay.
take your time, Big Dog.
All right. I got some calzones. You like calzones?
Yeah, calzones are good, dude. Do you like calzones?
Yep. I got some calzones.
Baller, what do you have them filled with?
I had broccoli, spinach, and chicken.
Broccoli, spinach, and chicken?
Yeah, so it's chicken with broccoli, chicken with broccoli, cheese, and spinach.
That's tight. Well, very cool.
Yep. What happened to the German guy?
Oh, he'll be back.
He's the French. What?
He'll be back. I mean, I'm not exactly sure where he is currently, but he was in here earlier. What else is going on in your life? Did you know?
Yep.
All right, well, that's it. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, so feel free to enjoy, my friend.
I began to say, you know what? Let's extend the same kind of exemptions that we give Jews. Let's give them to Christians as well, which represents not a diminishment of Jewish status, but it is a recognition of growth of importance and of demographic numbers of the Christian movement. Because by the time we get to the 4th century, the number of Christians and Jews are actually on par with each other. Eventually, when you get to the late 4th century, Christianity will actually become the state religion of Rome and will decidedly give the upper hand, which represents, a shift about 300 odd years in the making between the daughter religion and the mother religion. And of course, that would have implications for centuries to come. Okay, with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening to this lecture, and I hope we have more opportunities to speak in the future. Hello, fellow students of students in associated with the Ashkenazium, a remarkable new institution that is founded by my colleague Michael Kegel. Thanks to the generosity of Dr. Kegel and the Ashkenazium, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free. Forward to interacting with you as explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start
today with just a little Vorspice, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What do we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Screenshot from the web page Safaria, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here in Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazi pronunciation, that would be Yafes. Yafes has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of Noah through the Greek line, the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jew mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 10 generations after Noah, have no connection with Ashkenaz. To express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew. You can tell the way I say about, and that I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who live Ashkenaz around the year 900, who by the time you got to the 20th century, there are about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world, Sephardic Jews, Edut HaMizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was clearly behind the Ashkenazi. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Safari website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his, sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era, and he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. In verse 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise it on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint names against her, that is, against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ara, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming. In other words, these three, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living. Somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the 18th century in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their, where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You see right in the center is the land of Israel. And then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylon, technically correct. The region would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's the mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elbe rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with Khazar people. That is a thesis in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they in a realm of supposition and theory. So when we say, and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. And later that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north, and this is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, actually from about the 13th and 14th century onwards, and you get a much larger population, these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to Western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant sub-ethnic group among Jews. So we're going to explore this in the course. We're going to pick up with that whole question, which is really quite fascinating. Join us because it's really exciting. Think of having a global population of students in a live lect. But let us recall that as we're really talking about two different things. Most people use the term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to great-grandson of Noah and has no connection. Okay, I hope you found this Vorspice appealing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazium lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm the Dean of the Ashkenazium, which is a new graduate school here at West. And with God's great graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry is one of the shiners, I would say, and I say that without exaggeration. I just want to introduce maybe to those with just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing, of course. Henry and I go back quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was in grade 11. He was in grade 13 back in Toronto, in our home and native land. And over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting directions. One of the most interesting is our parallel interest in Yiddishkeit, Judaism. And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is that during years when I was troubled in my relationship to Judaism, this was actually in university, Henry insisted, he came up to me and insisted that we have a regular chavrusa in Talmud. We meet regularly. And we did meet regularly once a week at Sid Smith. What was that building in the U of T campus?
Yes, Sid Smith.
Sid Smith. We used to meet once a week, and we studied the Masechet Megillah, which deals with Torah, that just came out of it. And to me, that was my Jewish identity. And I mention it here. I want to mention it here, not just because of my gratitude to this Henry, one of the other things I'm grateful for, but to point out that Henry embodies in mind something that is exemplary for what the Ashkenazim should be, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is profoundly committed to Torah and is passionate about it. It's not just an academic exercise, his interest in Torah and in Jewish matters. On the other hand, an academic who is absolutely uncompromised in his academic standards. And well, unlike many great Jewish thinkers that I met who let their passion get away with them to the point where they will compromise standards of academia, Henry is somebody who bestrides both worlds, both the world of Jewish learning. You may or may not know that Henry wrote, among several books that he wrote, he also wrote a book on the Talmud. And on the other hand, an academic who's responsible in the highest levels of responsibility in academia. I really hope this is a model for the Ashkenazium that I would like to build into the future. And by the way, I should note that we have our Ashkenazium student participating here, and of course we're going to have a session with Henry afterwards because this is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazium, please do feel free, or more than free, welcome to write to me personally in the Q&A. I'll just write again my email. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazium other than what there is already on the website, ashkenazium.eu, that is, I'd be very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you all about it. So, Henry?
Michael, that was thoroughly embarrassing. embarrassing. I thought you were going to do a more kind of guy. But I'm glad you really skipped over the really embarrassing part. So I appreciate the kind words very much. Although somewhat hyperbolic, compromising standards and things like that, way too much. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I will be sure to replay the video from my mother so that she will really get have it. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest with this amazing Ashkenazi. I mean, the faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. I mean, really top-notch scholars that I'm very on the same list as they. And I wish you tremendous success with this venture. And I think it's fortuitous that to offer these lectures to a much larger audience and let people know the things that are happening in Budapest under your auspices. So let us begin our discussion. We're going to have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews, part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud to have had some role in designing, because Dr. Kegel and I, when we were back and forth this project, I think he came and endorsed it. Maybe it was the other round, but it sort of happened together at the same time. The only worry I have is a little bit of terrarium, like where you put ants inside a box outside through glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Eastern Europe, and then actually onward onto the New World and in the land of Israel of Ashkenazic culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazic civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm going to be presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with intelligent lay people who do not necessarily have a strong background in Eastern European or in Central European Jewish history will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. We may occasionally get into a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine we're going to address it in the folk seminars. Here is an old picture of me from when I was much younger, great photograph by Marco Deshev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context to my own accent interest in Ashkenazic history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kegel shared in the university. I have a lot of fond memories of meeting him in Robart's library and discussing our mutual interests. He was, of course, studying, and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlaps there. I went on to become more of a generalist. I wrote books on the time, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of Jewish history in 3 volumes for foreign publishers in Jerusalem. Very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. Also maintain my strong interest in traditional religious studies, author of a podcast called Jewish History in Dani, which has a goal of creating 1,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that's studied in the Daf Yomi program. That's available on the All.app. You can find it at all.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large university with campuses in New York, of course, where we are, and also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm going to see this map here on a couple of campuses there. So the structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically me talking, but we have the Q&A function where you can type in your question, and I will, from time to time, pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer at least some of those questions. Then, because the Ashkenazium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom for the much smaller group of Budapest students who will have a private discussion in a regular Zoom meeting. If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to Dr. Kegel. The subject that we're going to be looking at over the course of these 12 lectures are 1,000 years of Ashkenaz, because more or less that is the period of time we're talking about. It's a very old civilization that stretches back over 10 centuries. I also created as a preparatory course for my Budapest students an online version of this with preparatory materials, primarily videos, also some things like that. And this will open to the public. You can find it at my website. Okay, so today's discussion is on the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate, like just about everything in this course. Start with a more basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What exactly do we mean when we say this word, Ashkenaz? So the word is actually biblical in origin. As you can see here, there's actually 3 times in the Bible. Here's a passage book of Genesis. The screenshot is from the wonderful Safaria website. And it basically lists the lineages of humanity. And in this particular passage, we're talking about the children of, that is Noah of the flood. He has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I should pronounce that by the way, in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, Japheth. And Japheth, who is typically associated with Western culture, especially Greece, has 3 more sons, or actually more than that. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, and Zas. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is Ashkenaz. So let us just understand what we're talking about here. There's a biblical, which is generations prior to advent of Abraham, considered the father of the Semites, including, of course, the Jews. And from that 10th generation, before we can even start speaking about Hebrews, we have an individual named Ashkenaz, who is the great-grandson of Noah. And you may be written correctly, because you're all very people. What does this have to do with modern? Because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with the biblical name of a people, right? A lineage, the children of Ashkenaz, descended from Noah. Later, much later, this will be associated with a place, a piece of geography. And then later, that term will be associated with Jews who lived in that piece of geography, that piece of real estate. Another way to look at it would be to say that both Dr. Kegel and I are Jews. He mentioned, by the way, it was not his native land. He was speaking Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But it is my home and native land, and all of the things that go with native national anthem. But, and so you could call me a Canadian Jew. I'm a full-fledged Canadian. But, you know, it doesn't mean to say that with non-Jewish Canadians, other than that common area, our home. And so that's the same thing as Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are simply Jews who lived in the area called Ashkenaz. we're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic weight of the Jewish people overall are associated with this land of Ashkenaz. They are distinct from other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as Sephardim and Edut Mizrach, and various there are Jews, of course, in Africa and in Asia and so on. They all have different terms to describe their cultural orientation, their place of origin, but Ashkenazi Jews constitute a very large proportion of the overall Jewish people. Now let's go a little further in our history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it is, we should say it's a state of mind, but in this place it is a piece of geography. Where exactly Ashkenaz? So again, looking at the third occurrence of the text, actually this will be the second occurrence of the text in the Bible, the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51. In one of characteristic imprecations, is what it would have been called after his name, Jeremiah's, describing the downfall of Jerusalem if the Jews did not repent and so on. He also describes the downfall of Babylonia, which would be the region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time in the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing the many terrible things that will happen to Babylonia, you can see in verse 27 says, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is against Babylonia, Arab, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Right? So Ashkenaz is referred to by Jeremiah as one of those nations, one of those peoples that will assemble together with to attack Babylonia. So when we look at the map of the region here, and this was actually quite a preoccupation of 18th and 19th century cartographers and biblical scholars, to where each of these biblical peoples ended up living with a certain amount of creative scholarship. We can see that here in where I shaded the map of Babylonia, called Shinar or Chaldea later, and the region from the north, which includes, for example, Ararat, a mountain region that's associated with Noah, would have included this region here, which according to the late 19th century biblical scholar David Lusato, also known as Shadal, that would have been the home of the Ashkenaz descendants. Again, the descendants of the biblical Ashkenaz is the great-grandson of no specific Jewish connection here at all, but nevertheless, that would be the place where it was often associated in this particular map with the Phoenicians. Now, like everything Jewish, and especially things biblical, this is subject to significant debate, and there are a lot of many opinions throughout Jewish thinkers as to whether or not this place association that Shadal had offered was correct. Another major opinion, also from the late 19th century, is that of Shmuel Kraus, who argues that no, they came from somewhat northern location, somewhat north of the Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate the region of the Ashkenaz descendants in the biblical mind as that of the Scythians, which is an ancient people within the region of what would be today, let's say, Central Asia, bordering on the Donbass region that is so much in the news today with the war in Ukraine. But Shmuel Cross offers another tantalizing suggestion involving quite a bit of controversy, and that is that the Khazar people should be associated descendants of Ashkenaz. The Khazars are exceptionally important in Jewish history, and that's where we will turn next. But just to remember what we're speaking about here, keep these things separate. The biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection with Jews other than describing a place where Jews would ultimately end That's a huge distinction that's important to remember, as we shall see towards the end of this lecture. Actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset. Scholarly opinions as to where Ashkenaz showed up. In reality, the Jews who call themselves Ashkenaz all come from a region, or at least a culture, in the Rhineland, here in Germany, as you can see this map. This is the region in which Jews began to call Ashkenaz from about the 12th century on. Prior to that, Jews living there tended to refer to themselves in one way or another to the region of the Rhine itself. There is an interesting passage in which itself, we'll talk about Rhine a little bit more later in this course, uses the term Ashkenaz to refer to the region, but it was not the most popular designation for the Jews until about the 12th century, a good 100-odd years after Rust away. These came from an area, a civilization that flourished from about the 10th to the 13th century. And then, for reasons described over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the east, to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the regions which would be today Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion, particularly in the 9th century, that resulted in the great homeland of Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazim are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not of their origins in Germany, but because of significant population that they enjoy to get closer to the contemporary. Then from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th onward, you have another migration of these large Ashkenazi Jews moving to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western Europe, a large number to North America. Something like 1.75 million Jews moved from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time to North America, to actually the United States of America specifically, in the years 1881 to 1928. And that's really where the great bulk of American Jewry traces its roots to this later Ashkenazic migration. So that's the whole meaning of the word Ashkenaz in a nutshell. It originates from a biblical designation of a people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to the Rhineland as a location. And the Jews who ended up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no kind of derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern Jew. We've talked about, what is Ashkenaz? We talked about where is Ashkenaz. Now we've got to get to how the Jews got to the Rhineland in the first place. And specifically, I'll start with the Khazar hypothesis, a rather highfalutin term for what the current United States president would call malarkey, but nevertheless, it is occupies in the mind of some thinkers and takes a lot of oxygen to the room. When we talk about the roots of Ashkenazi Jews, who are the Khazars? Khazars are a fascinating Turkic people who apparently had a capital on the Caspian Sea. You can see here in this German language map at the city of Itil, right in the top right section of the sort of orange part of this map. I think it's orange part of the map. And they actually had a civilization that would last for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations, including famously the early state called Cave and Rus, which formed kind of like the beginnings of the cultural patrimonies that were claimed by Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia alike. Also, a significant historical part of the conflict. The Khazars were a pagan tribe, like many of the groups of the region. But according to some interesting uh, documents that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740. Uh, the, the story of their conversion is rather amazing. Uh, and it is perhaps most well told in a book that has very little to do with history and a lot to do with philosophy and polemics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who was a scholar who lived in Spain several hundred years after the events described, and he wrote this famous classic work of Jewish philosophy called Kuzari, which means the Khazari. In the Kuzari, he describes the legend of the conversion of the Khazar king, King Kulan, who was faced with a difficult choice because at that time, Christianity was expanding throughout Europe. Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of North Africa and then moving upward into Europe as well, into Turkey, and so on. And this King Bulan was troubled by this geopolitical situation and also apparently motivated, at least as the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find the one true religion. So according to the legend, he brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. And they had this three-way debate. And ultimately, according to the legend, King Bulan converted to Christianity. Now, before we discuss the actual realities of the legend, we should understand how it is portrayed in the Kuzari. Rabbi Yehuda Levi lived at that time in Spain toward the end of its so-called Golden Era, which was a very remarkable coexistence of Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Jews in particular enjoyed tremendous freedom to express themselves politically. Many of them held high office. There was a rather remarkable Shmuel ibn Nagrela, who was actually the general of a Muslim army for 16 years, an accomplished poet, and Buddhist to boot. All of these three things brought together, in many ways, a lot like Maimonides, a product of the late Golden Era, ultimately victim of the reactive period when would come from North Africa, is that all of this fraction of Jews was unacceptable. Maimonides' family would later flee and make their way or continue on an illustrious career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between King Bulan and the three representatives of major world faiths. And he used it essentially as a foil to relitigate that case and to make a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course results in King Bulan's affirmative decision to accept Judaism, and by extension, Rabbi Yehuda Levi is intending to make this available to the broader reading public. A rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages. It would be audacious to write it even today, I think, in which it's a clear polemic against Islam and Christianity in favor of Judaism. So there was a lot of philosophical reason why Rabbi Yehuda Levi would use the story of the Kuzari as a type of critique to clothe his larger polemic argument. But what about the actual history of the Khazars? So in reality, no very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between a leader named Hasta ibn Sham, a very important example of the golden age of Spain, who was a foreign minister essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations of Europe on behalf of Spanish kingdom. And he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish populations all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say happened back in the year 7 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this area? And so he sent out emissaries to the far east, to the and to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Hasta ibn Shaprut did meet people who claimed to have been to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with him and to exchange letters. And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes as we have it today. And for some, particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second, this is not direct contact with King Joseph. This is through third party, and who knows, maybe they made it all up, maybe they are forgeries and so on. So there's a lot of question about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazars. We do know, however, from multiple data points, that there were Jews who themselves Khazarian, show up in a few places. Medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. They have various things to say about them. They're certainly not numbers, and there's a lot about the degree to which they are well associated with tradition, as we shall see. Example that I find quite fascinating, which was found in the archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window here just to explain what that Cairo Geniza was, because it's just so fantastic. In Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called the English Shemot, which means literally name, because it has the name of God on the paper. So what that means in Jewish practice, today, is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even some more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, if it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah, name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially, and typically these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated use, the letters are cracked, and things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. You can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a geniza, which means like a store or even a treasure house. And then at some point, when that geniza is full, Jewish cemetery, and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents called Shemot. It happened that a large Jewish community in Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this custom of not only following the laws with regard to Shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their geniza. thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the Genizo was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years. And there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types, not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autographed copy of Maimonides' writings and things like that, but also, you know, casual things, because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters, even so, it was written like in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic language written with Hebrew characters. They would save those in the Geniza. Everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's doodles, all sorts of things. If it had Hebrew on it, it was put in the Geniza. And included is this document that you see on your screen for you here. This, what we would call in modern Hebrew a petek, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And you know, those of you who live in strong Jewish communities today will certainly be familiar with this document, because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they bring some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by rabbis or signed by famous rabbis in Israel, and they come door to door with this petek. Nowadays, it's usually laminated, and they should say, "I'm from this particular cause. I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever. Would you like to donate?" And they present the document. That's exactly what this is, but it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates from, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of local dignitaries, includes this document, which is written in apparently a perfect style of runes that in case of only one official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. And Kiev, by the way, was well populated with Jews, launches to a Jewish grave and things like that with the literature. But the great Ukrainian historian William Pisak opined that Kiev, which is pronounced today in the Ukrainian country, Kiev was actually founded by Khazars, which is one last piece of evidence that supports the idea of Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot. Depth of that conversion is a very important document in the history of Eastern Europe called the Codex Romania Kiev, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which the great Prince Volodymyr first Christian prince of this medieval state manuscript, based in Kiev, Volodymyr had exactly the same conundrum as King Iran did in Khazaria. Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding. I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so Volodymyr essentially repeats the whole story with a little bit of twist, because he has a representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism, a representative of what would become Western Catholic Christianity, and so he has two Christian flavors represented. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the couple of bygone years, very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like eventually rather quickly. Judaism, however, the Logonia considers very seriously. He says, unlike the Muslims, who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons the way that Islam was the Jews sound good. It came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, but when he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in Israel, he said, and he took two Christian very, he ultimately adopted the, of course, Orthodox Christianity, right? And there was a map in the year 988, which was the Christian period during onward during the Slavic regions. So the couple of bygone years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. Now, what's at the heart of this? Is this possible, and are they connected to the Ashkenazi Jews? So the first thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazarian invasion. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Shaul Stampfer, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story. What a great story. It's so fascinating, trilateral debate, and things like that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with my colleague, senior scholar Dr. Stampfer, that it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence in connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. So, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was to sort of qualify would-be attackers from the south and from the west who would claim had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom, respectively? Both Islam and Christianity have theological systems in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. For Jews, in Islam, it would be the Catholic Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from some Christians. So there are there was for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory in Christianity. So it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had conversion in order to stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism. Let's say it was only a conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, perhaps another variety, like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Jews in one place or another tend to portray them as ignorant and of having very little awareness of many of the commandments that the law was taught them as with Jews. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of afterwards. So this essentially leads Dr. Stampfer to say that the burden of truth rests on those who want to indicate that Khazaria later expanded or at least maintained position, because this is a civilization that lasted for centuries, and then if they were Jewish, simply they disappeared. Were ultimately conquered by Kings, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquers and they simply don't appear on the world stage again to the actual combat hypothesis. Here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who immune the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews. And there's some connections, especially around this. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they actually the bulk of the later Ashkenazi. This emphasis, which can be discarded on any number of grounds, primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazim overwhelmingly, like even in 1900, 97% of them, the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German in origin. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% Hebraic and Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words and Old French and things like that. But it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely diverse linguistic environment that is primarily associated with German. Okay, Crystal, medium say that Yiddish is basically German with blank. Kind of funny, but anyway, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can communities. We have a literary record of things that they accepted. We have all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constitute the bulk of Ashkenazi Jews. And finally, what kind of should put the end of the story's debate with modern DNA research advances, many scholars, including Professor Eran Heitson here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in Ashkenazic Jews, that overwhelmingly Ashkenazic Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. A little further. Now, let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, and that's actually kind of like a dignified word for, again, to use Joe Biden's phrase, malarkey, why would this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection on a genetic level, at any rate, to their origins. In other words, it's a way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jews, actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. So it's basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics because it says that, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say that, no, they're actually Central Asian people who later claim to be Jewish, then they don't have a claim to land of Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation to dictate this theory. So what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has this out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Doron Behar did some really excellent research in this region that are surprising results. For example, that especially on Y chromosome, about 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. You don't know their names. I like to give them Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely Northern Italy, and overwhelmingly they are related to other non-Jews, like Jews, and the peoples among whom they live in Europe, especially Eastern Europe. From Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research is kind of an integration group that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levite on the Y chromosomes. Levite status is passed through the father, and so have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Nazi Jews have origins in the Middle East through Italy, which makes a lot of sense with the traditional model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Roman Jews of the first century, many of them, Josephus says, tens of thousands were deported to the Italian peninsula to serve as slaves. Already a Jewish population before the revolts that was existing in Rome, for example. And then they made their way up through the peninsula. By the time we get to the earliest Ashkenazic settlements, which will be in the next lecture in this series, and from there, as we discussed, move to Eastern Europe. DNA trail follows the same trail that I described in this lecture. Another route, which is labeled here with the number 5, the route, which was always thought as a possible route of migration Jews across the coast of North Africa, because we do have Jewish settlements that appear, of course, in Egypt, Alexandria, and then in Tunis, and all the way over to Morocco, over Jews, and so on, that perhaps they ended up constituting the population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of admixture, particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages of Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazim, as we discussed previously. So that's basically the story of Ashkenazi Jews, called Ashkenazi, and how that to the Rhineland, and then later to Eastern Europe, and ultimately to Europe. Dr. Kegel for inviting me to present this series of lectures in Asia. I want to thank you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the second lecture. Thank you very much.
Chinese. I know Lee is not named after Chinese dude, maybe now, even that it's Korean. The guy Lee, he was born with Lee Falcon as a cannibal. I'll tell him cannibal, it says I'm right here.
In the last lecture, we looked at the origin of the Ashkenaz, and today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion by looking specifically at the social and economic foundations of that community. It is largely, of course, because of the attractions of the Rhineland, which bear unique social and economic foundations, that we have a presence of Jews in Ashkenaz at all. And so understanding these two topics are very much related, trying to understand why the Jews actually migrated to that region is extremely important. The civilization that they started there also attracted more Jews and created the nucleus of what ultimately become Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the Google map that shows you around. But this is the development of Ashkenazi civilization in the center region there, which has sort of a cross hatching. You can see the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River, the community of mines formed by Köln alone, which is one of the oldest communities of the period. And then it spreads out. Especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe. As you can see on the left in the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, this is a quote from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for history about the generally relevant Jewish civilization. The arrows that overlay the map also give you an indication of the migration of these Jews in the 19th and 20th centuries in particular. Not quite as colorful as in
show you, but still very fun. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular, following the Rhine River, but there are also several other very significant communities not too far away where you have the nucleus of what we're going to describe today. Some of the most important attractions of these specific communities were the early establishment of cemeteries. It sounds kind of awkward. Why would you want to move to a place because they have a cemetery? But you should understand that the entire remains is important in most faiths. The idea of an eternal resting place, a place where one may have hallowed ground to visit one's ancestors and so on. I can tell you that in my own case, I come from a very remote community in northern Canada, northern Ontario, where one of the reasons why a small community was gathered there was because there was a very unfortunate military accident. Jews were making their way up north, possibly in some form of trade, and they drowned at a certain time where there was some wreck, and so a Jewish cemetery was hastily created in the Ingle Park. And that's where grandparents that I am buried, and Jewish community was established at that time in the region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the create communities as a whole, and it tended to build on Jews, of course, like many religious groups, were forced to bury among other Jews and not in cemeteries, certainly not in mass graves, which is not at all uncommon for the Middle Ages, particularly when they get like that. So the establishment of a cemetery is often associated with the early establishment. We showed that one of the crucial elements that relates to the development of a unique civilization in Ashkenaz was the center periphery where was the center of the Jewish world at this time. This is around the 8th, 9th century. The most profound expression of civilization was certainly in fact far away from this small communities. In Baghdad, it already developed just to the south of that huge Talmudic culture. They had a long series of Geonim, which were kind of titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with the rabbinic academies. And they were communicating far and wide with the Jews spread out around the Mediterranean basin. You also have great communities in places close to Israel. You have a small population in Israel itself, of course, continuous presence of Jews in Israel. But you also have significant communities in Asia Minor, in the Peninsula, in Egypt, Alexandria, and then across the coast of North Africa to Spain, where we're just, by the time we get to about 300, we're just beginning to flourish Jewish communities that are going into their gold, which we discussed in the previous lecture. But Ashkenaz was clearly on the periphery. Things about Jewish history is you have to adapt to local circumstances, and you can get away with in the so it's a little bit like what they say in America, what happens stays in Vegas. So a lot of innovations that occur in Ashkenaz is one of the locations. Could be very positive, beneficial types of innovations which would expand the region. Instead, they were long settlements there. They were new things that might necessarily have worked during the century. You can say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which was very far away from Baghdad at this time, and explore new modes of expression and literary activities. So part of the reasons why we have innovation is because it is an history of the Jewish people. And that is all before we get deeply into these lectures, but I'm going to be speaking broadly in this hour over the 9th through the 14th centuries, and there was a tremendous amount of change that happened during this time. This is a period that represents the high Middle Ages right up until the Black Death, where Europe has been through a lot of dramatic changes, and some of them really quite fundamental in what we call the longue durée, the long duration of things like climatic change, an increasing level of productivity of the soil, you know, really basic kind of geological events at the same time as massive changes in political and cultural events and so on. So I'm going to be generalizing because it's inevitable to speak in large terms over a very dynamic group of centuries, but nevertheless you will get some sense of how the Greek community developed and changed over these 500 odd years. Perhaps the most important thing that is at the heart of the development of Ashkenazi civilization is the development of a form of communal organization, which is typically known as the Kehillah. The word Kehillah is Hebrew, of course, and it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually related to words which later developed into synagogue, church, église. They're all related to this idea of gathering together. The Kehillah essentially represented an iteration of the communal organization of Jews in a structure that proved to be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, the endogamy in marriage, the adherence to group, and so on, and resisted just general dissipation of the community through assimilation, through conversion to Christianity, which is, of course, the overwhelming faithful period, used to survive in what was somewhat hostile times as well. The structure that I'm going to describe for you is completely new in Ashkenaz, but there were certain refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz, had a tremendously beneficial impact. And it was right up until really the 18th century when the innovations of modern citizenship, primarily from the French, began to erode the foundations of what the rule meant. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in medieval society, the organization of human beings was primarily corporate in nature. And what that means is, unlike today, where you know, I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, you know, immigrate to Budapest, and there, you know, I'd have to get citizenship. Otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if it's a word, I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I can basically go there, and if I want to, I could completely jettison that was everything New Yorkian about me, everything Canadian about me. I could theoretically learn Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language, so Hungarian. But let's say I could just go there and I could just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we've been doing modernity primarily because governments organize us primarily on the basis of individual citizenship. Here in the United States, the Social Security number, which has primary application to municipal and state authorities. That's how they know paying my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They not necessarily group me with my friends, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified almost on a caste-like basis in their affinity groups. This was primarily economic in nature, meaning if you were a peasant, not with other peasants, and you were typically classed the peasants belonging to a particular nobleman, and the noblemen were belonging to a particular and so on. And this is a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupy all kind of box, as we later in this lecture, guys collectively. And very rarely were demands put on these individually by outside groups. So therefore, it was in their interest to organize effectively, to have strong representation, to convey their to authority and to defend themselves from threats and so on. So let's see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. One of the ways in which this corporate nature of medieval society is expressed was through things called charters. A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged later on periods, that describe the privileges of the king in a particular locale that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews. Wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. Certain Jews were often promoted as social, economic, religious developments shifted, and some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had to be overruled by a new arrangement, and these things did happen over the dynamic course of the next 500 years. But basically, if you think about the Jewish communities being established in the Rhineland, they typically were organized Jews as groups, like, imagine big tour buses of Jews coming into a meeting with the local ruler and putting in writing the kind of agreements that would pertain to their settlement in this region, protections and responsibilities as well. Not at all equivalent to other tasks in that region, sometimes more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews, but this was considered normal for medieval period because it was a corporate society, groups like as part of collective organizations rather than dealt with as we would have in modern Western societies. So this allowed them, because they had to organize themselves, they had to represent themselves within a charter to the local authorities to establish this organization called the Kahila. Let me show you here basically a breakdown of what a Kahila would look like structurally. Let's start from the top down and understand how it's working. Again, as I mentioned here, it's not like the Kahila structure was brand new. There were definitely antecedents that we found in diaspora communities. Jews had already been living inside of the land of Israel, outside of the territory, for almost 1,000 years, and they had found to more or less establish themselves. But the unique central periphery issues led them to develop and refine this Kahila structure in the nation. So you would have at the top people who are typically called the Tuvei Ha'ir, the Tovei Ha'ir, which is literally the good people of the city. This is a Talmudic term which was applied to the leadership of the Kahila, and it refers to typically the wealthier, established male denizens of the locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the Tuvei year would have have the responsibility of making all the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a whole. In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, it's basically exactly the same structure, where this would be the board of directors, the executive board. This is the group of people who are technically elected, but everybody truly knows you really should only vote for certain people. Why is wealth such an important criterion? Gender, of course, is a criterion that's taken for granted, that women would not, by and large, hold leadership roles at this level. We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of these lectures. Gender will play a very good role, as we shall see in the tableau at the bottom of this chart. But at the top level, we're doing primarily. Now, why is property so important? Because there is a kind of the less of these. There is a kind of an understanding, along with receiving the honor of being named to the board of directors. You're also supposed to write a check. You're also supposed to economically support the financial needs of the Kehillah as a whole and contribute to the support of the Jewish poor. So the Shuvah here were the good people in the city, not only because they were wealthier, but also because they would, in exchange, informal exchange, rarely stipulated, right? But in exchange for participating in this term-limited board, they would also be funds for the LGBT. So these are largely men of property class within the church. They would establish one of their members to be the Haas, who is essentially resident. I wonder if the resident somehow is related to Haas. But Haas literally would act as the chief executive officer of the Kehillah, who would essentially run the most important function of the church. They would also hire the rabbinical leadership of which often exercise this function not only in pastoral duties, but basically a legal function by interpreting the conflicts within the community, Talmudic law, and rendering decisions, and essentially supporting the adherence of Judaic by the larger population. This should again be related to modern city structure because the board of directors will appoint a shul president and will also hire the rabbi. To hire, as you might assume, there's always going to be a certain dynamic and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns, they have overlapping concerns. And Jewish history is replete with examples of conflicts between the community, especially the wealthier class, who want to do certain things, and the rabbi or the Beit Din oppose them, and they have to find a way to negotiate their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, of popular support because people go to the rabbi for rabbinic guidance and for spiritual sustenance and so on. They don't necessarily go to the president for that. So the rabbi has kind of like popular backing. But if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of the Parnas and the Torah here, then the rabbi can get fired. His salary is essentially paid for by the taxes levied on the. So it's not like that. It's not a theocracy where the rabbi is in charge. Theoretically, everything has to be run according to Jewish law, and the chief interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi, and the Beit Din in court. But if the court rules too stringently for the behavior there, then that court will be overturned, and they'll find a new court that will interpret more leniently. So there's always this kind of dynamic tension. Similarly, the Parnas and the Shuvah here are inconsiderate of the needs of larger populations, and they too many populations, or they refuse to allow certain leniencies, then the kind of a popular uprising is directed sometimes through the rabbi and will require a change to themselves, because after all, we live within this community. And we're talking also about relatively small communities that might number in the hundreds, very large ones in the small thousands. So these are basically the shuls, essentially, provide that. Both the Parnas have a staff of so-called gabbai. The literal term gabbai means collector. In modern synagogues, the gabbai has only kind of like a shadow of their original role. So modern synagogues, gabbais are sometimes called eagles, and they're essentially people who make sure that the synagogue functions properly, that when they hand out synagogue honors, that people receive them in appropriate timing and circulation and things like that. But in the medieval Kultura, the gabbai were essentially like the internal police force. They were ones who would issue summons to the court. They were people who would essentially mete out the tax demands and make sure that those tax demands are met. They were actually very, very powerful people employed by both the Parnas and the Gabbai. So today's Gabbai, respect the Gabbai because he had a tremendous amount of authority on these systems. Now, I mentioned taxes, which is crucial, of course. The Kehila was self-sustaining. This entire structure, which had a remarkable number of factors, as we shall see shortly, had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done by the Tuvayim, and they would require on a sliding scale that Jews who were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general wealth, and they would send out to make sure that taxation was fulfilled. If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the Tuvayim, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could appeal to the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal the tax assessment. Really, there was no way out other than conversion to Christianity. In other words, leaving the Kehillah. Under society where a Jew may choose to which he or she wishes to affiliate with a large Jewish community, this was not at all possible in the Kehillah. In the Kehillah, up until the 8th century, you were part of it, and you were a Jew, you were expected to pay the taxes that the Jewish community levied on you, or you left it entirely and essentially became a Christian. There was no real meaningful secular identity in the medieval period, unlike in the modern period. Now, it's true that today, for example, if you get on the mailing list of the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation mailing list, the only way to get basically go through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local Kehillot would kind of join together and form super municipalities, which the Kehillot would communicate with one another. And so, if you had a person who, let's say, paid or refused to taxes, decide out, or more commonly refuse to give his estranged to leave town and go a life in some other, well, that other Jewish town would have a second. You can't just start up a shoe store. You know about what you back in Köln, you can't do it here in Speyer, and so they would be able to some regional influence of Jewish life really quite effective, largely done through the Gabbai. So what I've kind of explained to you right now is the quite coercive nature of the Kehillah, which was very effective in maintaining group standards, to a large degree religious norms, and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the Kehillah gave a tremendous amount to the community as a whole, and this was done primarily through these organizations called Chevra, which I translate here as committee, is basically just like a synagogue, a committee of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole. They would budget that was allotted them from the tax receipts of the Kehillah, and so they would be allowed to perform these pretty valuable functions to preserve the wherewithal of the Jewish community to maintain their own career and their own needs. So look at just a short list of the laws that would be present, especially in a larger community, the most important of which is the Chevra Kadisha, that's on the top left of these boxes here. The Chevra Kadisha, or the Clothing Association, was the burial society. And this was a very high status society that was typically comprised of individuals who were typically married, often a little bit older, middle-aged and onward, who would care for the washing and the dressing and the burial of the deceased. One of the reasons why it was so honored as a status symbol to belong to the Chevra Kadisha was not only because of the huge religious associated with the last of the beast, but also because it was things that the Kehillah as a whole could use to enforce conformity. This was, there's a whole list of punishments that the Kehillah could impose on someone who refused to comply to good standards, such as paying taxes or giving a get or things like that, or even appearing before the court when summoned. The last of which was typically refusal to bury them when they pass away. This was considered such a tremendous punishment upon Jews that typically the Chevra Kadisha were to say, we have chosen that you will be denied burial rights. Jews would typically not say, oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes, here I'll give my life again, whatever it is. So that was one of the most important Chevras that was, basically in every Kehillah because people would always die. The businesses, I guess. But you would also, for example, a Chevra for Ozer Dalim, which would be full relief of various types. The Talmud and the codes of Jewish law has a long discussions of various different types of relief, from temporary full relief to ongoing full relief, and calculating exactly how much income was required to qualify with different levels of full relief and so on. And this had to be distributed out, so the Chevra Ozer Dalim would typically deal with this. Chevra was typically associated with promoting education. Typically, Jews were overwhelmingly literate, particularly comparison to the larger society, especially with the lower classes. He was promoted for children very heavily by the Kehillah, supported by the federal Shas. Parents also typically pay for tutors, especially for more advanced education. But every child has some access to education, especially in a larger Kehillah. Support for kids' rights, support for guilt, support for Jews traveling from place to place, which is important for the development of international connections among Jews, reading ascetic, which continues today. My wife and I are very proud for our own food bank here, and we deliver food even in in modern day New York. Hebron Tehillim, which largely is more of a religious association, clearly designed to bring together people with songs for the benefit of Indian songs. And the implicit, broad, common Hebras, but they obviously could be as many as the community would support, based on the economic wherewithal of the community and the interest of the population. And like the higher levels of the Tefillah, which was dominated by men, only men would be allowed to the male members of the community, and women, the women of the community. Many of these here is that then and now, women constitute the men of the apparatus that continues to provide for the needs of the community. Essentially, a well-designed support service network that works with methods like the Catholic method that's able to support a variety of economic positions within the Jewish society to allow for development, literacy, numeracy, for survivors of the medieval period. Now, once these was well established, one of the features that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, is the development of takanot, or decrees. So let's understand exactly what those things are. Here, by the way, the image literally in action of the bust of Solomon, very important period of king of this period. One of the things I find fascinating about this is that according to the scholars who studied their statue, it contains apparently a skull cap, which sounds essentially is it possible that Charlemagne Jewish? No, I don't know. Sorry, that probably contains the real skull cap, not the cloth one. Charlemagne was rumored to have been one of the first kings to expand the charters to Jewish communities who were established themselves in Sweden. It's more likely that the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Louis the Pious, particular medieval representation of Charlemagne on the left, crowning his son Louis, the younger. And notice the picture on the left. That's a skull cap, right? I don't think I could carry off a purple one of those. Somehow I'm tempted. And also Bob's grandson, who definitely issued a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is how he is known. And as you can see, he does not look especially bald. There's a lot of questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that he was actually quite hairy, and so he was kind of like used the Talmud term Sagi Namor, it was a euphemism. But there is a bald guy here at the bottom of this, which maybe he's actually Charles the Bald. I've been lecturing now for But anyway, that's where we get some of the early charters, definitely proceeding from Charlemagne's son and grandson. And these charters were incentives for Jewish settlement. Meaning, once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement, then you begin to see significant migration of Jews, as we saw in the last lecture, early from northern Italy to the Rhine land. Most famous is the Colonimus family that moved up in the 9th century and were very important in establishing generations of leadership for these Persian communities. They're also associated with a group called the Hasidic Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of like chain migration that says things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they're building a great tequila structure there, so I'm going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterizes the Ashkenazi civilization is the establishment of therefore takanot. Takanot, singular takana, essentially means a repair is kind of like a rabbinic decree or ordinance that says, to deal with the local conditions here, political, social, economic, religious, a rule. Anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was the so-called Keren Hayishu, a complex, sophisticated rule which essentially maintained settlement for Jews within the community. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, Rome, and you decided you wanted to make your way up to there, and shoemaker, it could be that the community of Speyer would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a fair Hayishu that only these families, these shoemakers in our town. We do have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. So if you want to open up a restaurant, Chinese, that would be great, but shoemaker, sorry, it's off the list. And so the fair Hayishu, which has its positive and negatives, was one of these kind of takanot that was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz. Another one, very important. Gershon, known as the Meor Hagod, the light of the elders, especially associated with lions, he was associated with very, very lasting repercussions to this day. That the Jewish men marrying more than one wife in roots. Abraham, of course, had Sarah and also Hagar. Jacob, of course, had 4 wives, and so 2 of them wives. 2 of them were so-called Kulachim, but I'm not going to go into the details. And so Gershon said that, however, and then that, by the way, that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, in the 7th century onward, but it was not typical of Christian countries. And so one of the things that Gershon did was he said, you know what, in Ashkenazic lands, we're going to make this rule, and it's going to last for 500 years. It was later renewed, that Jews in Ashkenaz, or Ashkenazi Jews, may not marry more than one. A lot of implications for this in terms of women's rights and people's ability to talk about associated with Gola that had to deal with women's rights and privileges. Actually, very advantageous, particularly within that time frame. But it also meant that Jewish family in Christian lands was much more congruent with Christian norms, and that proved to be extremely beneficial. But these are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these communities that had long-lasting power and reach within Ashkenazic lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover as I use words, and I have a daughter who married a Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazi, you can tell I am Lithuanian derivative. Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known for their scintillating wit and precise intelligence and superior fashion sense, but she married a Sephardic guy. And all of a sudden, my daughter is no longer held by the bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green beans, which would never grace my table on Passover, Ashkenazic takanot. But since she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous time on Passover. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic innovations that really come from this medieval period. We should bear in mind, however, that there were disruptors. I don't want to give the impression that over 500 years of Jewish history in Ashkenaz, it was entirely uniform. Rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated, as you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild Miscellania from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women engaging in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day. We have a lot of examples of 100 years of Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz. It was entirely uniform. rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated, as you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild Miscellany from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day, where we have a lot of examples of non-conformist behavior in the medieval Kehillah, as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself and maintain its group integrity. This literature resides, and I'll have opportunity to discuss it over the course of these lectures, in the so-called responsa literature, known in Hebrew as She'elot Utshuvot, which questions and answers, where we have hundreds and hundreds of years, going back long before medieval Ashkenaz, of questions that were directed to rabbis in authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and is harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond. The responses, the tshuvot, would constitute case law precedent for later developments. From these She'elot, we actually have a really interesting link into specifically non-conformist behavior, because almost always, you don't ask the rabbi a question where everything is perfectly normal and fine. You ask a question and something out of kilter. And so the She'elot, the Tshuvot literature is extremely useful for telling us kind of like the limit of the authority of the Kehillah and how it sometimes push back against, usually unsuccessfully, but with lasting change. We'll also see some forms of protest that would include often gendered aspects. Like, for example, if a woman felt, it was typically women, if a woman felt she was not being treated by the Kehillah leadership, and one of the last resort things that she could do is that in the middle of the Sabbath services, when the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark, a woman could barge to the men's section. Men and women typically separated for prayer purposes. She could barge into the section. She could take a spot right in the section where the Torah was, and refuse to allow this to continue until she received assurances that her case would be addressed. And this was, you can't do this very many times, but it was one of those last ditch, so to speak, Hail Mary type, I'm really trying to use this context, but it was one of those last ditch type of appeals that it makes to protest against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the Torah was not absolute, it was very strong, but it was not absolute. Now, let us move to the economic structure, the economic structure. Ultimately, things evolve around money, right? This is sort of like the unofficial Abramson rule of history, which is don't know why something happens, so it probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a remarkable conceptual representation of the money changer of his wife. They're not a Jewish woman, though, a Jewish couple, because you can see that she's reading some Christian literature here, definitely not sort of like approved by the local rabbi. So it's actually a Christian woman. By the way, you can also see the artist here on the illustrated one. You can see there's a mural shown in the mural painting itself. But nevertheless, a very beautiful representation of what must be like to be in money changer, working with various judges. One of the most important elements of the economic foundation of the Kehillah in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money. This is hugely important, particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy, which Jews interpret identically, particularly at this time, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this that Christians may not loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest loan. But theoretically, a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments. Or more likely, a Jew could demand interest payments from a Christian. This was codified in Catholic law, first by Ambrose in the 4th century, and then under something called the Decretum Gratiane of the 12th century, that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly because we do know that Christians also were sometimes non-conformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they're definitely doing so without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. And so Jews would be establishing a community and they would perform credit granting service that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And Jews were actually sought out for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advancement of the economy as a whole, but especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second. This is, just before we get to the kings, however, let's just try to understand, what do we mean by money lending? So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term, usury, and it's not an unfair term in many ways because interest rates in medieval Europe were, incredibly burdened. We're talking about interest rates of 40, 50%. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medieval interest rates. So why would Jews do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they were allowed in almost all parts of Europe and almost all times to own it. It wasn't like they were forced into money lending, but it had lots of benefits. There were also specific risks to landowners. I mean, if you owned land and you were expelled from the country, what are you going to do with that land? It was typically, like you see in the Spanish Inquisition, it was typically confiscated by the state, and then you were left. So landowning is a difficult thing to manage. It also goes to joke, which is no longer technically true, but they used to say that why are there no great Jewish pianists? There are, but back then, why are there no great Jewish piano players? The reason is because it's very hard to run while carrying a piano. That's why Jews prefer the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to carry. So money lending had huge benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could set bankers out if you were a banker. It allowed you time to live close to other Jews, so you could live within the distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, ritual bath, walking distance of an Asian restaurant. As lunchtime started to deliver this lecture, and that was clearly advantageous. It was not paper like agriculture was, and so it was well suited to become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant risks at the same time because if the debt burden grew too heavy, then Jews would risk the possibility of popularizing. We're going to see a really important example of that is when we look at the 17th century with the Magnitsky window. Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to the nobility, as we'll see, for example, in England, it's not impossible that the nobility could simply say, we owe just way too much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts that month. Frequently, as in the case of France, the Jews would be expelled because the debt burden was too high, and then the local inhabitants said, wait a second, it's too hard to live without credit, let's invite them back. These would be re-invited, and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind of situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit, and in fact, the way the church had set up their Decretum Gratianum, they had a real monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant risks as well. Now, what about the benefits to the king? This was important because we're talking a medieval economy where a lot of transactions simply happen in barter. We're talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based, driving much of this economic medieval structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, are actually very valuable source of taxation for the king. So one of the things that develops out of Ashkenaz at this time is this notion of the Jews being steadily kamarai, which means servants of the royal chamber. And in terms of that corporate structure of society, I spoke about earlier, the king would frequently declare that the Jews' kingdom were his private possessions, that they were his private authority, and he would guarantee their activity as money launderers, and he would help them enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian, you went to a Jewish money lender, like in the image we're seeing that debt was essentially paid by the king. If you fail to repay your debt, you would not only have to answer to Shloimeh, the local money lender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with actual if you did not repay that debt. And why was the king so much in a rush to do so? Because he taxed the Jewish money lenders directly and was able to derive the fruit of their labors as a major source of income. So there was a real king to be able to have this economic engine in place. Maybe one kind of sort of parallel example, when I lived in Florida, one of the big allowed in certain areas, and the state regulated it, and there were certain areas where you're allowed to have gambling casinos. The reason is because even though gambling is a somewhat distasteful activity, you have to recognize that it's everywhere. People are going to bet on themselves and so on. Regulates it, they can also sit. And they can also derive it. It has to be kept within certain boundaries because they don't want the evils of gambling to spread out society as a whole, but they want to kind of siphon it and direct it so they can also benefit from it economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that we're talking about here, are very much involved in that economic system. Now, there are elements of continuity and discontinuity throughout. This image, by the way, is fascinating. Just kind of very tangent. This is the tripartite Knox. This actually is from the page with to the holiday of Shavuot. On the left, you see Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. There's Aaron, his brother, there next to him. And then you have kind of the hierarchical fashion, a group of male Jews wearing the traditional Jewish hat called the associated with the fourth flag Nazis. We'll get to that later. And then behind them, you see a group of Jewish women who are portrayed with animal heads. This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of the 13th century Ashkenazim. We'll speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative way. They're actually kind of like cute. But most Jews look like the images of portrayed as animals or the kind of gestures to modesty. At any rate, you can understand that during this period, we look at society, we look at economy, you understand there's not only continuity, like these social and economic structures persisted throughout centuries, there's also fundamental discontinuity, where a lot of the structures, social and economic, broke down into various structures. Some of those pressures were competition between non-Jews, first with trade, through the guilds, which largely excluded Jews. You had to find other industries that historically become early adopters of new technology, specifically because they were often excluded from existing technologies, and also trade. The Jews would have faced certain competitions on other groups within cities, villages, towns, charters become extremely important. So depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in these societies, you will see the economic status of Jews go up or down. Then you also have a very important element which we'll share shortly. Church will state issues. The church, in particular, in the 13th century, gained significant ascendance, and the church begins to say, "Wait a second, you know, I realize you kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money, but we think it's an unfair workaround, and we've got to change things." So, among the many things that the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly of Jews on money lending and develop something called the so remove the Jewish monopoly and Christian very important. But in some cases, the distribution of Jews will be limited by church authority, so which the church has over the state will have tremendous repercussions for the society, and finally, popular uprise and expulsion that will constitute demographic punctuations that will be Jewish population. We'll have popular uprising that are expressed in we'll have to try to run later, but basically a half Jewish population. They will be associated with very nasty ideas, like blood libel, for example. And then when we get to the death in the 14th century, there will be widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure on the Ashkenazi communities to emigrate. That pressure will be released largely through invitations to settle, often with similar charters in Eastern Europe. So what I've described to you over the last 60 minutes is basically the kind of typical Jewish Torah structure. The backbone of its economy would probably be reliant on money lending, but there will be many other trades as well, such as smithing and popular entertainment. Music is a very cool tradition for Jews and so on. But the backbone of the economy would probably be related to money lending. And how those things would actually quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we described. I want to thank you all very much for your
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Chat! Oh my god, am I him or no? Chat. Am I him or no? Am I him or no? Again? Yes! You about to get the whole six.
Let me start by pointing out that, I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation that is going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves what exactly is Judaism. We're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz. What exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith. It's one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which was gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in Israel and was developed in the ages and still practiced to this day. However,
the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely the filters that they receive from Christian or modern interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really Torah. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah. And then there is this massive amount of information called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba al-Peh, which informs many aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of the Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? It doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic chapter completely dedicated to that topic. All of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we translate this as the path, and it's basically the interpretation according to the ancient rabbis of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there are significant, we shall see a little bit later today, some distinctions, Ashkenazi and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and beliefs, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on thinking kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how you wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they sleep, how they drink. For every single aspect of life is used by halakha. It is encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on, but we want to try and focus on more history. In terms of text,
Yo, dog.
no doubt,
How are you, Pip?
to understand halakha,
Yo, dog, how'd you find out about me?
I've been here before. I told you about you.
Oh, that's right. Okay, excellent. Was it a popular streamer or was that's like somebody only has a couple of people watching them? Very cool.
It's alright.
You're just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures, slanging dick like it's going out of style, living like a pimp. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How's that sound, big dog?
Sounds cool.
Excellent.
Alright, well, I was just checking in on you. Oh.
I appreciate that. Yeah, what's going on? What up, Netanyahu? How you living, pimp? Just a moment, I can't hear you. What? How are you? Yeah, I can hear you. Absolutely. Every day's a holiday, every meal's about me, Netanyahu.
Hey, I'm Frank Castle, bro. I've been here before. I found out from your past.
Oh, okay, very well. I can't keep track of all of these names.
I know no worries. I know you got a huge internet collection.
Absolutely. And I'm going viral.
Hey, when are you gonna? Hey man, how many followers you got on TikTok?
Well,
Where do you have the most followers?
Twitch, I have 40,000 followers. 50,000. And then another 10,000 on Instagram. On TikTok, I have over 1,000 accounts, but like some have thousands of followers, others only have a couple. It just depends. My big thing is just not getting the accounts banned. So I've had YouTube accounts with thousands of people, but they get banned. You know how it is. And instead of just being a little bitch and giving up, I just created a new one. I don't give it ban evasion. Word dog. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more media than any person ever.
Rabbi, you really a fucking G, bro.
1,000%. I'm the most archived individual in global history.
You know,
he's been in my stream.
We're all friends. I'm trying to talk to Aiden.
Dog,
Dog,
just send a message to Citrus in his Discord, and he'll him.
That's not even.
Well, let's talk about it. What do you want from him?
Money. Yeah, money. I just want to meet him too.
All right.
Words of inspiration.
All right. Well, you're probably gonna have to pay to get that.
Oh, really? Well, what if I asked to get a video or some shit?
He's person, so he'll probably allow it, but you're gonna have to pay to get it.
I'd have to give Aiden my net worth, all of it, just so I can talk to King Aiden.
Anything else you can give to him or do for him?
My virginity.
All right. Anal or anal be okay. I don't know if he's gonna want that. All right, so let's think about what you can get to him. Can you give him a network of any kind? Size?
That's a pretty good size. I can give it to him and take his anal virginity.
All right, I don't think he wants that though. You can save that for your brother boyfriend. What about money? I understand that. That's completely understandable. All right, that's fine.
He already has all the money in the world.
He's
not giving any money.
He's doing fine. Yeah, he always wants more though. All right, so no network, no cash.
Did you see the stream of Mr. Beast?
He's been down with the house.
I have some, but I kind of just preserve it until the time is right. So not right now.
Just like stuff, right?
I definitely have done that. I like to vape though. Vaping's probably my favorite. It's like I think it's called. I don't know what it's called. Just a moment.
Bro, I got all of one side done.
Dude, earlier before I went to the gym, I popped the site and I took my pre and I fucking blew up so much when I took it because I dry scooped it. And then I went to the gym.
But you guys,
like this.
You gotta start edging.
Oh, that's a Benjamin, bro.
All right.
You got the Benjamin. Is that a big G?
I'm not sure. It works. It works amazingly. It's been through Vietnam and back, and it's got a really good battery on it. So I definitely endorse them. What's your favorite?
Those batteries are nice.
Or Doug? Actually, I love Rogue cartridges, specifically the fruit punch kind. What kind do you like?
I mean, I got Mad Labs on, but I like Rock Gardens.
Okay. Why them? Why them? Do you like the taste or the feeling?
Both.
Okay.
I just like getting geeked, you know. I just love getting mad geeked and taking mad flavors.
All right. Hey, man, whatever floats your boat. So what's on your agenda for tonight?
Chill and enjoy the night.
Excellent. I've made some kickbots that are going to take over the world. They're pretty baller. And previously, I did this for like 8 months, just spamming every day. But I had to manually create the account basically, and that meant I couldn't do it while I was asleep. But I figured out how to automate it semi recently, and so I've gotten like
Somebody's gonna make a movie about you.
100%, 100%, and I'm making my own movie. I have the biggest documentary in global history.
Yeah, like that's actually
100%.
We're having like a Guinness World Record streaming.
100% of data archived to the internet. That's my goal.
How many like terabytes?
It's
the Guinness World Record thing fake in your profile?
Well, you need $25,000 to do it. So I've been in contact with them, but they want $25,000, and I don't have the ability to give that to them. So I would say that it's just a matter of time until I have it. It's certainly not fake. I mean, I'm in my life all the time, but am I in there?
I read somewhere online that your family's super rich.
Members of my family are. My family is more reasonable.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've created these.
The current events. What do you think about the current events in the world?
I want world peace. How does that sound to you?
How do you think we achieve that as seamlessly as possible?
I think people can see that we have individuals. I'm not the only one who stream their life and recognize that we're not all that different and come together. Specifically in any war region, we sit down the parties at a table, we take out a map and a crayon, and we draw borders. And then you just have to stick by them.
Observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of certainly Ashkenazic Jews and split up. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splinter groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazic history. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents a discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular say, and engaging in really deep back and forth and trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. This Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic, and is really the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So, with this official kind of orientation, to see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things which are studied to this very day. And in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halakha, the commentary on the Torah. And the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having lost the actual Rashi that we have. But the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand. Broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It says study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can cull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many different words and phrases and puzzle passages in Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, which is fairly small in size, 5 books. You can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page. That's called Daf Yomi. It's a program that started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day. And you can travel from place to place in the world to pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the day after, and so on. And so it's 1,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because the folio is both sides. and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary on the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary on the Torah. He's not trying to in lots of other passages from Midrash, things like that, to exploit it. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, bring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the that are by the editors that the reader be aware of. Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her to hand, typically him shortly, and saying what it means this. And here, what that passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very basic meaning of the Talmud. So, with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these two key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. An incredibly important contribution to their thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you had some time with Professor Lowy, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Baalei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I've brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text that just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazi Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning. There's a discussion of how do you exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you'll get to the next text of the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi that you can see that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. The Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font. They're traditionally in a different font. It's the Rashi font, primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach, thinking of what's said on the page here, and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so, therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so, unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements of the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometime even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Dean Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continues right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat when we're looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei, literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are little instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of the Maccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century representative. But anyway, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But anyways, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidic Ashkenaz is this book, covered the front page shown here, Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of folk tales and stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting is actually in the Sefer Hasidim, as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will called the Tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think it would be pioneered by the Hasidic Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors, you get the house, and you get the car, and you get my favorite painting of Zadie or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which Hasidic Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them, and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda Chassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instruction as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother. Right? So if Reuven's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It's also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuven falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to her, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Kotzker Rebbe, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century, we'll talk about it tomorrow, by the way, he once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the 10 Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're loud, it's hard to tell when I'm speaking through Zoom, but I hope you enjoy it. Okay, one last detail about the studies in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that by going away to class. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generations, the Yeridat Hadorot. There is
the
this
biggest
notion
pimp on
in
earth
Judaism
throwing up gang signs.
when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the tribe in the Bible, that's kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still in the body as a mortal. And then as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Baalei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. They from Sidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than the earlier generations. So one of the things that the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of commandments. And the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are they? This is a commandment. Others say, no, it's not a commandment. The rabbinic law and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? Organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an figure, but that's basically what's going on, discussing right now. Around the period of expulsion, there is a light figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Karo, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim, and those thinkers who are called Achalonim, which means the later ones. Um, Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. Perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When you get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazim in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, Polish Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, the Great Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's important because one of the aspects of Judaism, which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century, is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith. Meaning, I will tend to the argument that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and I like my guy friends. We show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere at home, whereas most of my things go on in the sphere outside. There are how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halachic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into 2 types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things. And negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, there's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. I'll give you some examples in each quadrant. So, a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of with a thatch roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment: sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be from the 10 Commandments: honor thy father and mother. Right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to have water. That's like positive, but it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay? So positive commandments defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative would be do not eat bread on Passover. Right? No leavened products may be during the 8-day holiday of Passover. thou shalt not, do not eat. But it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time would be, again, 10 Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is a basic schematic how one may understand commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud said that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by Talmud. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them. And certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have a nursing child or things you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of this. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standards of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that where commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right? For that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority on. But it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily life. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and the most significant of those is the conversion mitzvah, which relates to the laws of what I call family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in Greek, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiant. There's not the translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, that unconsciousness, one has to drink water. Afterwards, water is a universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. And one of the things that is definitely associated with that is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before a wife can return to a regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath. That's what was shown by the way in the background of this ritual model. I'm going to show you now a brief video that made a connection with my synagogue. I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part. We will enter the mitzvah of Chazakah. It's a remarkable 14th century mitzvah. You get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you more of the video because you get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so it has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mitzvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see the 14th century mitzvah. So look at the Eagle Synagogue of Katabata, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the event, the remarkable discoveries that were made in the base. The synagogue is located in Judea, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, or later times known as a seal. At one time, 2,000 people, something like 15% of the
town population lived in this time and space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, it was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, to the left and the right of two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. Resonate with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and missionary activities at the time. So when we finish applying the steps to synagogue proper, there is one which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world of humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that they do. This beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very low profile facade, the outside. And yeah, the oldest in France and the second oldest. There are some remarkable charming emphases like a miniature chair that sits in an alcove. And up there, so you can see there. Oh, wow. Tiny. Amazing. It's an interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style. The Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room, and on the second floor, you have to go up some stairs to see the original. So it was so welcoming to us here in Conference Drive. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the sacred Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the Aron to show us all their antique sacred Torahs, which were worn. Some of the letters had faded, those could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved the Torah, centuries old, and they allowed you to go in that. Incredible. Hey, Solomon, say something for the camera.
This midway is from the 18th century.
Okay, and the Nick used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvahs, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which was so shortly that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people were immersed was a kind of more comfortable place to be heated in water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century from the midway. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Cosmic synagogue is the community mikvah, ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear, it spreads on the well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, when we descended here, candlelight, which must have been really heightened really the solemnity associated with the original immersion, since it's natural light in space.
Did you put that little cheese on top of it?
Of course, not use the 14th century mikvah or even 18th century mikvah, or use a modern mikvah. The synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking matzah. Years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the
stick to the fucking neighborhood. This is okay. So get up, get shit. I don't want to because every time I step out, what did it smell like? I told you I know it. You want air conditioner? I go, no. This is air. Why? It's hot out. I go, why? It smells like something farted. No, it's not great. Yeah, it's like if I get in this morning, now, in the movie theater, I was smelling myself. I started to fucking fart. Not till I got home off the ferry. I had to stand out there and air out. In that fucking Hudson County, that water, Lago Lake, Delta Land. I'm fucking getting salt water. That's how I got out. Yeah, in the movie theater. I can still smell the fucking fart. Okay, anyway, it was listen, it's not a fart. I was a part of the green fart. You know, long time. He had a ride. And the guy had to take me to check for that guy. Then he got fart. And he's on the phone. They're on the phone. Who are they talking to all day? I don't know. For 10 hours, I can't go to prison. You go to prison, for a long day.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Continental Synagogue is that it literally had corridors physically connected the home of the Jewish quarters with the synagogue. As the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their home. So that's a quick trip through France where we go and look at a medieval synagogue in particular, to look at the medieval mikvah underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikvah anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikvah either. By modern standards, they're kind of but a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, the 20th century looks more like a squalor. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly press some information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around us. We are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I indicated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle, whether one is male or female. Generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say, around our child. There's a lot more celebration with the birth of the boy, circumcision ceremonies, the bar mitzvah. Then the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy was definitely not a big thing. In medieval Ashkenaz, it was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than but the bat, although the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, was like my further the idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha as here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the experience. But nevertheless, the life cycle, the history associated with patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of literacy. The Jewish women were also remarkably literate as far as we can tell. From Ashkenazi doctrines, they may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. Far more likely for women to be able to read and write, at least in Yiddish, than in the broader non-Jewish society. Of course, they had another to write it for modern experience.
Then you have, of course, and the last element of the life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the movement. Actually, straight out, not like death was actually controlled. Death was but the process of burial and mourning was largely managed by this high status committee called the recovery. The weekly cycle is something that and that relates obviously to the integrity of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today, in the first century, is even more remarkable because it's removed from our contemporary activities, but basically on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with creative or activity. For example, forbidden to light a fire, forbidden to fire, forbidden to cook food, forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and a public thoroughfare without a device called a carriage, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, work, and much more focused on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it so much more example today is because we really operate in a 24/7 environment, which becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week with, like a digital fax. Whereas for virtue, well, of course you ignore communicating with the broader world, communicate with the ones you love, your family, and so on. It's a very different kind of approach to the for modern day Jews. You can see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off, food is not prepared on the Sabbath. So the Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great to the Christian Sabbath days, was shared in some features with the Sabbath. Disconnect between the two has implications. And of course, there was this really cycle with a group of holidays that exist here, very cultural connections. But they were largely adapted to times as well, including a holiday which usually falls around September or October, and that can be somewhat more than 4.99 there's so much more to say daily cycles of media. Not nearly as relevant to all more narrow studies history, however. So I'll leave you with that as kind of like so what I'm going to do thank you for your attention now. I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching.
That is something that I've never seen in Green Chili. And they used to have another place too that had a bunch of locations in Denver. And that place is world fucking class too. That all this food is dirt fucking cheap. Oh, that's good. It would be 62 if Joey had that. Dude, that you have no idea. Making more jobs. If I take you there, you would.
Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what it means when we use this term anti-Semitism. As we shall see, we're actually using it somewhat anachronically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. It is a term that is unfortunately all too long. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazi experience. So
first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, though it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the longest hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable little brief post-war work he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite will invent him. Meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, when we have more time to discuss it, we'll certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is seen as a reaction to the structures of society, and that the Jews provide a foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow, explain their situation by looking at the Jews as the implications of that today. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in 2004, a Japanese translation of the protocols of the learned elders of Zionist anti-Semitic works, a forgery, a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy that, even though there's a tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of the reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious. So, much more to say about this, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now, this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marx, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developing language families around this time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, but also so on, but anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic thought. And so saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern age as kind of this bizarre, imaginary world Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe. And therefore, many scholars today, there is no such thing as Semitism. There is no such world of Jewish conspiracy. I'm embarrassed I even have to actually say that. But there's no really such thing as ism. Therefore, anti-Semitism started with a hyphen, which implies that one is anti an actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled generally with a lowercase s and no hyphen, anti-Semitism. Meaning it's a word used as a phenomenon of hatred towards specifically. Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the real Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly moderate, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively, even simply biblical, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use the term in this lecture. But try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focused on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly outside from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger. that reflects a cultural complex, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. And there's a whole bunch of things. So, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful. They rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership only to men who were circumcised. So you couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, at the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There were two pretty significant revolts of Jews. Three, if you account the two-place rebellion, that resulted ultimately in the destruction of sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in the further persecution noted, for example, in this arch, the Arch of Peace that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the century, that they have this depiction of the Jews forced to carry off the temple spoil to the temple Jupiter in Rome. And by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Fine has actually done a great analysis of the temple composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it looked like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple of Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrating war victory propaganda? It seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. Debate the finer points, but basically it's a normal type of hatred in the ancient period as far as we can see. Now, it changes significantly with the birth of Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is a daughter of Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews who defined their faith, specifically focusing it on. And when you get into the second century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogue, still keeping kosher, still observing Passover, things like that, and a much larger group of non-ethnic Jews who adopted the Christian religion, you see a kind of a family feud, us versus us arguing to an us versus them kind of environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and the Church Fathers and so on. You can see here in a couple of medieval representations, which are actually from the period of time we're talking about. These are both representations of the articulation, the difference between Christianity and Judaism, which would be especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to illiterate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism. So it would be easier for people to understand what the relationship was to the reasonably wealthy Jews living in urban environments and understand what their relationship was. On the left, you see they're typically portrayed in pairs like this. One represents the church, always on the left side, which will grip under the right hand of Jesus. Sometimes you see them across the middle. He's got his right hand over the church, the left hand, the weaker hand, over the synagogue. So on the left of the Gospel Sisters, you see church with a crown and a solid staff holding a chalice, and she's clear-eyed and she's standing erect and so on. To her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost fallen away from her. She has her head down in sadness, her crown is gone. She's blindfolded to the truth. Her staff is broken, and like a symbol of her loss of. And even the Ten Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually to work to down like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place. On the right, you see a rather more vivid example from a glass window in Gradobent, Germany, 15th century. On the left is the church riding on a tetromorph, dignified looking mythical creature with the upright staff in the child. A hand descends from her with a halo, a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue who is riding on a donkey and holding a lamb's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps to trying to rise in carnal nature, as argued by the church fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. These motifs appear over and over again in literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue images that we have. Her staff is broken, and just in case the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of her skull, indicating that she is no longer saved. So this is a special kind of animus that is largely the result of a religious dispute between the younger faith that emerged from the older faith and a rejection of the older faith. It's qualitatively quite different from the earlier Roman xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You couldn't say that, I don't know, let's say Buddhists would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to Jews. They don't have the same relationship. And then the period that we are entering now, you see all of a sudden anti-Semitism just goes off the rails, and it goes to bizarre pathologies which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. Ideas that come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very important in society in the 12th and 14th century and onwards, a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 20th century. Kind of like a devotion of anti-Judaic prejudice. They call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really begin. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. That had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian governments to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. These have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian presence. Urban connects with his Eastern Cross Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the concept. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in there are Jews living there, and actually end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Egyptian Crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath and murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are also to get a foothold in Jerusalem and in Israel, and it goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several crusades, but what's especially relevant for Ashkenazi Jews, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many different people are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined groups associated with nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take on themselves some kind of real prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to Christian glory. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't use the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. So from the horrible year 1096, and then for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, in particular, in Drytown on the Rhine River, also in Kiel and many other places, where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews who see this as kind of like a choice with no alternative. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic land, forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this is kind of like a cultural mind where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which might Lashin Russia, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized. And later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question really of, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish, and they are accepted back into the community, but there was a great significant amount of debate at the time. So the Crusades really constitute Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as fundamentally toxic to us. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. But the reason for this is that the church is ascending in the 13th century in particular. Innocent III, shown here actually leading a massacre of the Condors, that was a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 15th century, there was a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. Here, this representation of a Jewish man and a woman, and they have the roulette, which is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 circle pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But and sometimes it's the tablets of the law, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David. But in this fourth apostle, 12:15, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish use, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which is not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously has very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but not from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as Saturday Camarades, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the Lord, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church begins to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. Now, how we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. It first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 11 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who will prey on children, God forbid, and those children, especially if they murdered, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered, and they want to find a culprit. It is remarkably easy to blame the Jews. Say, aha, the Jews did this. Why would the Jews do this? Oh, the answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the argument, basically, of the charge of ritual murder. From England, it spreads to the continent, and here you can see it throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands. It actually penetrates Sephardic lands as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was specifically charged against Jews. I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion. That evolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of the story that not only did the Jews need to kill this Christian child, they need to drink its blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could only be resolved through Christian blood. That Jews would fertile, that is a way of restoring Jewish fertility. That Jewish men menstruate and they needed to replenish their iron menstruation. Absolutely ridiculous, insane kind of assertions. But each one built on the other in a conspiracy-like mentality, and it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. It had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. It was just simply, the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered, no body was ever found, no one ever reported a child missing, and the Jews would never rescue a child. Actually, a horrific period of time, and as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century, we move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I feel constrained to point out completely imaginary, never, but nevertheless, the belief that it did was sufficient to cause these terrible riots, these show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, interpretations of this idea, right? Up until the 21st century, this is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist named Gasparo who actually, painted a scene based on the trend, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I can possibly justify. So the blood libels races through Europe from the 12th century on has a last hold on the popular. Let us move to the next element, which is related to it, and that is the charge of host desecration. Moses recalled in Catholic as well, actually, there is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins and do penance and that they are allowed to participate in ritual of communion, which includes the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer, like a little round cracker, could be a few red comforters, and give some wine, and this has significance, obviously, within Catholic practice. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents the doctrine known as transubstantiation, the actual body of Jesus. And so the thought, though, by the way, during the 14th century, we had the Eucharist controversy. Eucharist is another word for this thing called the host, which refers to the sacrament. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There was some amount of pushback. I'm not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the food actually was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position. If there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, also must hate the host, since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to spare Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the use of children, but do involve the use of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is that Jews are rounded over a trial, just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public donations and massacres and really horrific kinds of things. Ideas, 15th century representation of the host desecration from Hassai. You see the story is laid out kind of in a comic book form. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church. You can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has himself. The second panel, he goes to the Jews. You see they're labeled with the well there, and he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel, and in the fourth panel, you can see that they are stabbing the host. You see in the background, the artist is obviously unaware of videography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on two tablets in the background there. But basically, Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously, it is bleeding. The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument. Then what happens is people get suspicious, they go to town officials, have a policeman come to door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels, lots of miracles. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the panel here. Talented like that is also with the top is associated with Jews as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel, others are flamed. In panel, the Christian who will be accomplished who betrayed others, this is where coffee is taken away, and then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, the violence against Jews was something which is characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the post-desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland. Also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for if you would see conspiracy afoot. It's also important to know, like, what was the church position on these things? Fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The levels of the church and the popes for most of these periods were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder. They saw no point to Jews when there were rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees, instructing the population that it's not true. Jews do not drink fish and blood. Please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and God forbid kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade the indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy, in any rate unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the Pope, and they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy of the local population, charging the Jews with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards to post-desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host body of Jesus and the post-desecration reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove largely unsuccessfully to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fermented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood libel, and then after it, the host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazi Jewry, particularly in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages, during the century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element, which proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz their way towards the eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which, as you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe, and results in demographic devastation. Sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years, and cause tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than Jews, and we simply have no data to support that or even to deny it. But it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, the Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazic history. There's a discussion in the Talmud of a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. A dog that barks a lot is hazardous to other people, and therefore you would be subject to liable for damages if your dog harms another person, even if they bark and frighten another person in an appropriate way. So, historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animal pets, in particular cats. So the theory, fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice. The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible. So therefore, Jews were less likely to get the plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat clean. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed, hardly changed their clothes at all. Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So, not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So, it's not that much clean. And, washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. Washing with cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to contract bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge. I remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentrations in urban settings, which was more characteristic of Jewish patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and to catch the contagion because they simply have many more people who come into contact with in a given day. So that urban debt or that urban charge would suggest that Jews probably suffered more from the plague than others. There are some interesting studies of activities. We do have memoirs from doctors, Jewish doctors, who were active in the plague. Give us an idea. At any rate, sorry for tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more anti-Semitic theories because one of the popular ideas was it must be that Jews caused this plague. Some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the Jews and they had received the help of lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison the waters of Europe. So in this image here, there's a representation of a Jew standing on the left, and he's wearing some kind of like a turban, which is like the artist's impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern garb. There is the victim of a ritual murder on the cross there, and wounded, probably also blood libel, and using, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag he's about to drop into the well. The Jews were able to concoct some kind of secret recipe that would create plague, and then he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon, urinates back into the waters and poisons them. The rest of the story you can probably, people get very upset. people blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. So taken together, rather nasty period of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from hospitality tolerated by numerous expulsions. As you can see in this map, whole range of them. This includes, of course, the expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century, but the expulsions in places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration, and but nevertheless very much connected with arguments over debt load and things like that. You see the same kind of thing happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various human-hating activities. Misanthropy means misanthropy, hating other people. And we see that expressed in blood libel and host desecration. Both of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, have a powerful hold on your imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions which are related to panic over region related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic, the anti-Semitic, various cultural popular movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. They move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine. There they find only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed, much like they were earlier, as Serve Amarai Regius, as service of the Royal Chamber. They're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss in a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on local population. So for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. Thank you very much for
there he is. How you living, pimp? You ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? What's going on, pimp?
Was Big Brother a popular show in the U.S.?
Not as big as Survivor.
Was it popular?
The first season
let us begin
was decent.
right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the.
Did you know that you had an invitation? Did you know that everybody's waiting on you? There you go, big dog. Is there a Big Brother Australia?
Yeah, it was like the most popular show in the early 2000s.
Oh, wasn't Sam Pepper on it?
No, that was UK.
Oh, good move. Good knowledge. Did you ever read the book, Big Brother? Oh, dude, you're missing out. Do you know what the future of humanity looks like?
Yeah.
What is it?
Surveillance everywhere.
But they say it's a human boot stepping on a face. A boot stepping on a human face.
I mean, you could argue that already is a balance, right? Well, we makes a balance right now with your recording.
Word, dog.
But most people are being about and they don't even notice.
That's correct.
People put so much of their life online and they don't even realize.
1000%, pimp. I've changed my bot strategy to Kick, and it's worked a lot better. I got 14 people in the last 24 hours to join the Discord. Did you just see how well I played? You didn't score a single point. Do you want to play again?
Yep. Did we even have a break there? Did I even get a turn?
Yeah, you got one turn. Wait. No, maybe you didn't. I think you broke, but then I just swept the board. I could be wrong on that. Get there, get there. Good one.
Hey, Rabbi, what do you think people have the most issues with out of these four things? Visual, coordination, communication, and attention.
That's a good question. It has to be just one of those. Attention. Perhaps. I know you think it's coordination. I don't really understand what that means. Explain coordination. Yeah, I mean, that normally to me means like how somebody like moves and whether they're in control of their movements.
Yeah.
And you don't think people are in control of their movements?
Coordination means a lot of things. It can mean ability to tie shoelaces, ability to drive, ability to
Good job, Zoo. Big miss.
coordinate tasks.
Big miss. Big miss. I'm going to make you pay. That was a giant miss. You ready for this one, Zoo? Oh, stop, stop, stop. You're up, pimp.
But yeah, attention is a big issue. Coordination can also mean speech, how the way you speak, did you stutter? I mean, have you ever met someone that was highly functioning but they were really uncoordinated?
I've met people who are less coordinated than other people, but never. I mean, to me, someone who's not coordinated is like someone who falls down a lot. I've never known anyone to like fall down a lot.
You haven't met me either.
You fall down?
Yep.
How often do you fall down?
Twice a week.
Shut the fuck.
Yep.
You just straight up fall down twice a week?
I think I can. But I wish I could go take photos of when I fell on my face, like I don't know, like 9 months ago, 10 months ago.
No, you just said you fall twice a week.
Yeah. But I mean, like it's very seriously, like it's very, is it very ever serious?
You said you just fall on your face twice a week.
No, I just trip over.
And fall down twice a week?
Yeah, fall down. Yeah.
All right, this one is black versus white. And you fall down twice a week.
Yep.
When you had that job going house to house, how many times did you fall down?
About twice.
You fell on the ground twice.
I tripped over. Yeah, I tripped over. So, yeah.
How many times a week do you fall from a standing position to the floor? You have an invitation, Zoot. Zoot, this one's the black versus white one. Zoot. There you go, pimp.
How many times do I fall?
Yeah.
Well, there has to be like a reason why I fall. Like I'm walking in the landscape changes and trip over and then not get used to the landscape.
Well, that's kind of everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of everyone, but it fucking happens to me all the time.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I don't know if you've ever beat me at this game. No, Zoot, it's black versus white. You have to get in your color. You're black.
Oh, shit.
No, you're not. You weren't paying attention to when I said it like 12 times. Oh, no, that's okay. I just put one in for you, so it kind of makes it even. You're up, pimp. Oh, you just put one in for me, but you got one in, so you get to continue.
Oh, you get to continue even if you think the words?
Yeah, it's like different than pool.
Am I allowed to hit you?
Yep.
The white first?
Yep.
I was like, oh, how did you miss like the easiest shot you could possibly have?
Doug, I don't want to talk about it. You've got a bunch of difficult shots here.
Yeah. Is it Sunday today?
It will be.
Have you ever met someone that couldn't tie their shoes?
Like mentally disabled people. Or like someone who had a stroke. Dude, you've made it really difficult for me to do anything.
Intense. Mentally disabled people can't tie their shoes.
So they have like Velcro shoes or something.
How mentally?
I don't know what they had. Maybe they had like Down syndrome or something, and they had to work on tying their shoes or something. I don't know. I think there are people with Down syndrome who work at it enough and can tie their own shoes. But then I'm sure there are people who can't. And they need Velcro shoes. Get in there. Get in there. There you go.
Fuck. You know if I got that in, you're going to be so much trouble.
Not really.
What does the red do? Fucking red.
You just have to get it in and cover it before you win. So you can do it at any time, but just one person has to do it. Either you do or I do. Oh, good job.
Okay, now we're tied.
No, I have the lead. Now we're tied.
Yeah, now we're tied.
What are you going to do, son?
So gonna get it recorded.
Oh, that was a really good shot of yours. That was a really good shot of yours.
That was an okay shot, but you can get both of these in. You need to get the queen in first.
Oh, no.
No, come on. Come on. This is not a hard shot, to be honest. Let's go again.
Are you doing comedy on Monday?
No.
Why not?
Week after.
But you're really going to do it the week after. This is up to 210, so not black versus white.
Okay. I break.
Yes, you break.
Did I tell you I took? I think I did tell you I took really long the other night.
No, you didn't say that.
Do you know what it was like?
Did it help you focus?
I didn't really have anything to focus on at the time, but it just made me like see the world, like really see the world, I noticed things, like I was noticing everything.
Cool, dog.
Like every street sign, every single thing was just like more detailed, and I could.
Do you think you'd be better at?
Really
do you think you'd be better at mini golf? Do you think you'd be better at mini golf?
I'd be able to. It was like putting my brain. I could see everything.
Okay. Do you think you'd be better at mini golf?
Probably. Have you ever taken Ritalin?
No. Are you gonna win this game? I don't think so. You have some easy shots that you're just letting go by the wayside.
You have easier shots.
Yeah, I do.
You are now in a huge lead.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You think you're gonna make that and not put it in?
I'll be back in a sec.
Dude, finish the game.
I just want.
Incorrect, dog. I just destroyed you, son. Peace, buddy. Oh, okay.
The Malinowski Rising is really just part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. All right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial and was actually during the source a certain amount of grief for me personally. I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll have folks in on myself. Introducing you here to 3 very important historical figures. On the left, you have Leopold von Ranke, who is one of the most important 18th century, 19th century historians. Approach to this was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate. He says that historians really concentrate on the famous process identification what actually happened. Really, getting just the facts. That's a little bit more complicated than you think as well. In the middle of the exchange, you have Judith Valid who was known more for his respect completely and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to art and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. Very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too. Historians work with certain set of assumptions, a welcome down, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we will see, this is very relevant for today's topic. And
And on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian Salo Whitmire-Barron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, who spoke about the present moment in particular for 20th century Jewish history, and he criticized what has been known as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of tears. Now, there's definitely a lot about Jewish history. Most of Stalin's great work is written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we would discuss in two lectures. And so this is an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Barron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books. This kind of model that, Jews are extremely intellectually active, producing all these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of lasting literary value. So this kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of history, but it is horribly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand the much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these three things together, if we try to understand process identity gewesen war in the 1700s, what actually happened in the rebellion, specifically with regards to the Ashkenazi Jews that are our subject of study for the series. If we understand that whatever we see today, whatever we research today, is, like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would Salo Barron say, what would Leo Kindly say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we fit that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as the still recovery portion of we still look at portion of that great process. And in particular, we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic element that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas. They're digging slit trenches, Mariupol, and places like that to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war, and we see no immediate end in sight, with several million, by the way, of those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are going to be quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict elected to remain in the capital, despite the multiple assassination attempts were launched against him and the tremendous dangers to himself and his family. He chose to remain, and in many ways energize the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to behave in this manner to the present day. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is, somewhat ironic when one tries to place his current rule within the lachrymose conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspectives of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of books and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Khmelnytsky uprising was one in which there was phenomenal violence visited on the Jewish minority in Ukraine, a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms, the terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Cossacks, who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we'll see that it's considerably more complicated than this model would offer. That's really what I hope to drill into today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect, interestingly, I think that, Zelensky, by the way, here is holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contested issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than within a Slavic Russian orbit, specifically in post-Soviet orbit. And look at the individual standing to his right, Ruslan Stefanchuk, who looks to me like, my image of a person that I think a lot of people who are Jews would, I think, resonate that. He stands a head taller than the Jewish Zelensky, and he's quite a bit larger, and, that's kind of like my gut reaction to the history of the Cossack, as we shall see. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the Black Muslim position, could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. Same thing happened with a prime minister who was Jewish and so on. I mean, how is this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion. So here is the trigger warning, and then no more instructions. Let's go straight to the history. In the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Jews of Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation, and I've written a few other things. Traveled there many times to research. I felt great sympathy for the civilians of Ukraine, and so I published a few on my website. And those were, thank God, very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews of Ukraine, which was my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really dense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that term in two senses of bots. In the sense that they're probably just automatic, negative comments because they say something about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased, because I saw a lot of people who were just completely sold on the ridiculous amount of Russian that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply different with concept. There might be some even partially of the Ukrainian people. They held on to what I would characterize as really racist views, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good
and they never do anything wrong. And Ukrainians are the opposite. I was very clear that I even received some emails from people and suggested that their views were actually racist. Americans are directly. But what we're going to look at is a much more sophisticated period in which self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also Poles and so on, history is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this and you are prepared to have some of your challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. You're on YouTube, type into the search bar puppy videos, and I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing. But if you are willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, please let us go straight to the history. Sorry for that rather long. So as asked in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and were settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move the next 5 centuries, there's a large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drives them to the east. These pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under there are religious pressures, anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of the ridiculous libel that caused so much violence, the host reputation charges, and so on. There are a number of expulsions as well. Francis does several times in the course of the same time. So there's like anti-Jews out of the line, right? And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literally, an economic opportunity that opens up in the Commonwealth that draws many into each other. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, and they were set up similar communities with charters and privileges and stuff. But it is somewhat different economically as you can see. Here is the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles lasted for with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on this political entity, stretching from all the way down to the Black Sea and encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where we settled was Poland and Lithuania and parts of Belarus, and for our purposes, known as right bank. And right bank refers to the War River, which more or less Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and the flows to the south when you're watching is primarily living here on the eve of the solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we read, tax records and things like that. There's about 40,000 Jews living in the most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is the work of Shaul Stamper at Hebrew University. He's a senior scholar, very well respected. He's done a lot of work in Eastern Europe, and you may recall his name from our discussion of the Kazan hypothesis way back in the first lecture of this year. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stamper's work. You can see much more clearly specific locations where many Jews inhabit
right bank. So what exactly is there? What was the cause of the uprising? Let us understand that the Jews actually continue their development in right-wing Ukraine in a very, very positive manner. Primarily through an institution called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, but so, which essentially was, we call it especially a while ago, it was a remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Lithuanian Empire. It was by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was hugely ordered, and it allowed the Jews who were a non-territorial minority. They did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the Council of Lands was primarily with regard to economic, for example, things like protecting copyright, that would have the economic implications, but for example, sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities, like if you have if you have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many food. The idea being that Jews are a gregarious people, and there is a natural human desire to outdo one another and make a bigger party, a bigger simcha than someone else. That would have military impact on people's finances, so they're trying to clamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were, for example, to be estranged from his wife but refuse to give her a gift, bill of divorce, which has tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The household cannot remarry, but there are loopholes that make it, it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If he moves from one town there, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the town that he comes to that he should suffer for what he failed to do or did in some other time. So the Council of Lands was actually a remark, almost a state with a state for this minority. Historians like Shimon Dubno in particular looked at it as an idea of Jewish self-government in the day. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable in the region of the Polish Commonwealth, including Ukraine. So much so that they used to go to the land of Poland, as a place rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Polim means here we will. That they had endured in Western Europe, introduced that Poland was the paradise for them. Poland was large, the entire region, including the area that was dominated by Poland. So for a certain period of time, some centuries, the Jews actually enjoyed their existence. The Khmelnytsky rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for the phenomenal persecution, upheaval, and disruption that would color the memory of Poland for centuries. Let's look at the economic status of Jews in the Council of the Polish
commonwealth, which would be extremely important for understanding the basis of the uprising, is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian Christian. This was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, for most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in very rich farmland, the black soil journalism of the region, but Jews tended to live in villages where they can provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small money lending definitely were not really at the scope that we saw earlier in medieval period. Ashkenaz took commerce, lots of small trade, like in springs and ports and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was secular demand was in the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population was basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic, religiously are Orthodox, although to the west of Ukraine, the Union state kept the Orthodox right, but they owed allegiance to the Pope and a Catholic hierarchy. This was particularly in the region of Galicia, East Galicia in particular, towns of Lviv, for example, are right in the heart of that Catholic. Whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox, this relaxed. They were, however, basically landed serfs, and they were literally in that capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away from north in Poland in particular. The Polish were the only huge tract of land called Latifyndia, and they would be the one who would derive most of the money of these lands. Now, the difficult aspect for the Poles was how do they manage these massive Latifyndia on which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's the Jews. So the Jews are migrating to this region, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen, Polish kings, to be involved in various activities. Some of the earliest activities involved their role as printers, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. The earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in Hebrew characters, referring to King Mexico and things like that, rather remarkable. Because these Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly literate. They were numerous. They tended to live in villages and towns. So they were engaged much in kind of like information work and things that involve the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in dealing with agriculture, but much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatsia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to the Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish noblemen that activity much more effective. Moonshine, sunburn, things like that, rather directing it to Jews Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns. As you see in this particular picture, have typical types of activities. There's standing behind the bar, who is foreign classic Jewish occupation. Have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians are living primarily on these big latifunds. There is a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate and that is literate and so on. It's a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are agrarian and agriculturalists. The Jews are brought in not only to engage in diplomacy, as shown in this image, as Lesbian musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They are brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the nobles. And this was done through a system called the arenda. The practitioners were called arrendators, and it was really basically something which is called in Western Europe tax on. It was basically like this. Recall how we discussed the feudal aspect of Jewish structure, really social studies and structure in general, that people were grouped into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box as well. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt with as a community. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields and, in a technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the noblemen. And the nobleman would essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out of Ukraine. I want to live this song where I have a lot of my other noble friends. So I'm hiring you as my arrendator, my farmers. I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zlotys. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zlotys from my Latvia. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the Kahal, the Kabila, who would be negotiating with the nobleman, the Poretz. And the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory. You can collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my forces, but that's what you have to do. So we very fine and negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainians. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of food. But they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, on highways. They could impose taxes on.
There he is. How you living? I just defeated your brother in arms and Karam. I'm ready to whoop your ass too. How you living?
I'm sorry, who did you want?
Boy, Zoot. Yeah, he said he'd be back in, so I'll see him next week. Are you ready to get your ass whooped? Did I tell you about Blue Sky? Yeah. So get this, son. I created 3 robots on Kick that work without me having to do anything. which is really big because then I can sleep and not have to like do a bunch of captures and shit. And I'm gonna go viral because of it. I already got 14 people in here in 24 hours. That's amazing. Thank you. Never had a bot that worked without me having to manually create the accounts. So I couldn't create them when I was going to sleep. So this basically like doubles the output. And I'm already really well known on there. People when my bots post, they're like, no fucking way he's back. And they're like warning everybody about it. And I get some people who are like just absolutely shocked. They're like, I can't believe he's still going. And that's hilarious to me. And then I've gotten people who have been nice, like, hey, welcome back. And so that's been really cool. I mean, they've only been going for 24 hours, so not like that long. Dude, what the fuck? Quit with that bullshit. No way. No way. That just gave you the fucking game. Dude, I hate the Red Queen. Shit sucks. I wish there was a version where you're like Paul McCartney going on tour. You're exactly right. 100% right. That's exactly right. And so I haven't spammed anybody on there in like 8, and so to be back is really great. And they haven't been super aggressive towards me. Like, yeah, they'll ban my accounts, but not like. I mean, I'm sure we'll get it. We'll go at it, but these robots automatically recreate themselves, and I don't do anything, which I can't tell you. Like in the robot world, a fully automated robot is like the dream. They have one. Really? Neither does Amazon. Neither does Twitch, which is owned by Amazon. Which is like, I don't understand why don't. It's like so easy to make bots if you don't. The one thing that Kick says they have is like bot detection procedures, but I'm pretty able to get through all that. And it works every time, but it's fine. If it doesn't work, then the thing just goes and creates another bot. It's no big deal. You're about to clean up. That's what I heard from Zoot. Oh yeah, he didn't have a chance. I beat him 210 to 0. In fact, he broke, and then I just won. Dog. Don't do this to me, son. Don't do this to me. Look at you. Look at you. I wonder why there are so many white ones on the board. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, no way. I did not think it was going to go like. Oh, dude. But I just fucked it up. Don't miss. Don't miss. And you didn't. But don't miss here. You don't miss here. This is, I don't know what you're doing. What kind of shot are you doing? Oh, you're ballsy. Oh no, I don't know. You say that. Even if you miss, oh, you didn't, so it doesn't matter. I was gonna say I don't really have a good shot. Oh, good job, dude. All right, reload. Well, I don't really. I'm not too into human centipedes. If anything, I would make it an orgy. But that's cool. Angles, not ankles.
You're on your knees and like a line. No one's eating anyone's food.
Who had an idea to eat poop?
Have you not seen the movie?
Centipede?
Human centipede.
No, what is it?
It's like some crazy scientist that like shows faces to like the butt of the other.
Oh fuck! It's cray cray. You got
the one in front has like the best spot. They don't actually cook directly, but the one behind not.
Good shot, dude.
The second, the third person has to eat first person's good play or eat second person.
Are you proud of that shot?
No, it didn't really help me much.
It gave you
No,
points. Newfie shot. Oh, that's a miss. That's a big time miss. Tough shot. Oh, baby. Just giving you points, son. You need to put the slider in. Did you ever watch One Tree Hill? One Tree Hill? Of course you didn't, because you don't suck dick. Yeah, it was some show on the CW, which also sucks dick. I can tell you, I've never watched a show from the CW in my entire life, I don't think. Oh boy, it used to be the WB. So you've got the big four in the United States channels, which are Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS, and it still does try to be, I guess, a fifth channel, except it doesn't have news, and it would have these like teen dramas, like I think Dawson's Creek was on it. I'm almost certain Dawson's Creek was on it. But that was back when it was called the WB. Anyway, they would have these shows like Smallville and Gilmore Girls and One Tree Hill They also had like the Jamie Kennedy experiment, and they had like I think like the Steve Harvey show and Martin maybe. They just had like they try to be competition to the big boys, but I don't know. I just never got into any of those shows. Though the Jamie Kennedy experiment was kind of funny, but even still, I never watched it on. I don't recall. That show was like Nathan for You. Well, it was a hidden camera show where he would like go around and like prank people, and um, oh man, this is a tough shot. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Starbucks? You mean dumb Starbucks isn't a prank? Or the yogurt poop? Yogurt that tastes like poop, not a prank. I mean, sometimes Jamie Kennedy stuff would be advertised as well. Like, if I recall, do you remember the show Punk'd? Yeah, it was, but they'd be like honest. Like, they'd be like free parking, or they'd be like free valet parking, and then be like Snoop Dogg who would be doing the dude, I just fucked up. I should not have done that. Oh, I won. I did not fuck up. I won like a pimp. I was so busy talking about Jamie Kennedy experiment. What do they have on the WB? Well, it was a WB, and then the WB, then Warner Brothers sold it, I think, and then it just became known as like the CW or something. I don't know. Again, nobody watches it. I mean, I didn't know anybody watched any show on that. Um, I knew maybe some people watch like Dawson's Creek or something like that, but I don't really know. Anyway, it was like an over-there channel, meaning like it was not cable. It was like you could get it on like cable, like the basic channels. I still don't know why you don't consider Nathan for You a prank.
I feel like the moving block episode. It's more like a troll, I feel like.
Dude, they didn't even have that term back when they were making Jamie Kennedy experiment.
I'm not gonna make this video.
Isn't trolling the same as pranking?
No.
What's the difference?
Definition is a practical joke, a trick being played on you.
You ready for this? This is one of the best shots you're ever going to see, son.
Troll is deliberately making a message with the intention of causing disruption.
Isn't that kind of the same? I think they're overlapping. There's like a Venn diagram where there's some overlap. Yeah, there is. There's an overlap between pranking and trolling. Are you ready for me to just go off? Look how sick that shot was.
Right? It's like, I put whipped cream, shaving cream, and a balloon, and then I got me to sit down on it, and then shaving cream exploded, and another shaving cream on the top.
That could be trolling.
Troll is just like aggravating someone without like any physical.
Dude, you don't need to do something. Like, you could be like,
You and your bot could be considered trolling on a tip.
oh, completely.
They can't do anything about it to stop it. They just have to like get enraged.
I'm the biggest troll in global history.
But that's not a prank.
Why isn't it a prank?
I just think they're two different things. Like, a prank is like when the subject is like the butt of the joke.
Aren't these people the butt of the joke from my bots?
What?
Aren't these people the butt of my joke of my bots?
Yeah, but like, for the troll, you're just like sending them a hurricane of shit to deal with.
I think I know the difference, or like a difference. Prank has some quality of what's the word? It starts with a D.
Yeah, my fingers slipped down it. Do your into the phone. Do your next shot into the.
It has deception. The key of a prank is it has deception. That's what I think you're trying to say. Am I right?
The prank follows the fire deception. I don't think so, because maybe.
What prank?
Kind of like a trick. I say most of the time, yeah, maybe.
I think deception is inherent in, like, you have to have deception to be a prank. Trolling can just be no deception. Did you know that you've lost 2 games straight?
I go to a fast food factory and I just start like asking if they have like downtown for sale and 50 minutes to beat. I guess that's like a troll.
Right, because you're not deceiving them. However, if they're on like a hidden camera show, then it can be a prank. Did you know that you had an invitation?
The mini go 1v1 mini go.
Dog, I'm gonna destroy you.
You did on the last game round, by the way, the mini go.
I did not.
You did it. My iPad literally glitched, and then you got 2 turns around.
I thought you said your finger slipped. Which was it, son?
Yeah, it's like some bullshit thing.
Okay, how am I to believe you?
My pop didn't go anywhere. And you got the thing back.
I think this hole would be like much more exciting / difficult if the back left wall here was trees.
No, this one just is too easy and boring.
No, I'm not good at
It
it.
needs to be like more underneath if the left wall was like black lagoon.
Oh, that would be tough. Get there. I'm not good at these kind of greens. But I guess I'm better than you are. I'm up 1-0, son.
I mean, you had to literally, you had to straight forward.
Did your iPad glitch there, son? Look how sick this shot is. Literally the best shot you've ever seen on this hole. I hate this hole.
Maybe it gets kind of difficult at the end. That was a terrible shot.
I don't think so. I think it was a brilliant shot. Shot's terrible. You're going to hit a sheep. Or you're going to hit my ball. Thanks, dude. Thank you.
No problem. No worries.
Well, you should be. Because it looks like I'm up 2-0. Son. Fuck. 2-1.
All day. All day.
I hate this hole.
All right, now you're toast. This is the greatest hole in the game. So you're going to go for it?
Short.
I haven't played that one really.
Dog, you're fucked right now. You're fucked. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do before you even hit your shot. You're going to hit your shot, and I'm going to put your shit in the black. Unless you put it there first. There's no way this... Oh. Dog. Did you kidnap Riser?
Yeah.
About the skill level I'm seeing, no offense to Zoot, but the proof is in the pudding, son. No way. That's how to do it? Dog. Do it. Oh. I'm guaranteed essentially a win. At least a share of the win. That was not a good shot on my part. Oh no.
Hey. No.
Look at how good I am. You're done. Ho. Nice shot. Too bad. You're done. Dog. I could literally just hit this ball in the water every single fucking shot and still walk out of here with a W. Did you know that? Thanks for clearing everything, son. Look how sick this shot is. Look how sick this shot is. Now you're going to water bump me because you're a little bee. Dog. Perfect game. Dog. Perfect game. Riser. Perfect game. I just looked you in the eye, breathed hot air on your nose, and slapped you in the face. You want basketball? Dog. You can't handle me.
Every other game, the host goes first, but this game is
Are you already making excuses? Dude, you're on fire. Dude, you're on fire. Dude. A new record, maybe, for you. 11?
You're gonna beat 11? Nope. You're gonna get to 10? No.
Dude, that's not good. Are you going to get your first solo win? That's a miss. That's a tough way to start. Another miss. That's good. That's a miss. Dude, you started out with 11, dude.
I suck at the second round.
You started out with 11.
I was testing out your strategy.
Well, it worked in the first round. Dog, how'd you like 12 points in the second round? I'm better when the hoop moves. Baby, I'm better when it moves. I like your strategy. I like your strategy. Your strategy's great. Wow. Such a good strategy that all I have to do is get one.
If you get 8 points in the third round.
I'm going to get 10 points.
One more. I'll try it. I'll try my new strategy.
What's your new strategy, pimp? You got 11 right off the bat. You got 11 right off the bat. That's one. That's a miss. That's a terrible miss. That's a swish. That's a terrible miss. You're done. You're not getting 11. That's a swish. That's good. That's good. 8. Are you proud of that?
I just want to
Two misses. Another miss. Should have been a miss. 5. Okay.
You know, I missed a bunch and I still tagged you. It's the second round. Don't fuck up. I like your strategy. Your strategy is great. Oh, look at this strategy, folks. Oh, this is good. Look at this strategy. Doing really well, dude.
Nice. Pressure there, dog.
I'm not worried.
Let's see it. Miss. There's a miss. Air ball. There's another air ball. 12. You get past 12.
I'm not worried. I'm cool as a cucumber right now. You have a chance to win. Here we go, folks. He starts off with a huge swish. And another make. And another make. Oh, he's got the win. He won. I need like the biggest round of my life. Biggest round of my life. Here we go.
Miss. There's an air ball. Not even a switch. Accident switch. Oh, fuck. Are you fucking joking me? Miss. Miss. Oh my god. We're close to it. I see what you're doing.
Okay, but just the normal kind, not the speed shit.
No, that's the quick round. That's the fast kind.
No.
It was just fucking fucking Are you proud of that, man?
Yes. I'll take that all day long. That's really good.
Yes.
What happened? Oh, finger slipped my ass.
Archery is not I mean, I'm used to playing quick draw where like actual like fucking hardcore archery people play, not just bullshit. Take fucking 9 hours to shoot. Yeah, like 4 fucking million minutes to like shoot your shot.
You need 3 10s. Get it. That's one. Good job. Get another one. Look at this comeback. That's good. Now get it a bullseye. 6.5 win.
What? You're right. That was dog shit.
Did you know that Canadian Pacific Flight 21 is the largest mass murder in the history of Canada? Yeah, it is. Dog, you're done. You need 3 bullseyes. 3 bullseyes. That's a miss. It's over for you. You shouldn't even hit. You should give up. I would give up. You're wasting everybody's time. Get this bullseye and just lose by 1. Get this bullseye and just by 1. No. You lost.
Do a quick draw. Is it a quick draw or no? I'm declining it. Is it?
Yeah, dog. I'm sending it to you again. It's your little bitch.
Alright, good. Now I'm warmed up. Too long. Yep. Way too long. Way too again. You're not even. This would be terrible for a non.
Starts off with a 9. And then a 5. Wow. A 9 and then 5. Get it.
No, my finger was covering where the target was. Not even close. 5. Welcome to the 5 club, the mile 5. Ooh. I should tell you how many points you get up here.
I agree with you. Starts out with a bullseye. That was great. Oh, look at you. Oh, wow. Look at this round. Look at this round.
Oh, screwed up at the end, but it was like 9-10, 9-10. You got an upside down 9. You got a right side up. No, 1. 2. Big screw up. Big screw up with the 2. That might have cost you the game right there. No way. Oh my god. That's at the end.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, 1. No.
Dog, let's play an Olympics. Let's play one of all the games that we play and see who does better.
Bounce is like as mentally taxing
on the end of this for you to play chess.
Okay, I understand. But let's do. Okay, so no bounce and no chess. Let's play one of every game that we play. Except.
Literati.
Oh, okay, or we could just play Literati.
I mean, that's one of the games.
Okay. So it's 0-0.
I actually know how to play this now.
You didn't know how to play before?
I didn't have it, and my strategy was not done yet.
You're up, pimp. Are you Jay Orange? Do you hear this, folks? This motherfucker's Jay Orange. This motherfucker is Jay Yorn. Too bad you only have 7 letters. Well, then just do a switch, dog. Dude, you fucked me.
You gave me 4 of the same vowel. That's not.
Thank you, baby. You swapped?
Yeah, I gave you fucking 4 of the same letter. So not good.
Yeah, like Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes for 3 whatever full.
Oh, you're done.
What the fuck is bot?
Everyone knows it.
No one knows what that is. It's a made up word. Fuck you.
You didn't get four in the same letter. And just do it. Let's see what nonsensical word.
That's good.
No, and
Boy, that time is ticking down. Why do you think it sucks? What letters do you feel are shitty? Funny. $29 points. That was a good one.
It was like 3 turns just getting my ass where it does.
If you get 7 letters, you get to go again. It's called like a boogie or something like that. I'm dirty at this game, son.
I don't really have any.
The first game of the Olympics. Bye-bye. All right. I get to choose the next game. Classic. Now, keep in mind, you have to get the black ones. I don't say that to be smart. Sometimes I forget. And I know Zook forgets. And I've seen you forget. There you go. Good job, dude. That was a good shot. That was a good shot. Are you fit? Hit my ball in. Thanks, dog. No way. No way. Newfie up. Newfie. And you put my ball in. Look at you. Looking to take the second leg of the Olympics.
No.
Dude, you put my thing in a difficult position.
3-3.
Newfiest of the Newfies.
Oh.
Why would
Barely touching.
Why would you do that?
Barely touching. Oh, bullshit. That was such a.
Now it's 3-3. Oh boy. Get it. What are you doing?
Doesn't have a choice.
Sure you did. Your choice was not to do what you just did. Do you know what the dragon attack is? No! Why did 2 come out? No, why did 2 come out? Dude, why did 2 come out? Is that the rule?
Yeah.
You're making that up.
What just happened?
There's no rule that if it's on the last one that 2 of them come out.
Why those two?
One to one. Okay, you get to pick. Pick whatever you want. We're gonna play them all.
Archery, quick draw. I finally got a new USB-C charger so that it doesn't take me like 30 minutes to fiddle around with my USB-C to get my laptop charged.
It's good.
You know what's not good? 2 sixes in a row.
Dude, 31, that's terrible. Oh, big time. Get it.
Oh.
Welcome. How are you, Miss Aquarius? I'm lovely, thank you.
Are you ready? I got that again.
We're playing a game ready in a moment. How was your day, Miss Aquarius?
Y'all do it. Let me take my bag real quick, okay?
You do what you need to do.
Take a bag. I got to be clean.
Okie doke.
But you say I had a good game. I'm proud of myself. How are you?
Lovely, thank you.
Hi, Roger.
Yo, what's up, Miss Aquarius?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Where do you live again?
Georgia.
The country or the state?
State. I'm in USA. Yeah.
Out there?
Huh?
The hot outside there?
Yeah, it's hot out there. We were supposed to get rain, but the tire drizzled. I didn't hear it. What about you? Where are you, Roger, again?
Canada.
And I meant to go there. Like do that. Still doing it.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna play old fashioned kind. Excellent. 2-1, your lead.
Oh, yeah, right. I landed in the 10. Did you see that? It literally was in the middle. Oh, you're doing good. Oh, if you have a good round, you need to get like 8 or above.
No, you're cooked.
You have to get 8 or above. Nope.
That's an 8, dude.
You have to get. I can try it.
Let's see you do it.
Yeah, right.
That's a miss. It's over for you. 2-2, baby. And I get to, I get to choose a game. I guess.
You just chose this one.
Yeah, I guess that's you're right. Okay, so you choose.
I want to play Mancala, but you don't want to play chess.
No, we exchange bounce for chess.
Okay. So chess first, and I'll do that.
No, we're not doing either. We get one veto.
You want to play Blocko against me?
I'm good at Blocko.
Do you want to take a break? Okay. How long do you need a break? Okay, that's fine. Are you proud of the way that you played?
It wasn't my best performance. Can't always be at like top Olympic level. I'm trying to find new games online because I get too bored easily. So feel free to research some other apps or games or something.
Dog, these are classics.
Yeah, but there's probably some really fun ones out there that I haven't heard of. Like, we don't have a weird, there's probably like a weird Waldo game. We can search it up. Weird Waldo.
Isn't that just called Find the Differences? Actually, no, it's not. It'd be like Where's Waldo? Do you ever go on the subreddit Find the Sniper?
Never heard of that.
Of course you haven't, because you're not as cool as I am. Would you like me to explain it to you?
Are they like legitimate, like Warzone pictures?
No, it's just called Find the Sniper. Like you would find a sniper in a war zone, but it's like pictures of like people who take a picture of their grass, and it'll be like Find the Snake, or somebody will take a picture of their kid on a mountain, be like Find the Mountain, or like Find the Mountain Lion, or it'll be like Find the Spider, just like find all kinds of shit. And it's really hard because sometimes their pictures are like a little blurry or so, and then people take guesses in the comments of like where they think it is. It's pretty amazing. Have you posted in William Montgomery's? Have you posted in the William Montgomery subreddit recently?
Have you?
I'm banned, so that's not even relevant.
What the fuck? You got banned from the subreddit?
No, I got banned from the whole website.
Why?
Spam.
I thought you weren't spamming Reddit for that reason.
Oh, I've spammed Reddit for years.
I thought it was hard to ban.
It is, but I figured it out, and then I got banned.
You use your bot to build karma?
No. I did it manually. It's too hard to use a bot.
How would you improve Reddit?
Well, I read this thing about it that they don't want more users. They basically have a dedicated core group of people who are minded, and they don't want alternative opinions, I should say. So they're happy with what they have. They don't want to necessarily grow the user base. They're just happy basically keeping it where it's at, because when they let it grow, all the people who they've banned are like people they don't like.
Like you.
100%.
Don't they have like enough users?
Well, if you've ever read a Reddit thread, you'll find a lot of deleted. And it's like, why is there so much deleted? It's because somebody didn't like what somebody said, and they had the power to delete it. I'm not exactly sure why I got banned, but I think it had to do with the Wall Street Bets Discord. Actually Wall Street Bets Discord. So I joined the Wall Street Bets Discord and they like immediately threw me out and said I was advertising. Though I didn't even say anything to them. They just said that my profile was advertising. And then when I joined, welcome. How are you? Oh, it's too many puppy. How do you live in Pam? What's good, son?
I know this guy.
Yeah, you know Riser?
I've seen him before.
Oh, okay. Are you guys like lovers?
Maybe.
Oh, very cool, Riser. Were you aware of that? Too Many Puppy is really a nice person. Ask him the meaning behind his name. Why are you Too Many Puppy?
Oh, too many. There's just too many, you know. You know, it's like too many puppies. Dun, 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 dun. Too many puppies. You know, being shot in the dark. You know.
There are puppies being shot in the dark?
They're being shot in the dark.
Who's shooting puppies?
I don't know. Someone shooting them in the dark. I don't answer.
And you thought